4 or h4 happening on the board by Magnus. Oh, you were right. You're always right, Sagar. Short castle.
Did he castle? Oh, queen takes pawn, and he did short castle here. So Magnus making a clear statement to his opponent, I'm not in a very aggressive mood. It's time for us to develop the only piece which is not yet developed, which is, what's the move that black should play now? Yes, we did speak about it a bit. Yes, bishop. Oh, he played it. B6, pawn to B6. He wants to get his bishop out to B7 and attack on this diagonal. So this is the plan. Bishop B7 is the plan, and Magnus is thinking, okay, the opening has not gone my way. My opponent is going to develop his bishop, centralize his rooks, and this looks very, very equal. Meanwhile, I'm very, very interested to look at some other games as well. We're going to see the game of Alireza Firuza. He is in insane form. He played at the Global Chess League just a few days ago. And, he started off with 5 wins in a row. He had beaten there Gukesh, Vishy Anand. He had beaten Fabiano, MVL, all these strong players, Hikaru. And now it was his last minute decision to come to Qatar. He was like, I'll play here. And right now, we can see that pawn to B6 has happened. And Lorenzo is now relaxed. We all remember Lorenzo at FIDE World Cup. He played an amazing tournament. Does anyone know a top player whom Lorenzo eliminated in the FIDE World Cup a few days ago? This question deserves a small prize for anyone who answers it. Yes. Arjun. No, not Arjun. Anyone knows Lorenzo Lodici on the right of your screen, a top Italian player? Whom did he eliminate at the World Cup a few days ago? Very well done. Hans Niemann. We have a small giveaway for you. Maybe we can have a small prize here. Well done. These are the prizes that are given by Freedom Holding, and you get. Would you like to come here and take it? So there will be some questions that will be asked. Hi. Congratulations. Thank you. And gets a special cap from the tournament because Lorenzo did beat Hans Niemann. Now, after B6, the move that was played by Magnus was knight to B5. The queens got traded. Bishop takes. By the way, for everyone out there, is the chessboard visible or is it too small? It's visible? Okay. Otherwise, we can increase the size of the board at some point. But now Magnus, you all know Magnus is a endgame maestro. He loves to play endgames, and he's thinking about trying to use his knight to get into the position. His rook is on the open file. But here black has a very cool move. Yes. Bishop to A6, pinning the knight to the rook. Very nice move. I love it. That's an excellent move. So I think Lorenzo is thinking about it. He's thinking whether he should play his bishop to A6 or not. Should he do something else? And so on. Okay. Amruta coming in here. And Amruta, there are some games where there are so many tactics and all happening. Maybe we can go once our director is ready so that we can go to different boards.
Absolutely.
Should we go?
People are watching. We
5
have
minutes.
already, people have started joining in on the live commentary here, guys. A Merry Christmas to all those people who are joining online.
Online also. Oh, wow.
Yes, absolutely. And they are suggesting so many games which are going interesting. There's Gukesh, there's Pragg, there's Hans, there is Harshit Raja. So all the games, guys, we are going to look at it. It's just the round number 1,
Yes.
which is begun. and a lot more exciting games happening soon.
I think, Amruta, I'm very, very interested in kind of focusing on the Magnus game for round 1 for now, because, it's a slow start also for Magnus, for all the people joining in, and we've gone into this game quite deeply.
Absolutely. And I don't know, Sagar, should I ask the people over here that how many times do they think Magnus has won the titles of World Rapid and Blitz together?
Oh, that's a tough question.
Together. Wow, both of you know it.
13, he says.
Oh, and even both of them said 13.
How do you know, guys?
Why did you tell Sagar that was a quiz question?
He's so honest here. He said, you told it earlier. Well done for your honesty.
Yes,
and
he's
truthfulness.
done really well, but what about you?
I'm going to give you a special prize. Here's a very nice notebook. Can you take it? Guys, a huge round of applause for Alex. He's not only a good chess player, but also a very honest person.
Wow, and even our chat is saying that, but Sagar, I did not expect that you will reveal it.
Yes. Bishop a6 is on the board and Magnus breaks the pin with bishop d3. Now, many of us think, oh, the game is so dull and boring and drawish. But there's something about Magnus. He's always able to kind of draw water from stone. He's able to create his chances. He's able to somehow do that. Will he be able to do that here? Is the big question.
Actually, that's a great point because, I see there are two important weak squares in Black's camp. Shall we ask those which are the two squares?
Oh, yes. We have some really good front benchers here. Yeah, maybe you can answer. C7 is a weak square. Yes. Anyone else? Any other weak square? Yes. E5, maybe.
Okay, these squares, we call them outposts here because the pawn has been pushed and, the C6. Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
So, yeah.
That's a very cool book. If you get a chance, do read it. It shows how to grind in equal positions. And now, at this point, Lorenzo Lodici is thinking about, he goes knight to e4. He brings his knight into the center. And what should be Magnus's next move is the question. While Magnus is thinking a bit, I am getting, Amruta, some very cool updates that actually some top players are even losing in the first round.
Okay, who all? Maybe you can give a roundup even if we don't have to shift to the game. That's fine. But can you let us know? In the chat, people are like, Harshit is clearly winning.
Wow. So, guys, Harshit Raja is a grandmaster from India. He often commentates with us. So, a lot of people are interested in his games. We will go there at some point and also see his games. But Amruta, Faustino Oro is beating Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. That's a big news. If I can just, by the way, the video won't change, but look at the board position. Faustino Oro with the black pieces is beating Shakhriyar Mamedyaro.
But you know what, Sagar? Mamedyaro, who is known for his aggressive skills, has his pawn on f6, e5,
He's-
with the bishop on b2. So
He's trying to checkmate. He's trying to checkmate Faustino, but Faustino is better. So we will see how that game goes. But let's
but it will
quickly-
be a very big upset, yeah, if that happens.
Guys, how many of you know how old is Faustino Oro? Anyone knows? So I have two questions, and this one is for a prize. How old is Faustino Oro, and which country is he from? Yes, maybe you. 11? And Argentina, you just missed it by 1 year. He's now just turned 12 recently.
But he was so right because his birthday would be very recent.
Yes.
Yeah, just missed.
He is from Argentina and he is very, very strong. Meanwhile, Amruta, Magnus is trying to grind this endgame down, knight to d4.
And you know, this knight is actually looking at the c6 square.
Yeah.
Also, if Magnus gets a situation like a4, bishop takes b5, a takes b5, then there will be a weakness on a7.
That's very good point.
Yeah, those double pawns I don't think would be a great worry there. Also, he will try to get the rooks to the 7th rank. In all, you start feeling some initiative for Magnus, and that's just enough for him.
I think, Amruta, you are just saying this because it's Magnus with white pieces.
Because Magnus has proved it again and again and again that how he can convert the slightest initiative. By the way, I want to point out to that moment, Sagar, where Arkady and Victor Bologan, we have them inaugurating this amazing children's tournament which we are having.
Yes, we have a wonderful tournament of Qatar versus rest of the world. If I'm not mistaken, it's with these little kids here who are going to play. And it's such a beautiful event because in the distance, we have the top players playing here, the World Rapid and Blitz. And here we have the future champions who will someday go on to play in the World Rapid and Blitz. So all the best to all of you. Do play your best. And knight fd4 played here.
I was just trying to show the scene over there, but let me see if I can or not. Carry on. No, it's not.
Okay, guys. So knight to d4 played by Magnus. And now the question, oh my God, look at Lorenzo's time. Did you see it? He's down to 3 minutes. He's down to 3 minutes. He has only 3 minutes on the clock. And that's what happens when you face Magnus Carlsen. Often, you have a completely fine position, but you start seeing some ghosts. You're like, oh, this knight unnecessarily could jump in. Oh, my pawn on a7 is hanging. What should I do? And you start eating this and you are in trouble.
I couldn't flip the
He's
camera.
now down to 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Quickly plays his pawn to a5, e5, attacking the knight here. And now, where should the knight go is the question. Should the knight jump in? Oh, he takes on a7. What sort of tactic is that? If I take your knight, he will take the bishop. Whoa. And if you take my bishop, I take it back with the knight and I'm pawn up. Lorenzo has now a tough task here. He has only 2 minutes on the clock. I don't think he's blundered a pawn. He has played this quite well. And right now, knight takes a7. He takes on e2. Bishop takes e2. And now knight takes e2. Looks very logical. Actually, he should have played takes knight. This was the best way and taken on e3. And his position would have been fine. But he took here on e2. And Magnus is thinking. No, he took it. Magnus also took it back very quickly. Knight takes e2. Magnus has 5 minutes, 10 seconds and rook a8. Now this is hanging on a2. What do you do here, guys? Do you move your knight or do you do something else? Anyone? White to play? Yes. Go for it. Rook d7. Rooks belong on the 7th rank. Absolutely right. That's a beautiful move.
See, all that is happening. Rooks on the 7th rank, knights jumping from c6 here and there. I think it's an amazing, amazing grinding which Magnus is showing. He has a lot more time. He's 4 minutes, 33 seconds on the clock. Lorenzo down to 2 minutes only.
Yes, and look at that. He brings his rook in. Rook to d7 played. Magnus finds the best move. Now he not only defends his knight, he also attacks the black knight. So the question is, what must black do? And black goes knight g6.
Ooh, but the knight is very much on the other side of the board, and Magnus has created a passer over here, 2 versus 1. Can black recover the pawn is the question.
Yeah, it's a tough thing, Amruta, and Magnus is going to start pushing his queen side pawns. b4, a4, a5. That's his idea. He's thinking about it right now. He has 3 minutes, 55 seconds.
That's true, but the knight on a7, what do you have to say about it, Sagar? Because they say knight on the rim is dim.
Yeah, the knight on the rim is dim, but Amruta, in one move, it can jump to a beautiful square on c6.
And
That's
you
the
lose
plan.
the a2 pawn if you do that.
Yeah, you will lose the pawn, but it's also possible to just let it be here for the time being. I could even play a move like a3. Oh, there's a problem with a3 because black attacks my knight, my rook, and I have to play it here, and then it comes here, and then it's a draw.
Oh, draw by repetition. So Magnus actually cannot save his pawn on a2.
No, there is a move.
Can
You
he try
have
to
to
find?
stop the move knight c5. Anyone here? Yes. b4, brilliant.
Sagar, your hints are like anyone has to stop knight c5 and the move is obviously b4.
True.
To become a bit smarter.
But Amruta, it's the first round of the day. And so at this point, we are just keeping it a bit easy. As we go along, there will be much more difficult questions asked to you guys.
I am waiting for that.
But Amruta, 2 minutes, 40 seconds for Magnus. He's also not so comfortable here.
That's true, but Magnus is generally considered the best player under time pressure. So in fact, many people knew that 13 times he's won the Rapid and Blitz event together, but do they know how many times he's won only World Blitz Championship?
World Blitz.
Yes, only World Blitz.
How
Out of
many
13.
times has Magnus won World Blitz Championship?
Yes, what's your guess?
5 times?
Actually, no.
8 times.
Lovely. Yeah, that is the right answer. And
Wow.
5 times World Rapid Champion, 8 times World Blitz Champion, just goes to show how good he is in the faster format.
Right, and Amruta, he has played pawn to b4, but in order to make that move, he took close to 2 minutes on his clock, and he's now down to 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Lorenzo has 1 minute, 57 seconds.
But Sagar, even before they play b4, they have to think.
Well, you have to think, but I think it's the first round jitters a bit. Rook b8 he played. Did he play his rook to b8?
Yes, he did. Rook
Wow.
f8 on the board.
b8, that's a very curious move. I wonder what's the rook doing on b8. Because now Magnus can simply take the open file, rook c1.
And rook c7. And this knight on a7 is super impressive because generally they're not good at the rim, but this guy is showing that, I'm doing a great job over here. Every rule has an exception.
By the way, guys, I want to quickly show you the final position of Jan Nepomniachtchi. He beat Daneshwar Bardia, and look at that final position. Wow. He has 2 queens against 2 rooks, and Daneshwar said, okay, I'm resigning here. So a great win for Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's a very interesting fact about Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you know how many times has he finished second in World Rapid and Blitz Championships? Nepo has been very, very close.
Yes.
Many times. And he has done that, Amruta, 3 times in the past. He's finished second. So he will be looking to win the title this time.
Absolutely. And especially after the last year, but now there are so many youngsters who are playing absolutely their best. And I don't think it's going to be easy for
Not at all.
guys to stay at the top.
It's not easy, but these guys are really good. Rook c7, and now Magnus can trade rooks. Rook c8 check, rook takes rook, other rook takes, and he does it. He does it, knight takes, and now the b6 pawn is hanging. This is so typical of Magnus. Oh, but Amruta, isn't the b4 pawn hanging?
I think b6 is also hanging.
But
Oh,
then
but
I
then
take
a2.
a2.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it's a draw.
No, wait. Knight takes b4.
Oh, what a move by Magnus. He
Love
brings his knight to c3. He defends the pawn and he tells his opponent, how are you saving the pawn on b6?
b5. I'll go b5.
You play
Deflection.
b5. That's a very smart move, because if I take your pawn, you will take my pawn. But what I'll do is I'll bring my knight and take it this way.
Oh, so if you lose that pawn, they say generally knight endgames are very close to king pawn endgames, which means that Magnus is so good at endgames and he knows that he's winning.
He is better here, guys. Magnus on the verge of winning his first game, and we saw it so closely, right? From an equal position, he ground out into a winning position, and he does it with good moves and also his opponents making mistakes. So, you need both these factors, and Magnus always is able to get his opponents to go wrong. F5 played by Lorenzo. And now you just pick up the pawn on b6. Take the pawn.
I mean, such a position to survive against Magnus is not, it never happens. I mean, such miracles also do not happen.
It's
So
super
this
tough.
one I doubt.
It's super tough here. And Magnus snatches the pawn. Knight b6. The king comes in. Okay, black is like, hey, can I get my king in quickly here in the center? That's the plan. But Magnus first starts, he pushes his a pawn, a5, a6, a7. Although the a6 square is guarded by the knight.
And also his king is a little bit far. They say that the king is a piece in the endgame. So he is looking at very quickly bringing it to a good square.
Right. He can bring king f1, king e2, king d1, king... the c2 square is not mine, but I can simply move the king this way and try to come here. In the meantime, can black bring the king in? This can still go in the wrong direction for Magnus if he's not careful. In knight endgames, you have to be very precise. 1 minute for Lorenzo Lodici, 1 minute 30 seconds for Magnus Carlsen.
Maybe I think practical chances would be better for black if he gives the knight for a pawn. Eventually that's going to happen. And then something there.
You know what black has to do, Amruta? Black has to just give up all the pawns and both the knights to take away just the white pawns, because two knights can never checkmate the black king.
Okay.
But it's too much. It's not so easy to do that.
But it's a possibility, because white king, I don't like it on g1.
It's not good, but Magnus needs to figure out a way to get it into the game. Maybe king f1 could be the move that he will play. By the way, we have a big news coming in. If we can change our video, Director Saab, board number 3, Leon Mendonça is beating Levon Aronian.
What?
Wow, Levon, our third seed in the tournament, is already in big trouble.
But Levon, who has been in form since last, I don't know, the whole year has been amazing for him. Freestyle, he won after beating Magnus Carlsen. To beat this guy in the rapid format is never an easy task.
And guys, what's the problem? Do you see? What is the problem with Levon's position? Because pawns are equal. There's something wrong.
Oh, the rook on...
Yes, the rook on b5 is trapped. King c6 and the rook goes. I think Levon just missed it.
Oh, that's the Merry Christmas for Leon Mendonça here.
Yeah, he might. And another huge news on board 4, Grandmaster Niaz Murshid, the experienced Grandmaster from Bangladesh, is about to checkmate Alireza Firouzja. Wow, that's a huge news. And look at that. We have...
Niaz Murshid, of course, everybody knows him. He is a Bangladesh legend. In fact, has trained so many amazing players. This is insane if he manages to beat Alireza.
Well, Alireza is very slippery, Amruta. But, it's possible that Niaz is able to beat, just as we are talking, another huge news coming. Fabiano was losing, Amruta. He's got his game back. he was losing in a position to Jakongir Wakido. So the first round is very difficult. Let's head over back to Magnus Carlsen's game. Is he converting the end game here? Let's go to board one.
That's the endgame masterclass. How to play with 4 knights on the board and 1 extra pawn.
Okay, so Magnus, Amruta, he heard you, it seems. He says that he's brought his king in, king to d2. It's well positioned here on the d2 square. King goes back to e6, attacking the knight.
But knight c5 check, king d5. You again watch.
Knight f8 check. Oh, he's going after the h pawn. I won't be surprised if Lorenzo resigns here because he's going to lose another big pawn.
No, but he shouldn't resign because this is a time pressure situation. When there are knights on the board, there are maximum blunders happening.
Right. That's true, Amruta. Maybe he shouldn't resign, that's for sure. But he plays his king to e7 and Magnus took the pawn on h7. So he's 2 pawns up here.
And both the pawns are rook pawns. I mean, the worst enemy of the knights.
Exactly.
So Magnus is very happy.
Magnus is happy here right now. He will win this. I'm actually tempted, Amruta, to shift the board to Alireza's board.
Let's go wherever you think right now because
should we go? Because Magnus will win this, I think.
Okay.
Okay, guys, let's go to Alireza's board. Board number 4. If directors are, we can get Alireza here. Oh, what just happened? Draw. Oh, Niaz Murshid. You can see him there. He is not happy. I mean,
no, he's very happy. He's smiling, you know, like.
No, but somehow, you know, Amruta, he knew in his heart that he was winning. To beat Alireza Firuza is never easy. He wanted to beat him.
Big scare for Alireza, but he will be back again.
He's alive. He's alive here.
The Global Chess League. Here, it's slight change. You are playing an individual game and sometimes you're a bit more relaxed from that event.
Should we go to Levon's game on board 3? Levon Aronian versus Leon Mendonça. And here, oh my God, trickery on the board. Levon Aronian he's so tricky, Amruta. He generally is able to come out of these positions and it's now equal.
My God, the pawn is advancing and I don't think the rook can stop that. The king, the knight and the pawn all together.
Well, rook takes pawn is going to happen here and then a check could come in. But I wonder.
Wait, how is the draw? Because you're winning the b3 pawn.
No,
it's a b passer.
It's actually black. Black played king e6. I was wondering if we could take the pawn, but Levon had check and king f5. So Leon.
Why will I give rook b4 check? Not king e6?
Yeah, that's why he played king e6 first here. And now Leon has 14 seconds. Levon has 2 minutes.
You know, that's a lot of time difference for this format.
And the question here to you guys is, if Levon plays knight f3, how many of you will take the pawn on b3? Very juicy pawn. Yes, will you?
Angelica knows very well. She is having fun here.
Yeah, you can't take the pawn here because of knight fork on d4 and you lose the rook. So this knight is a very tricky creature and Aronian is also very tricky. So both combined, I think Amruta, Leon's chances of winning don't look so good.
Wow, you know, the way Aronian makes these comebacks with all these creative ideas, again and again he impresses.
Right. And
so then what
you know, Amruta, there is one big news. Wesley So is losing to the Norwegian GM Amar Elham. And Gukesh, the world champion, is losing to Sean Rodrigue Lemon.
My goodness. And what about other people there?
It's like round 1 is like a complete chaos. Everyone's losing. That's just insane.
That's what Magnus said, right, yesterday's interview, that Christmas, there's going to be entertainment in Norway for sure. But I think for the whole world here, we have 70 countries participating, which is huge.
Yeah, it's an incredible event here. The playing hall, by the way, guys, you should later on go and check out the playing hall from the top. It looks so beautiful. And here the fan zone, Amruta, is almost filled up.
Yeah,
That's so nice
I
to see.
also love this fact that all the little kids over here, they are playing a tournament and
And they're not getting disturbed by our commentary.
that's a skill to develop.
I hope they are not. Thank you. Thank you. King F7 played here by black. And now the question here for Levon is that what should he play? He's going to lose his pawn here on B3. Can he defend with knight to D4?
No, he goes 95, and I am still
He
not
checks.
understanding, Sagar, how is this a draw? Because the feeling is like you win the B pawn, and the rook and the P pawn, they are going to make a queen.
You know what, Amruta? The king and knight are slowly going to come this side. Look, that's what Levon is doing. And he's going to give up his G pawn and pick up the B pawn. And a rook versus knight endgame is a draw. So that's what he's aiming for. A big chance missed here by Leon Mendonça.
That's the plan. Okay, then this is a draw. Then which shall we go?
I want to go to Gukesh's game. The world champion, Domaraju Gukesh. He's playing with the black pieces, but he's missing 3 pawns. Wow. Actually, it's board number 16. We may not have his video here, right? We have till which board? 9. Okay, we have top 9 boards here. So 16 board, Gukesh is losing.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like any possibilities. Though you have opposite colored bishop, but too many pawns for white. So this is lost.
This is lost. This is not going to come back here. And then we have Wesley So, who's losing to the youngster Amar Elham of Norway. That's also a very big result. So Amar is playing really well.
And in the meantime, there is a draw agreed with smiles on their face, Levon versus Leon.
Oh, Levon versus Leon ends in a draw, and Magnus Carlsen has won his game. We have one game that's going on top 9 boards. That is 8th board between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Halkias Stelios. I think 8th board, but I don't think I think he resigned maybe here. Yeah.
Yeah, because in knight f3 and you're winning the exchange without much compensation.
Or maybe Halkias is still thinking what to play.
We will know soon. But anyway, what do you do here?
No, it's something has gone wrong. I think the broadcast is wrong. The broadcast is wrong. He can't play a rook to D1 and give up his knight.
Got it. Maybe they first took something, but I think their position has reached.
They have gone into the endgame.
Okay.
They have gone into the endgame. Can we go full screen on this one on 8th board? And then maybe we can remove the chessboard so that people can just see the video. We don't have the right moves on our website here. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Let's look at this, guys. As much as we can analyze without a board.
Looks like a draw, no? Oh, no, there's a pawn on D4. Oh.
No, Amruta. Yes. Is there a pawn on... The king actually moves to D4, no, here?
E5.
E5. Okay.
Yeah, black pawn is on D4.
Black pawn. So this should be a draw.
Yes, but maybe Nodirbek will try to create some tricks for the D4 passer. But yeah, I think it will end in a draw. It should end in a draw right now.
Halkias is a very experienced GM from Greece.
Do we have Arjun's result as well? What happened on his board?
He won.
So almost all top boards are over.
Yes, almost all top boards are over as now Nodirbek tries to win this position. Very tough to win such rook endgames.
And we have news. Gukesh is back. What?
Gukesh is back.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he drew his game.
How?
Wow, that's insane, guys. Okay. Just to show you the end of that game later, we will keep it. For now, we should follow this one. But Gukesh managed to save. He came back from the dead and he's now taken out a draw in round 1.
So this one, Sagar, Nodirbek, who has actually won the World Rapid Championship in which year? Do we have anyone who knows that?
Oh, he was the youngest ever World Rapid Champion. Yes. And which country?
Wow. Gukesh, Nathu there.
He's an encyclopedia of chess knowledge. Well done. But no prize for you right now.
But it is amazing. Yeah, the 2021 was a very happening World Rapid. You know, in COVID, it was not easy. And we remember the game, he beating Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that was an incredible Queen Endgame there. And here, every single game is so exciting in the World Rapid and Blitz, Amruta. I wonder why hasn't anyone written a book on the tactics that happen in a World Rapid and Blitz? There are so many, right?
That's an amazing idea.
Yeah, it's like you have so many beautiful games played, and maybe it's something worth thinking about.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, they are
Steve and
repeating.
Master will hear you, Sagar.
They are repeating, Amruta. There should be a draw incoming.
Notherberg is thinking the final 10 seconds. Yeah, he has on the clock.
He gives a check and 3 times repetition. And
Yeah.
there we have a draw. So Nodirbek draws his game. That's also a mini upset you can see there. And let's go to our normal view. Can we have our board back so we can analyze a few games, Director Saab, and we can put maybe the camera of the entire playing hall so that people can see what's happening. There are a few games going on. Let's go and check, Amruta, a game between the top board, which is still going on.
Magnus is still playing.
Jan Shistov Duda. No. The strongest board which is going on right now, Jan Shistov Duda is playing against Sergey Drigalov. Maybe we can go to the other view.
Oh, look at this playing
with
hall.
the big board.
Beautiful. Now it's much empty. Players have gone. It's you know, one of the toughest events, I think, for everybody, for the chess players, for the arbiters, for the journalists, for the commentators.
It's an amazing event. And here a draw in the game of Drigalov and Jan Shistov Duda looks very, very likely. And I want to show you the game between Madaminov and Parham Maksudlu. It's going on right now. And Amruta, it's a very exciting battle.
Okay, Parham Maksudlu and the game has to be exciting, Sagar. That's the combination generally. So Rook G8 check.
He gives a check. And Amruta, if you move the king away, queen takes f6 is game over.
It feels like Black King is so exposed, it should get mated, but I'm very surprised with the evaluation of the bar.
What's the only move, guys, for Black? And why is Parham thinking? Maybe they already drew, yeah, Amruta here.
Check. Because Rook G6 is the only move? No. Oh, wait, Rook G6 is the only move? Check.
No, Amruta, the best move here is Queen F7.
Very tough.
Attacking and defending.
And what if Rook takes G8?
We are not getting the moves here. By the way, can we have the beauty shot here, Director Saab, on this screen?
What is the beauty shot?
I mean, it would be the entire playing hall. You know, you can see the... Beautiful. Yeah, there we have it. But on the right of our, like with our main board.
Okay. Instead of you want a main screen instead of the players because we don't have.
And yes, this is the one. And by the way, guys, shocking news, in a winning position, Madaminov has agreed to a draw. Actually, he didn't agree to a draw, Amruta. There was a claim of repetition, and Parham Maksudlu was so alert because it was not a threefold repetition. It was it is called a photographic repetition, or the same position was reached 3 times at different points in the game. So this is how this game has ended in a draw, and I'm sure Madaminov is not very happy with it.
Yeah, but you know, the Queen F7 move, I found it a bit tough. Like, I don't think it's possible to find it with very few seconds on the clock. If that was the only move, then I think he'll still be okay. But if there were many other possibilities, he is definitely going to be a bit sad.
True. And let's go to, Amruta, a couple of more games that are going on. right now there is a game between Jose Martinez and Pablo Salinas, and that one is winning for white because you can see the bishop controls all the escape routes of the knight.
Wow.
So we will...
Such a dominant bishop here. It's like the perfect thing against a knight, which is a dream position for the bishop.
And there's another game going on between Sava Vetokin and Lenier Dominguez. I don't know if this game is already over because the clock is at 0-0. Sometimes, Amruta, there are claims that are made and then the board stops.
Oh, yeah. And sometimes then they will forget to put the king on e4 and e5. So the result will not be known. Yeah, the first round is never easy for that matter for anybody. Generally, you try to settle in by the second or third round. It will happen even for us for commentary. But this is a beautiful setup here. I think the best of what I've seen, Sagar.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's absolutely stunning. As we go to the game of Vincent Keimer, the top German player taking on Zandos Agmanov. And here, white has 3 pawns, black has just 1 pawn. It looks roundabout even, Amruta. Oh, but he gives a check. He goes from the other side.
Yeah, because you want to push that. Oh, no.
And no, he actually got this diagonal, a very important diagonal. And now he will push, and then he will use this square to bring the bishop back and take this diagonal and queen.
I love this position. Vincent's understanding, like whenever you see Vincent's games, many of the times you will find there is a material imbalance because he's so good at it, understanding the compensation.
He's very good. And Zandos Agmanov in big trouble there.
Goes rook b2 and prevents white's idea of a6 pawn push. But how long can he do that?
Oh, by the way, are we seeing another top game? We have.
Muzichuk's sisters over here right now playing against Nandita.
Yeah, I'll try to also get these games in, Amruta.
The game is done. I think black resign. Maria, I think, beat Nandita here. Yeah, we have women's tournament, which is very, very interesting. I don't know, we got the videos as well, yeah?
Yeah, we have that videos as well. We look at them also. For now, we are just looking at the game of Vincent Keimer.
Okay, so bishop has moved to d4. He's revived his idea of pushing the pawn to e6 there. And, you know, black feels very suffocated with the king having to defend the f6 pawn. King is the worst blockader.
Again, the a pawn is moving ahead. Rook a2, a6 played.
You can't stop the pawn. It's just moving forward. Bishop e4. Yeah, that's the diagonal. You need to be forced, you know, because once the bishop comes to f3 with the pawn on a7, it's over.
Yes, but Amruta, remember, we were talking about this other pawn being there, which will create the deflection and then you can take the diagonal.
Exactly. These 2 pawns look like how much pressure, you know, at a time the opponent can bear. Like even in life, if everything becomes a pressure, it becomes a bit too much. But you can always handle one pressure at a time.
Absolutely.
One pressure, one coffee, and then you're good. But then more and more.
Yeah. Check. Bishop g6.
Now go back to e2. Why did he give a check? Maybe he just wants to...
Oh, wow. What a decision here by Vincent Keimer. He's going to go with the king here, then slowly bring his king up, then go in this direction, try to win this pawn, and then slowly go here and win the game.
Clean and clear plan, though a little long, but it's absolutely clean.
It's clean and clear, but it's good, Amruta. It's very good.
All these players, you know, they have been playing so many tournaments this year. I mean, I think back-to-back events, and they're also going to be tired. So maybe in this tournament, with this format, maximum blunders we would be seeing, I guess.
Right, absolutely. And a big thing to our viewers online is that they can only follow the moves. There are no videos there. If you want to check with the videos, they can go to the FIDE broadcast that's happening, or they can also book a ticket and come to Doha to watch the video in the fan zone.
That's a nice thing. Actually, we are seeing so many kids coming over, and 70 countries are participating. I think their accompanying persons are over there. So, mazedar hai, guys. Do come over here. Maza aega. That's what is the Hindi thing that we will have a lot of fun.
Right. So right now the game has ended in a draw. And that's, sorry, not ended. Vincent won. So this is Vincent's win, Amruta. So if we look at the results, Magnus won, Daneshwar Bardia lost to Jan Nepomniachtchi, Levon drew, Ali Reza drew, Fabiano drew,
Levon drew with Leon, Ali Reza drew with
Niaz, Chakongir drew with Fabiano Caruana.
That's amazing.
That's a big news. Then we had MVL winning, Artemiev winning.
Against MVL, what beat whom?
MVL beat Nicola Altini. Vladislav Artemiev beat Zhang Zhong. Then we had a draw between Nodirbek and Stelios. Arjun Erigaisi managed to beat Marco. Sergey Drigalov drew with Duda. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov drew with Faustino Oro. That's a good result for both players because Mamedyarov was losing and Faustino Oro is so young. But the final position in which the draw was agreed here was better for Faustino.
Wow, a draw was agreed in this position, which was super chaotic. I think they felt it's too much for round number one. Let's just settle in.
Right. And Amruta, then we had Mitrabha Guha, who lost to Javokir Sindaro. Guys, Javokir Sindaro is right now in the best form of his life. I wouldn't be even surprised if he goes on to win this tournament. He's playing so well right now. He beat Mitrabha Guha. Lenier Dominguez drew his game with Sava Vethokin. We had Richard Rapport beating Dudin Gleb. And Wesley So, Amruta, lost his game to Amar Elham.
Wow, there are so many upsets, you know. Earlier this tournament, first 10 boards would be like all higher seeds would win their games. And now it is becoming more and more chaotic with every passing year.
Yeah. And then Amruta, there was Gukesh, who drew his game with Sean Rodriguez. We actually wanted to see this because Gukesh was totally losing at this point. But somehow, magically, he managed to hold on here. Knight d2, bishop c2. And he attacked here. King came up. Bishop takes bishop. Bishop takes. And now, if you look at this position, this is totally losing for black. But he took here a7, good move. And now what should be a good move for white? White to move, anyone wants to try?
H4, but then you lose the a7 pawn.
It's a very decent idea. It's a very good move. But there's something stronger.
Yeah, he got it.
Bishop b6. And you can't take this bishop. I'll queen. Otherwise, you will drop the pawn. So Gukesh pushed this pawn. And now you should not take here because d2 and your king can't come. So he came king e3, good move. Bishop e6, h4, also a good move. c4. And now the g6 move proved to be a big blunder.
Actually, I'm surprised because I also had the same move in the mind. You want to go to the light square.
Yeah, but the right move here was h5 and white was winning because these two pawns can be stopped. The opponent missed a tactic. Black to play. What do you do here?
Nice.
Quite tough.
Nice. Okay, let's see if...
Yes, go on. Bishop g4. But bishop g4, I just push g7. And then I bring my pawn up. Something better. Something more direct. Yes? c3, very good. c3 is a phenomenal move because if you take king takes pawn, there is bishop check, and you lose the pawn. So
yeah,
that's
and then there will be these two pawns for white, but the opposite colored bishop is gives you the best chance for a drawing or a drawing defense.
this is a draw now, actually, Amrita. So
Oh, he found it. It all happened.
yeah, and he had to take this pawn because if he had gone h5 trying to cling on to it, he would lose after d2.
Yeah,
So
and now
this
king e2, bishop g4, and you're winning.
so c3 was the defense, and Gukesh managed to hold a draw in this game. A big result for him because he was completely lost.
Yeah, that just shows again and again that how much ever the position seems lost, tactically you can always be alert to make a comeback.
Another small upset that we saw in round one is Radoslav Wojtaszek. He lost his game to Sumia Bilgun. So Bilgun Sumia from Mongolia managed to beat Radoslav Wojtaszek. That's a great result for Sumia.
And if you look at the playing hall, Sagar, right now, there is one game going on. And this is always the case for World Rapid and Blitz. There is this one game which goes on and on. Most of the time, it's Rook Bishop versus Rook Endgame. And all the other rounds get delayed. But the players, they get so tired and immediately have to play the next game.
Yeah, it's a nature of World Rapid and Blitz. As we also see a few results in the women's tournament, Amrita, the world champion in classical chess, Ju Wenjun, drew her first round to Gouhar Bedulaeva. That's a good result for Gouhar. Tan Zhongyi won her game against Gal Zoska. Goryachkina won. Lei Tingye won. We had Bibisara, the two-time World Blitz champion, drawing her game against Alina Bivol. And do we have a game going on actually right now?
Actually, so in top four seeds, we have three Chinese players. So the Chinese women are dominating right now the World Rapid, yeah?
Yeah.
We also have a lot of youngsters. We have Divya playing, Vaishali playing, and Humpy, who has won the World Rapid last year. Harika, a lot of Indian players here.
And by the way, Amrita, right now, Beloslava Krasteva has a tough task against Katrina Lagno as she has three pieces for. We don't have. Okay, got it. It's not.
We don't have the board.
I can get it.
Wow, and we are going to be having 4 rounds today. Am I correct?
Yeah, today we have five in open, 4 in women, I think. And there we have the game that's progressing. 3 pieces coordinating beautifully with each other.
Oh, this is clearly winning. They say that each piece is a force, and that's why white is having this 3 pieces against the queen. So 3 forces against the 1 force, and they're all very active along with the king. It's just over. So Lano down to 40 seconds and Beloslava having 6 seconds. It's almost over here. Lano has also won, I think, World Rapid Championship or Blitz. I don't remember, but yes, she has won either of them.
Yeah.
So beautiful place, guys. If you are around Doha, please do visit us. Many people have a lot of connecting flights through Doha. I think they will also be able to visit this. Not a bad idea, yeah?
True.
This sound, online sound is gone.
He has to.
Okay, I think we are back. So all good there. So are we going to take a short break, Sagar, in the meantime,
Yes.
or are we going to continue?
Maybe we can. I'll just take 1 minute break.
Absolutely.
And then be back with a very important second round to start off with. And yeah, we will. I think the pairings would have come. Let me just check if the pairings are already there.
You know, I also like the feel of this event. You know, the VIP section over there has this tent, which is not so often we get to see. So it has the Doha vibe, the Qatar vibe. And there we have the beautiful chessboard guys over there.
I'll be back in.
There we have a beautiful chessboard and, you know, a lot of selfies and photography is happening as I can see right now. We also have some food things over there. Wow. And we have the merch here, as I can see, some amazing t-shirts and a lot of designs. So guys, do check it out. I think FIDE's merch is becoming very, very popular. Everybody is, you know, after the end of the tournament, I see people wearing their t-shirts. It's very nice, very cool. And the children's tournament is still going on. I see very little kids, maybe 5, 6 year olds as well there. So this is a place you cannot miss if you are nearby. But how do you think? Maybe I would also like to interact with the online chat over here. Round 2 is going to begin very, very shortly. As soon as the last game ends, the pairings come out, and usually within 5 minutes, the games begin. But the first round had so many upsets. I don't even know what's going to happen in the next rounds, guys. It might be one of the toughest world rapid. Yes, Shrija, we do have live footage over here, which is being shown to the fan zone. It's actually a beautiful screen, a very large screen, and it's a great experience to have. Can I come to the fan zone if I have a day pass ticket, or do you need a separate ticket? I will check that out. As far as I am aware, you will be able to enter with that day pass. Guys, if you want to watch the footage of the players, you check out FIDE's live stream. They have all the footage over there with amazing commentary. So do check it out. It was the round number 1, and we focused mainly on Magnus's game. And we are settling in for our broadcast as well. And in the round number 2, guys, we will be able to focus on more games as well. This is one of the best studios we have had for commentary. It's beautifully done, and it's such a great experience there. I think now this fan zone is becoming more and more popular, and you know that just goes on to show because there are fans, and that's where chess is growing. So it's a brilliant upgrade for all the chess tournaments. And we have the news for the Indian women. Sakar mentions Hampi, Harika, Divya, Vaishali, Vantika, Padmini, and Savita. All of them have won. So it seems like a very, very stable start for our women players, for the Indian women players. What would be the biggest upsets over there? I don't know, but that means that in the open section, there are like insane amount of upsets happening. Actually, pairing for round number 2 will also be super exciting. I don't know, will Magnus play against maybe another 2600? Maria lost. Yeah, that was a big upset in women's. Abdul Sattarov drew the game. And guys, do you know who is the only Indian player who has won the um title of World Rapid? Until now, there's only one Indian player who has won the title. Do you know who is he? It's an easy question, I would say. Oh, everybody knows it. Absolutely right. Here, anybody knows who is the only Indian player who has won the World Rapid? No, but very close. Something similar with the name. It begins with V for victory. Vishy Anand. Yes, Vishy Anand has won the one in 2017. And in women's, yes, I'll come back to that. I think when we'll have more people over here, we will be asking one more question with a prize. So that would be great. We have every day some prizes, thanks to Freedom Broker, and guys, you already few of them have won the prize. So do try to visit us. It will be great to interact as well. Oh yeah, what happened to Daniel Dubov? I think he was playing against an Indian opponent. I don't remember the name, but maybe I will go and check the results here.
I have to go and comment. Then I'll come back again.
Yeah, we have Daniel Dubov. He was playing with Bharat Subramaniam and he managed to beat him. Daniel Dubov actually in the Global Chess League, guys, there were 4 reserve players and it was a very nice scene over there. They would come to the fan zone and there were always simuls happening. They played amongst each other, also Blitz tournament. So there was a lot of fun over there. And I think this fan zone also, there is a lot of fun happening as I see. We have somebody here taking a selfie with the Santa's, cap there. A very, very cute scene. It's amazing. We'll try to get this view also for all of you.
Yes.
Very, very soon. And we have some stalls over here. There is Chess ID. That's the stall. Then we also have Qatar Chess Federation. Then we have chesslang.com. So it's a very, very happening place, guys.
Try something, huh?
Wow, and what's that? Are there some type of video games happening? Even I am curious what's happening there because all the kids are so excited about that. I want to show it to you guys. Just we are also settling in a bit, and soon we will be showing you more stuff, more surroundings, and more people, and we'll also be interacting with them in the breaks. So, do we have the pairings for the next round already, guys? Let me just check very quickly. I don't think I will be able to shift the window over here because Sagar, we can't show chess results, right? Over here. For the online chat here, guys, who do you think is going to be the winner Who has the maximum chance to win this tournament? World Rapid. I know maximum of you will answer Magnus Carlsen. But if you had to take two names, Magnus and who else? Of course, any other two names are also welcome. But looking at the statistics, definitely Magnus will be one of the favorites. Yeah. The mic कदाचित इथे ठेव, easier होईल.
Okay, so Amruta, very
Yes,
exciting. This tournament, the round 1 has been completed. We are going to start round 2. The players generally, you can see the playing hall here. If we can go full screen on this hall, you can see that players will start pouring in a bit, and then we will have the round beginning. This tournament, Amruta, on round 1 itself, we saw so many upsets.
Exactly, that's what I was talking about. That if round 1 was that, then what's going to happen to round 2?
Yeah, I don't know, Amruta. There will be lot of ups and downs that will happen.
Exactly. Okay.
ये नहीं ये है ना यहाँ पे hello. Yeah, there will be a lot of upsets that will happen here. So
also these mics are working. Like if we give it to somebody.
If you guys want to say something, we also have the mics here. It's a very cool tournament, Amruta, with Magnus playing here with Gukesh, the world champion. Then we have Nepo, Alireza, Firuza, and everyone taking part.
This is working.
Yes.
Would you like me to?
Yeah, we can do it, but we don't have any cameras there, so we can talk.
Let me set a camera.
Yeah, we can see. But for now, we can just talk to each other, Amruta.
Yes, Sagar. You know, Sagar, this thing here, where we have everybody from Magnus to Nepo, I think one player, we are all missing a lot. And to the people over here know.
Are they also missing him?
There is one player, guys.
Yes, Hikaru Nakamura did not come here because he just recently became a dad. And then he did travel to Mumbai to play the Global Chess League, but he then decided to take a break from these tournaments. He decided to take an off, which is logical, Amruta. I think it makes a lot of sense.
No, absolutely. Right now, important to be with Atusa there. And while we were talking about Nakamura, the pairings are out, Sagar.
Oh, pairings are out.
Can I say who is playing Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, who's playing?
It's David Paravia. He's playing with Magnus Carlsen, so 2570.
Wow.
Versus 2824. Then we have Nepo playing with Kuparadze.
Who?
Kuparadze.
Kuparadze. Okay.
Yes. MVL playing with Hong Andrew. Okay. Northernbek Yakuboyev playing with Artemiev on board number 4. Sandeepan Chanda is playing with Arjun Erigasi.
Oh, that's a clash of generations there.
And we have Sindara who will take on Gavrilescu David.
Okay.
Richard Rapo against Petrov Nikita. Dennis Kadrich against Daniel Debo. Anish Giri against Ivan Zemlyansky. And Nihal Sarin is taking on Dennis Makhnev. And Abhimanyu Puranik against Pragnananda. So another Indian clash over there.
Nice. Very interesting and exciting clashes. You can already see a lot of ups and downs in round 1. We also have our very good friend here, Harshit Raja, who's playing. Maybe someday we will call him. He's a grandmaster and he managed to beat Basim Amin in first round. If we can get the board, we can just check the game. Director Saab, can we get the board here?
And in the meantime, women's pairings are out. Tan Zongi is playing against Jennifer Yu on the top board. Goriachkina is playing against Nurman. And Padmini Raut is playing against Le Tingji on board number 3.
Okay.
So, yeah, we also have Divya Deshmukh in the tournament. But you know, the rapid ratings are very different than the classical ratings for everyone. So the funny thing is, I think Pragg and Gukesh and they all have a rating in 2600.
And Amruta, you can see this is the game we have of Harshit, who managed to beat the strong grandmaster from Egypt, Basim Amin. That's a very big result. And Harshit managed to take an entire piece. That was a huge blunder here, but I think his position was anyway very difficult. So E4, and he took here, and G2, and before you already knew it, he was an entire piece up.
Wow, that was a great beginning for Harshit to beat the Egyptian number 1. And I don't know if any of you over here know what has he studied. Amin Basim has a very reputed degree.
Yeah, so Basim Amin is a very strong chess player, the only grandmaster from Africa to cross 2700. But he's also a, what else does he do except for being a chess player? Does anyone know here? Yes, he's a doctor. Well done.
Are you from Egypt as well? Yeah.
Ah, you're from Sudan. Okay, wonderful.
Exactly. And we have very few grandmasters who are doctors. In fact, very few, right?
Yeah,
Sagar?
I don't know, Amruta, any other grandmaster who is a doctor. Maybe there are a few, but to be 2700 and a doctor, maybe there's one more, Vladimir Malakhov. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why Amin Basim has his, calculations with surgery precision, kind of.
Yes. Yes. And meanwhile, guys, we will be starting the round number 2. As you can see, the players are coming in.
You know, how many of you remember that Magnus had come late for one of the game in World Rapid, which became a very viral video on ChessBase India. But with whom was he playing that game?
Oh.
And which year? So that's a tough question, but I believe our online chat would know that.
Even I forgot, Amruta. Who was he playing?
You cannot forget, Sagar.
No, I remember the face, but I forget the name.
Okay, it starts with K.
K.
Oh, yes. Wow, Nikhil has got that.
Vladislav Kovalev.
Yes.
Right.
And that was in 2021.
He came late.
No, not 21. Sorry, 22.
22, yeah.
Yeah.
He came 2.5 minutes late to a 3-minute game. Guys, that would be lovely to see here, yeah, happening again.
You want Magnus to come late again, 2.5 minutes out of 3?
Well, right now it's World Rapid, so maybe around 14 minutes late to a 15-minute game.
I doubt if it is even allowed. What would be the walkover thing? Oh, those are the rules I will check for the next time. Because for classical and FIDE World Cup, if they come late, there was a fine. I don't know how it is over here, but we will let you know.
You can see, Amruta, there's a timer at the top over there. What does it say? How much time is left in that video?
Which video? This one?
Yeah.
5 minutes, 45 seconds.
Okay, guys, you have 5 minutes, 45 seconds before the next round begins. You can maybe play a bullet game somewhere. There are some chess boards there, and then come back here, and then we'll continue.
We could also put the full screen over there.
Yes, we can put the full screen, and we can take a short break. If it's possible. Full screen. Oh, wala stream mein kya? Something we can. We can play some ads. Okay.
So guys, 5 minutes ke baad,
yes,
you have to be here. We cannot miss the whole entertainment, the sports entertainment.
माइक चालू है. everyone. We are now going live with round 2 of the World Rapid Championships 2025 happening here in Doha, Qatar. Can we have the video of the top board here? If we can see. And the round 1 got a bit delayed because there were many long games that happened. And so the round 2 is starting a little bit behind schedule. We are, I think, 20 minutes behind schedule. But slowly and steadily, I think we'll catch up.
But I don't remember World Rapid can anytime was on schedule because the players will keep playing Sagar and they will be disrupting the schedule.
Yeah.
It's a part of the tournament.
One guy who's not disrupting the schedule at all is Magnus Carlsen. He's come well before time. And can we go full screen on him?
Yeah, because it's a very, very rare situation that we have Magnus already on the board, waiting for his opponent much before time. Just when we discussed about 2.5 minutes late being there on the board. There we have David Paravian, and with the white pieces, this guy has an opportunity knocking his door to beat the world number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, very important game that we have with Magnus taking on David Paravian.
Absolutely. For the online people, we do not have cameras there, but guys, do go to FIDE commentary right now, which is happening. There you will find all the cameras and all the footage.
Or they can come to Qatar.
Yeah.
And they can be in the fan zone here. And there you can see the entire experience. For now,
Sagar, what is the prediction for the opening year? E4, C5 by any chance or absolutely no way?
I think right now David is thinking about his move. Maybe a E4. I think when I played against him, he played E4 against me.
When did you play with him?
In Aeroflot Open.
And what happened?
I think he basically beat me. Yeah, he beat me.
I think you need to take B12 medicine, Sagar. Your memory is going. Though. Do we have the full view also? Baad mein? Like, I mean, we don't have to go there, but are the players all inside the hall? Vivek? Yes, the hall is full, Sagar.
Yeah, the hall is full. And right now, people, the round is about to begin.
Love the moment where all the handshakes happened at one go when you say start of the game. It's somehow a delight for a photographer. And we are having the super chats also in our online stream. So thank you so much, Nikhil Roshan.
And okay, we are about to begin. Round 1, Magnus. Round 2, Magnus versus David Paravian. Nepo versus Giga Kuparidze is very interesting, Amruta, because Giga is like 3000 ELO plus online chess player. So we'll go to that one as well. But first, David Paravian opens the game with pawn to E4. He's played his pawn to E4.
Oh, E4, C5 on the board, Sagar.
Sicilian is on the board, guys. And Sicilian games are super exciting. Magnus is like, I want to play exciting chess. And there we have it. We have 3 knights that have developed knight to C3. And now Magnus can play his knight out to F6, Amruta. Or he can play his pawn to E5.
I can't say anything because right now, if he doesn't want white to open up with D4, which converts into the open Sicilian, he will go E5.
Yes, if you don't want D4, you must play E5. But then a square gets weakened in the position. Which square is weakened, guys? D5, well done. The square on D5 then becomes slightly weak, but it's also a playable line. And you can see Amruta, Magnus is taking his time. He's not rushing in. He's not making his move.
Yeah,
It's
very calm. And I think he is thinking of exactly this thing, whether to go e5 or whether to allow open Sicilian.
yes, and oh, he goes pawn to e6, and now comes the open Sicilian.
D4, C takes D4. You know, everybody used to be scared.
Knight b5 instantly played, attacking the queen, and Magnus goes with queen to b8, and we have f4. Look at the speed with which David Paravian is playing. He has 16 minutes on the clock. He started with 15. He now has 16. That's insane. Okay. What will Magnus play here? Yeah, queen b8, Amruta. He's played f4. He's actually testing Magnus. And you know, I do get this sense, Amruta, that Magnus always on day one finds it tough. So today is a good day for his opponents to really try and beat him.
You mean tomorrow and later there is no chance?
I mean, he keeps getting better as days
That is
go
true.
by. He gets into the flow of things. And
And also, Sagar, this one is very likely to convert into Kevin engine structures. A6 will be played, the knight will be kicked away, the queen will come back to c7, and we will have d6, bishop e7, short castle ideas. And the question is for white, whether he'll also go short castle, bishop f3, g4. You know, it's a very, very standard structure we have. And if that happens, I think we are going to have a lot of fun.
yes, and by the way, pawn to d6 played by Magnus. He plays, and immediately the bishop comes out to e3.
Maybe David will think of, you know, long castle ideas. It's possible because he's delaying the short castle. So let's
Very
see.
very likely, Amruta. Queen can come up, long castle. We can also have short castling here. So a very, very fighting position has been reached here. But what I'm really amazed is the time management of David Paravian. He has hardly used any time on the clock.
And that definitely starts putting some pressure. But G4, G5 are the ideas which white is going to go for at some point without any doubt.
Okay. So, Amruta, this is the game of Magnus Carlsen versus David Paravian. Let's quickly check what's happening on board 2. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi who is playing against Giga Kuparidze. If we can have Jan Nepomniachtchi here.
It does seem like, you know, there will be a gigabyte here. So B5 on the board.
Wow, this is such an exciting position because the pawn on e5 was hanging, Amruta. If the knight went, there were 3 attackers and he sacrifices a pawn. Wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi has given up a pawn and plays pawn to h4.
Ooh, they say that whenever the opponent's knight is on g6, find a way to kick it away. And h4 as like it's a great moment to play that move, and Nepo understands it.
But this is a great position for black. Giga has already an advantage against Yan after just first few moves of the opening, 14 moves, and maybe, you know, Amruta, there is this pressure down this diagonal. So rook to c8, and then if you push, knight comes into the center, and this is a very nice position for black. So let's see if this happens in the game. We want to go through a few more games before settling in. We go to board 3, MVL versus Andrew Hong.
MVL versus Andrew Hong. I think this guy is a very young guy, right? Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew Hong is a
talented.
youngster from USA and very talented one. And this will be a very interesting battle as well between him and MVL. It's fresh out of the Rui Lopez, and already black has a nice position here in this one.
Yeah, but MVL, we know that he tries to create absolute imbalances around the king. He's a very aggressive player. So in rapid formats, a dangerous one, I would say.
Absolutely. And then we go to Nodirbek Yakuboev on board 4 versus Vladislav Artemiev. And Artemiev right now, roundabout early days in this game, if we go to board 4, it's just fresh out of the opening. And there we see Yakuboev. Guys, he just missed the candidate spot at the FIDE World Cup. He finished 4th. Top 3 players get a spot. And he is, I think, in great form. We should keep an eye on this youngster.
Yeah, and he has gone for something like after e4, e5, the c4 and g3, bishop g2. So somewhat getting out of the opening theory in some way and a fresh game there. But you know, Artemiev is having a very high rating for a rapid format.
He has 2700 plus. He's very good, Amruta, at short formats. So very strong. Then we go to the all-Indian clash between Sandeepan Chanda with white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi, board number 5. And here, what we just see is a very interesting clash. Sandeepan Chanda has his knight on in the center and he's hurling his pawns at Arjun Erigaisi.
So actually, Sandeepan, in fact, he has been the coach in Waka. And I don't know if...
What is Waka?
Let them, somebody answered here already.
Well, it's called, I think for them, it's not so easy to know. It's called the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. And there he's one of the trainers. And he is a very, very strong player. At his peak, he was 2680. And now he's taking on Arjun here, who is a very, very strong player.
So in this game, actually, anything can happen because Sandeepan, who is a highly experienced player and a trainer with very deep knowledge and understanding, Arjun has to be really on an alert mode.
Guys, and I'm going to introduce the next player here, and I want you to tell me board 6. If we go to, maybe we can switch the camera, and I want you guys to tell me who is the player with the white pieces here, and what is the tournament that he recently won? Anyone here wants to try player with the white pieces and which tournament did he win recently for a special prize? Yes. And what is his name?
Idhar jao.
Wow.
It's on the screen, Sagar.
Exactly. Oh, the name came.
I think.
Did you read the name and tell? No? Okay, then you get a special prize here. You get a pen from Freedom. Well done.
And look at his shirt also. It has all the chess stuff.
Oh, chess
nice.
mode on. Very cool. Congratulations. Chavokir Sindarov, guys, look at him a bit more closely because there are high chances that he might win this tournament. He is in such good shape. He won the FIDE World Cup. He played the freestyle chess where he beat Magnus several times. Then he went and came to Mumbai to play the Global Chess League where he was one of the best players there on board 3. I mean, he could very well have played on icon board, but he was on board 3. And now here he is playing. My feeling is, Amruta, he's one of the favorites in this tournament.
Yeah, actually, you make a point because he has been in a unbelievable form. And that's where this year can end for him winning one of the Rapid or Blitz championship.
Yeah, he could very well do that, and that would
be. He's the one who has beaten Magnus very recently, made a comeback against him. So yes, he is one of the contenders for winning the Rapid format.
He's from Uzbekistan. And then Richard Rapport. We go to the next board, board number 7, and then we'll come back to our top board. He is taking on Nikita Petrov. And Richard Rapport here with the white pieces, one of the most creative players in the world of chess. has a very comfortable position. Amrita is expanding on the queen side, has some pressure with his knights. It's a good position.
Yeah, Richard Rapport's position, I would say it's very calm and simple. We all know one of his best games against Magnus Carlsen in 2022
Ooh,
at Kazakhstan. Like it, no one can forget it once you see it.
that's an incredible game. And then we have Dennis Cartridge on board 8. He is playing against Daniel Dubov. And this is a very, very excellent battle between Dubov, who is a former world rapid champion.
Yeah, and I actually thought, Dubov might get upset by Bharat in the first round, but he managed to beat Bharat and he has started well.
Yeah, Dubov is in top shape. Maybe we can check out Dubov's game in a bit. And
which is the next board after Dubov?
Maybe we can go to board 1, Amrita, now.
Yeah.
Because already Magnus Carlsen is under pressure. He is playing against David Paravian. And look at this. What has happened? I'll just take back a few moves. F4, D6, P3.
You stopped E5 here. He developed his bishop. And
G4. He's going all in.
Waiting to develop his queen. G5 is threatened. One minor piece is exchanged. Actually, in Sicilian, they say when you exchange 2 minor pieces successfully, you are able to breathe better and it favors black. So, but at this point, white is happy with the bishop on d4.
What do you recapture back with? Do you take it with the bishop or the queen?
Good question.
How do you take back? That's the big question here. And that's what David Paravian is thinking about. He now has 10 minutes, 45 seconds. Magnus has 10 minutes, 3 seconds.
So I'm still a bit surprised. Why is he thinking? Because I feel there is only one move which is very clear. Or am I wrong, Sagar? Are both?
So why can't we take with the bishop?
I thought e5.
Yes, pawn to e5. That's a very typical move whenever there's a piece here, because if I take, you take back, and black is actually better here in these positions. So you cannot take here, and I have a very normal move, bishop e3.
And now you have the d5 square forever for yourself.
Yes.
So maybe ef4.
Yeah, take
f4 and h6.
And actually, sir, this is a playable position, but white is clearly better. And David takes it with the queen. He takes it with the queen, and Magnus immediately plays his pawn to e5.
That was his next move, no matter what, because whenever the knight, if there is a knight on d4, then it jumps to f5.
Yes.
So you cannot play e5. And that's the whole point.
And the pawn comes forward. David comes back with his queen. He's like, Magnus, I'm not taking here on f4. But if you notice, Amrita, he has gained a move. Because if he had taken with the bishop, pawn here and bishop back, then the queen was back on d1.
But you don't know whether good or bad, because g4 is going to be...
Oh.
Maybe he's not worried about it. G7 is so weak.
That's a great point, actually. Knight takes pawn is hanging now. And maybe Magnus must take it. It's.
Do you think he should take it?
Maybe. I think that's an important, because Amrita, if you don't take it, I play g5, then f5, and I'm all over your position.
So I was looking at direct h6 right now, but then you go f5, and you have managed to close the center, and then it starts with h4, g5 later. I think, yeah, looks a bit devastating.
Yeah, so very important here now for Magnus Carlsen to find the best move.
And he's down to 9 minutes. I mean, both of them have around equal time there. These are the subtle things in Sicilian, like you have seen so many games, you have prepared so many times, but this one change in some move, suddenly you have to get thinking. What do you think he's going to go for?
Well, right now, Amrita, he's thinking for a bit. But
he does look relaxed. in general.
Yeah.
So
Magnus does look relaxed, but he's already losing time. He's down to 8 minutes on the clock.
and the position is definitely not simple for him. He has to still get out his queen, complete his development, get his king to safety.
Also, where to put the king? Because if you go this side, I'm coming with the pawns. I think the typical idea here is to take and put your bishop here. This is how they typically play. But now I push your knight away and then I long castle, and this becomes a huge weakness.
And you are absolutely right, because d5 is a problem, d6 is a problem, g5 pawn is beautiful there. White's development is done. But Magnus says, I'm not going to let you play this. He goes for knight takes g4.
He picks up the pawn. This is a very important moment because now the bishop is hanging and you have to take the knight.
Yes,
Taking the knight is a must. And so after bishop takes knight.
No, but important is our dark square bishop is very important. You cannot give it so easily for the knight.
Yeah.
So he will have to take on g4.
Take, and Amruta, now there is a very cool move here.
Okay, let's ask the chat.
It's not easy. I can tell you it's a very tough move, and I'm pretty sure if David finds this, okay, first he takes. So we are reaching this position. Magnus has to take back, although Magnus pauses, Amruta, which means that he's considering taking pawn takes pawn. Wow. Wow, look at this. Guys, actually, we get to learn so much from top players. They really pause at the critical moments. They don't rush in. Magnus could have taken back on g4.
No, this is a very important quality, Sagar. Even when you're eating ice creams, you should know where to pause.
Or stop, Amrita, not just pause.
Exactly.
But bishop takes bishop. And now the main point is pawn takes pawn is considering.
So if bishop c8, let's go with takes.
Takes.
And now queen takes e3. You have. Oh, wait. Can I go bishop d7 check?
Very smart. Very smart. You are breaking my castling. I must take.
Because anyway, I'm going to lose it. At least it can.
And now you break my castling. And it's a crazy position here that we could get. So Magnus.
If we reach this position, I mean, it will be a lot of fun.
Magnus is trying to calculate all of this in his mind. This variation, if I take pawn takes pawn, he has to evaluate bishop takes pawn. He also has to evaluate bishop takes bishop, pawn takes here, check, intermezzo, take here, queen takes, knight jumps in, then also a check here. And this evaluation, it's not about calculation, it's also about evaluating. Can you evaluate it correctly? That's the big question here. Yeah, like imagine in that position, Magnus considers he's doing well. He's safe. The king on d7 is as bad as the king on d2, let's say. And he goes in for it. And then he realizes it's very bad. Then it's gone. It's all gone. It would be terrible. Decision making here. And they say that in a critical decision making moment, you can use your time, but later you have to play fast. Agreed. And Amruta, while Magnus is making his decision, I want to show a game where, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi on board 2. If we can go there, there is an endgame which has come here. Really? Yeah, look at this endgame. It's double bishops versus bishop knight. And can Jan Nepomniachtchi win this? Okay, double bishops are considered better than a bishop and knight. I also love the h6 pawn over there. Currently under attack though. But if you take it, there's always bishop e5 and you lose the d4 pawn as well. So black is passive. I have a feeling that black is in trouble. But if you count the number of pawns, black is a pawn up. So very, very important moment in this game. Black is not even happy being a pawn up, because if the e6 pawn didn't exist, I would be happier. Bishop e6 and some breathing space. So I'll just look at the black king for a moment. How does it get out? It's like it's in prison. No, I can come out from here, Amruta. And
Way to go.
Although there are always threats of take, and my edge pawn rushing through, so I have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, F3. Whereas White King, does it have a breakthrough?
Oh, by the way, Amruta, we have to go back to the Magnus game on board 1 because he has taken. Oh, we are seeing this entire line happen.
Wow, that means he has evaluated this as being playable for black with the king on d7.
It's a very, very dangerous position, guys, because Magnus right now is slightly worse. His king is in the center. Okay, imagine you give a check, king here, and bring your rook to e8. Why is this a blunder? Anyone here? White to play.
Wow,
that was very quick here. Queen to h3 check, drops the bishop. And that's not a good move. Oh, he gives a check. He gives a check here. And now David Paravian is thinking, I guess he must go king d2, Amruta.
King d2, and I'm also wondering, Sagar, because the position looks much open, but between the bishop versus knight, which one would you prefer?
I love the knight. I love that my knight is going to settle down on this beautiful square from where no one can kick it off. It is on a very strong square. I also love the fact that my rooks can come into the center.
Ooh, and with the knight on d5, there's also a strong threat of knight 4 on d6.
Absolutely.
So that means I assume this might go into some knight versus bishop, like it will get exchanged. It will go into major piece endgame.
No, it won't, Amruta, it won't happen. The knight will stay in the center, and this is a tough position for Magnus. I can feel that these are the kinds of position you don't want to be playing against a player like David Paravian. It's very risky.
Can I go anything like f5 ideas after the king moves?
Where?
So king d, no, but then there is no pin. Only if king e2 it makes sense. But he's not going to.
You can't play f5. It's not easy. I want to play my knight to d5. I want to bring my rooks here. Then I can even tuck my king in.
But he goes king e2 instead of king d2.
That's also fine.
King. He wanted artificial castle with rook d1 and king goes back to c1.
You know, Amruta, he didn't want to worry about the bishop coming here and some pins are happening. So he goes up and now attacking the bishop here. I think by all means, you have to give up your b2 pawn. So knight d5.
Can I go queen a7? No, it's a big blunder.
He plays it and now give up this pawn. Bishop b2, who cares? Because rook a b1. This is a strong file. And the knight on.
But then white is winning material with the fork later.
Yeah.
So knight e5, you cannot take the b2 pawn. I think you will have to defend the fork.
But it's not easy. How do you defend against the fork?
King c6 would
no
be a
way.
Disaster.
King c6 is like almost going to be a checkmate. I can't check here. That's the only unfortunate part.
You can't check with e7 also.
But I can come here. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he goes rook e8. Magnus is like, you know what, David? Go and take my rook. Check. King c7 takes even with a check. And Amruta, now Magnus assesses this position to be better for him or maybe fine for him. And the engine agrees.
Bravo. I mean, it is so difficult to look at this line and even assess for you when the queen on 8 is still not very active. Incredible calculation by Magnus.
Yeah, brilliant. This is amazing. And so this is looking good for them, for him. And Amruta, we must also.
Sagar, this is so impressive. Like in a rapid game, like this kind of a thing we see in a classical game, but such high quality evaluation along with calculation, only Magnus can do that.
Right. And meanwhile, Amruta, there are some games where result is incoming. There's a big news.
Roundup.
We can go to our other view with the board. Salem Saleh is currently completely losing against B Adiban. This game is already over because black is a piece up, and that's a big result because Salem is a strong grandmaster. He's UAE #1 and he is losing his game to Adiban.
Yes, but Adiban also, has been a beast as he's known as, and his rating doesn't justify because I think he has been a very, very strong and higher rated player for many, many years. So
Right. I was also wondering where is Firuza? What is he doing? What is Gukesh doing? And you can see Gukesh, by the way, he is better against Sergey Drigalov. The world champion is nicely positioned. The queen is on b7, attacking f7. This is a very good position for Gukesh.
5 more minutes on the clock. So that's a good one. Rook on h1 I like, but it's in a disco right now. But nothing immediately.
And Amruta, one more game that we wanted to see was Alireza Firuza versus Stelios Halkias. And Alireza says, yes, I had a small accident in round one, but it's not going to happen again. He's totally winning his game against Halkias Stelios.
He's crushing it. And also look at the time, Sagar. Again, he has 10 minutes and Halkias has only 1 minute on the clock. So this
dominating performance. He'll go h4, h5 as well very soon. So this is a good game here for Alireza. And let's head back quickly to the game between Nepomniachtchi and Giga. And you will see, guys, how a bishop dominates a knight. This is a perfect case of a very good bishop just not able to black is not able to get his knight into the game. I can simply win another pawn.
So Giga couldn't bite, basically. I don't know, I can't stop me thinking of Giga bite jokes.
Yeah, so Giga is in trouble here. Also, Amruta, Daniel Dubov is now winning his opponent's last move. I can't believe he played his queen here.
It would be a transmission error. I mean, no way you can play queen g4.
If he played it, what?
Like, bet. I
No
bet
way.
your house again.
Yes, it's transmission error. We agree to this. It won't happen. And there was a battle between two Indian players, Abhimanyu Puranik and Pragnananda. That's also very intense because Abhimanyu is right now 2 pawns up against Pragg. So even a strong player like Pragnananda, who's reached the candidates, is struggling in this at the start of the event. Not easy.
But you know what? I have a feeling whether those 2 pawns were a sacrifice by Pragg or not, because White King does look weak on that diagonal h1 to a8. Look at that bishop. I mean, just want to put the queen in front of the bishop and ask you some questions there for black. So
here, right?
It's not possible right now, but looks a bit scary for White King, I would say.
Right. Let's go back, Amruta, to the game. David Paravian versus Magnus Carlsen on board 1. There is a check that happened. I mean, David is a bit surprised that Magnus is giving him the exchange, but under no circumstances should he take it.
Actually, it is so tempting to take the rook, right? I mean, I doubt if he can evaluate it the best. Also, the move knight b6 now no more makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. And Amruta, look at the king on c6.
And the king on e2. It's the best position you can have on top board in round number 2 with Magnus Carlsen as the opponent.
By the way, Amruta,
tell me one thing, Sagar. After king c6, if you don't want to take on e8, what else will you think of? Because
I just want a rook to come here and give a check somewhere on c4. I don't know how to do it, but I want a rook in the game.
Right. So maybe something like a4
or maybe rook f1 with the idea of even sacrificing here on f6. Not a bad idea.
In a way, you also feel some dangers for the king. I think for Magnus, the question is, if he moves his queen to a7 next move, it's a waste move because knight takes 8, you're anyway going to take with the queen. So maybe you're right. Not taking on a8 makes more sense now.
Yes. And by the way, a big shout out to our director here, Vivek, who has managed to get certain bars working at the bottom of the screen. So now while we are following a few games, you can get an update of what's happening in the other games as well. A shout out to our friend Rakshit, who has built this entire tool. So thank you for this.
Wow. Wow, we get a roundup in like within a minute, yeah? In a few seconds there. Who is winning and who is not.
Yeah.
Nepo is clearly winning. That's one bar over there. Artemiev is clearly winning. And now Sindaro is
Nep.
clearly winning against David. Oh, I can't read the name. Though.
David Gavrilescu. But by the way, Amruta, look at the move that was played here by David Paravian. He played his pawn to c3, and it's such a logical move because he doesn't want the b2 pawn to be taken.
Don't even care about the b2 pawn with the king on c6. I think it is completely illogical, in fact. I mean, it's another debate, what is logic for you and what is illogic for me. But right now, c3 doesn't go with the spirit of the position.
But you know, Amruta, what's the best move for black here? Guys, can you even think about it? Black to play. What is a very cool move? Wow, that's so smart. If Magnus plays this move, I'll give you a small gift. Bishop to g5. What a cool move, because it attacks the queen. And if queen takes bishop, I take your knight and run away. If I can.
I just needed one check on d. Wait, queen takes g7, you have rook takes c4 check.
Yeah, and Amruta, your king might well be weaker than actually my king here.
It's the weirdest, king placement we are seeing for both of them in a game.
Big moment in this game.
Ooh, and he goes bishop g5.
Very cool, Amruta. If we can give. What's your name? Advait, you get a very special book here from Freedom. Congratulations, Advait, for thinking the move that Magnus played even before he played it. Well done. Amazing.
Actually, yeah, he was very fast.
So good. So good. Bishop to g5 played,
and
attacking the queen.
You're not even winning material, but basically he's saying that the knight on b6 is great. I would not mind capturing it.
Yeah.
What if I deny and go queen d4?
You know, Amruta, that's a great question. If you go queen d4, there was a move which you had said to attack a pinned piece. It's the famous words of I am Tanya Sachdev when she uses in commentary. She says, PP on the PP, which is put pressure on the pinned piece. F5 works and it's winning here for black.
Amazing. There is no time to take the rook on a8 with rook e4 being the intermezzo. Okay.
So and we have some news here, Amruta, on board 4. Vladislav Artemiev is completely winning. What a mating attack this is.
Oh yeah, we have also the bar saying the same.
It's mate in 2. Guys, can you find a mate in 3? Anyone? Can you find a mate in 3?
It's a tough question.
Okay, that's a tough one. But there is a prize for this. Sorry? Knight h3. Who said knight e2? Anyone? Yes, can you finish the line? Knight e2, queen e2. Queen. Oh, he doesn't find it. He doesn't find the mate in 3. Takes, queen takes. Bishop h2. But you have to mate in 2 more moves. It's mate in 3. Come on, checkmate in 2 more moves.
Queen h2, they were saying.
Queen
h2, bishop g3.
Yes, I would have loved to give this joint effort a prize with one move from here, one move from here, but it doesn't work that way. But this is mate in 3 and Artemiev doesn't find it. He goes rook f6. Okay, takes, because he understands he's winning, but he gets the job done because his opponent resigns. So, maybe it was faster than the mate in 3. So this is done and dusted here. Meanwhile, on board 3, if we go to MVL, can we check Maxime Vachier-Lagrave? He is completely winning against Andrew Hong, Amruta.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we don't have the director here. Maybe you can do it, Pavel.
That's gonna be a tough task. If you also want any help from me, let me know.
Yeah.
But we can go back to Magnus's game.
Let's go back to
because I think
Magnus
it's a very
because
critical scenario there.
Amruta, something very typical has happened. Magnus is outplaying his opponent. Check, king here, king d3. It's like both players moving their kings before the rooks. It's such a weird position.
Sagar, look at this major piece endgame. We have managed to reach that.
Oh, yes.
So my prediction has come true.
You were right, Amruta, as always. Rook to f6, putting pressure on d6 pawn and f7 pawn. I wonder, Amruta, if Magnus truly feels like he's better right now because queen
Yeah,
d4.
definitely. I mean, he went into something like this with a long thought and he showed that it was at the right moment. Now, e4 is isolated. Rook on 8 is coming into the game finally. And you know, if he gets this d5 break, black's pieces are entering the 7th rank.
Wow. Wow. It's getting very intense here. Ooh. Queen b5 check. And let's say if I go, my pawn is hanging. If I go king c2.
Then we need to check, Sagar.
No, you can give a check. It's a great move. But Amruta, just look at the harmony of the black pieces. It's so incredible, right? How Magnus moved his queen from here. The king was on c6, b6, c7. Suddenly, looks, everything came back to a great square.
Yeah, you're so right because it was absolutely ugly looking position over there with the queen on b8 and rook on 8. And in spite of that, the assessment was so different for black. I love this game. You know, it is already feeling like it's one of the best games of this tournament.
It's a nice push and pull because David Paravian is not losing it easily. It's a big fight. And now, with 1 minute left only for Magnus and 40 seconds for David, we are into
bullet chess. We are into bullet chess.
with
Sagar.
10 seconds increment, Amruta, maybe blitz perhaps?
Yes.
Rook h1 and now queen takes h2. Will Magnus take it? Oh, he chops off the pawn. A great move. Great understanding here.
But now he's simply having this h pawn. Wait a second. Rook takes f7. What happens?
Rook takes f7 is hanging here in the position. That is a possible move.
I think he will go rook.
Oh, he plays c5.
He's going for the checkmate for the king. You know, you psychologically you feel that the king was on d7 was so weak, and I did nothing.
But you know, Amruta, now black to play and does it. This is what you do. You bring all your pieces into the game. Magnus plays rook d8 and now big trouble.
Wow.
Big
He
trouble.
literally ignored the c5 pawn.
Only move to stay in the game is to sack the pawn
C6.
one step ahead to keep it
C6.
closed. Otherwise, you are losing.
But
Totally.
it's a nice move. c6. I don't think you can take the pawn. Yeah. Queen a7 check would be a perpetual.
Yeah, that's a great point. You can't take it with the pawn because queen check and white wins here because the rook is hanging. So that's the reason why you may want to take with the king. But even that looks very risky.
Rook c1 check.
Yeah.
And
so c6. He played it. He found c6 and Magnus found another incredible move. d5. Wow. What a move. And if you take here, it's already checkmate to the white king. So, and David.
It's happening.
Oh, he took.
He took. Oh my God.
He took and he got checkmated here. Wow. What a finish. But guys, remember when David took the pawn, he had only 1 second on the clock. And when you are in time pressure, such brutal things can happen. It's checkmate here. And brilliant game by both the players. And yeah, great fight. Can we go to board number 5 between Sandeepan Chanda and Arjun Erigaisi?
But we had a great game. David also had a great fight with Magnus Carlsen. He did make him sweat a bit, I would say.
It was really cool. It was a great game. And I think, guys, maybe we can have a round of applause for both the players, Magnus and David. I think they gave us a great time. King to c6.
Ooh, now Arjun Erigaisi.
He's winning. Arjun is winning his game. He's chopped off several pawns, Amruta.
But there are a lot of triple pawns on the board. But wait, he is sweeping it, Sagar.
Oh, look at the black pawn here. Check coming in, F pawn coming in. This is over. Bishop
Wow.
A6 as well. Just defend the pawn and let the F pawn come down.
So with the black pieces, this will be Arjun's second win in a row, which we are not seeing happening very easily for everyone.
Yeah. Amazing play here by Arjun. And you know, Amruta, Nepo is winning, MVL is winning. Some great games here that are.
Arjun is winning, Arjun is winning. Then we have one result.
नहीं इसमें आवाज नहीं आ रहा.
Rapport, it's a draw, I think. Yeah.
अच्छा. Players can hear us. Okay, we will try to speak a little softer.
I think we have to just close that door.
Yeah, but you can't close the door, Amruta.
Really?
No.
Why?
Because people have to keep moving. So we have. Can you hear us well? Okay, that's good enough. So we reduced the sound a bit so that it doesn't go there.
Yeah, I think this is good enough for this area.
So right now, Arjun is winning his game. He has 5 pawns and a bishop for a rook. That's too much of material. And maybe, Amruta, we should also quickly check. I think we...
Oh, we also have a result that Gukesh has won. That's what the chat is saying.
Yeah,
Pragg,
Gukesh.
what's happening to Pragg, Sagar?
Pragnananda versus Abhimanyu Puranik ended in a draw. There is also a game of Yu Yangi. Let's go to this crazy game on board 10. Black pieces. And look at this.
Why do you call it crazy?
Because somehow, with almost equal material on the board, black is totally winning. It's amazing. And it's also, there are some mating ideas in the air.
And I think the knight on e8 is absolutely far away from all the action that is happening here. So you're right. Maybe the white king is gonna get mated. That's the
This
idea.
would be game over here.
1 minute to Yu Yangi and only 13 seconds to Muradli.
It's totally over. Should we go to the game of Yan Nepomniachtchi on board 2? Nepo.
Okay, look at that knight on a3. Once again, we are looking at this endgame, Sagar, where the bishops are usually dominating the knights. That's the majority of the times, yeah?
Yeah, the bishops are dominating the knight here. And I mean, Amruta, this is just over. The white king will take the pawns and this is winning. In many different ways, you can start with a3, knight takes pawn, king takes, and then take this. And it's a winning position.
Also, for round number 1, Sagar, a lot of people who had drawn, a lot of players who drew their games, they would right now not be on the top. We may not have their cameras, but it would be important for them to make a comeback.
Yeah, sure. It's actually not at all easy. I want to see a few more games here which might not be on the top boards. Hans Niemann, guys, is playing against Karthik Venkatraman. And look at Hans Niemann. He is better here, but he's not winning.
And those who actually want to look at Hans Niemann can check out FIDE stream, where there is footage of the players.
Yeah, definitely. For online fans, there is a chance to look at all the things on FIDE channel with videos. But here in the fan zone, they can already have access to the top game videos, just like anyone else. And if you are in and around Doha, why don't you come to the Qatar University? It's a wonderful place and it's very well organized, Amruta, here.
Oh yeah, it is brilliant. It is the best fan zone area I have seen right now. Lot of stuff happening and only 4 days to go. This tournament is very fast, fast and furious. They say how it starts, when it ends, will not get to know. So don't miss a chance. But okay,
What's-
the bar is going to go up and down here in Hans versus Karthik. We all remember Karthik, who had given such a great fight to Nakamura.
Also,
in-
Amrita, this World Cup, he beat Arvind Chidambaram.
Yes.
So he's a strong player.
So he can possibly, save this against Hans because it's opposite colored bishops, which give you the maximum chances.
Right. And meanwhile, our good friend Harshit Raja, who might join us in commentary here in the fan zone at some point, he's playing there and he is winning. He
Wow.
was winning, Amrita, against Henriquez Cristobal, but now he is equal.
So
He
I
beat Amin Basim in round 1 and now he drew.
that's going well because even last time he had a good start with beating Ray Robson. I
Yes.
remember.
Absolutely.
Okay, results are coming, Sagar. We have the bars which are popping.
Let's go to board
Let's-
2. Yeah, this one very, very easily winning for Nepo.
He has 2 pawns. The knight on a3 is stopping the b5, Sagar, and also the a pawn from being pushed. So I think white at some point will give it up, yeah? b5, knight b5.
Yeah, resigns there. Nepo scores a win. He moves on to 2 out of 2 here. A good start for Nepo. And he'll be wanting to win the World Rapid title.
The
And-
final moments of Arjun versus Sandeep and Chanda over there. Let's go back to that game. 3 pawns and a bishop against a rook. Essentially, it's like black has 3 plus 3 points, 6 points against the rook, 5 points. But it's a lot of material for sure. Because there is zero counterplay.
Yeah, this is completely winning for Arjun Erigaisi. He is the current India #1. Although Gukesh is the world champion, Arjun has the highest FIDE rating in classical chess and also in blitz chess. He's the highest rated.
And Sandeepan resigns there and he stands up a little, I mean, as a respect to his opponent. It's a very nice moment. Also, Sagar, Arjun did finish 5th in the last World Rapid. Is that true?
Yeah, he finished 5th, and Amruta is very strong. And who knows whether he will be fighting for the medals this time. I'm pretty sure he might. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann is getting into trouble here.
What?
His king is almost on the verge of getting in checkmated.
What does he think of his king actually? He is not at all worried, taking him for a walk.
Amruta, check
to a
here.
bar.
Should be a draw at the very least. Check. King back. I give you a check. Yes.
Oh,
I
maybe
think-
he's very less time. He'll repeat because I don't think he's going to think that he's better here.
Who? Karthik, right?
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe Karthik feels that he's better and he tries to. Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah. Psychologically, you have always been on the defending side, and here you have a draw in hand. I think that is more practical for black to go for.
And the game has ended in a draw. Meanwhile, guys, Levon Aronian was facing big trouble, perhaps. No, actually, he was winning.
No.
But it was not an easy win against Aram Czech here, and now it's winning for Levon.
So the players are coming back. Even if they drew their first round, next round, if they win, there will be so many on 1.5 out of 2. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be very, very tough. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana won, Alireza Firuza won, Nadirbek Abdusattorov won. All these players who drew their round 1 have won. Jan Krzysztof Duda.
So Pragg drew, Arjun won, Gukesh also won, yeah? And maybe they will have a lunch break after this, if I'm not wrong. Or
What
will
lunch,
it be-
Amruta? At 4:40, lunch is a little bit too late, no?
Okay, it's 4:40. I didn't realize that. So maybe we need to have lunch.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And most of the games
What
have.
are the women's boards? Can we have a look at that?
Yes. So there were some results in the women's boards which were a surprise, Amruta. But let's go through the top. We have Tan Zhongyi, who managed to beat Jennifer Yu, which is expected. Then we had Alexandra Goryachkina winning her game with Alua Nurman. Padmini Raut managed to create a small upset by a draw against Late Tingye.
Wow.
Bat Erdin Mungunzul drew her game with Katrina Lagno. Alexandra Koschenyuk beat Olga Badelka. We had Gulrukh Begim Tokirjonova drawing with Humpy. Harika beating Lanlin Zhang. Hanim Balajaeva losing her game with Zhu Jiner. So yeah, Amruta, quite a few results going normally. Divya Deshmukh did draw her game against Elvira Berend. And there's one game going on right now between Savita Shri and Bella Khotenashvili. Rook endgame. Very interesting, actually. Bella should be better. She doesn't have an extra pawn, but the white pawns are doubled.
And there you see them actually. These are the two boards which are going on. The playing hall is almost empty. The players would be. I wonder what the players do in between times. Like, do
In the
they
break.
prepare? Do they sit quietly and conserve their energy?
Well, I don't know, Amruta, but I think it's time for us to go on a short break. And on the other side of the break, we'll continue our coverage of round 3 of the World Rapid and Blitz. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Thank you, Amruta. Hi. Okay, welcome back everyone to the third round of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz individual championships. We just finished 2 rounds with some amazing games. We had Magnus, who is on 2 out of 2. We have Nepo, who is on 2 out of 2. Amruta. MVL is on 2 out of 2. Artemiev, Arjun Erigaisi, Javokir Sindarov. So, how many players are on 2 out of 2?
30 players are on 2 out of 2, Sagar.
Wow.
That's a lot of them.
That's a lot of players. And also in the women's section, we have a very interesting pairing on board 1. We have Tan Zhongyi taking on Vaishali on the top board. That's a very, very cool pairing. We will be focusing on those games as well here.
And Magnus Carlsen is playing Iturizaga
Yes.
today. And I think Iturizaga has played against Magnus in a few previous World Rapid and Blitz championships.
Yeah, he's a very positional player, Amruta. He's from Venezuela. And now, if I'm not mistaken, he has changed his federation to Spain. So he plays for Spain. And Magnus will have the white pieces. Always exciting to see Magnus's board. If we can look at board number 1, maybe what's happening there, you can see the players are all coming into the playing hall and entering in. It's a great...
Magnus last time came early to his board and he played a beautiful game. Not sure whether he will be coming early this time.
You are right, Amruta. There's no one there at the board. Magnus and Iturizaga. We also have a few other interesting games. Adiban takes on Grishchuk.
Exactly. I think that is such an exciting pairing when the beast is playing the thug.
And Amruta, there's also one young boy from India, Gautam Krishna, who is an IM. He won 2 rounds back to back. He beat Alexander Injik and he beat one more round, Arvind Chidambaram.
Oh, wow.
And he's
The-
on
these
2
are-
out of 2 and he's facing Temur Rajabov.
Wow, I think these are really two big upsets for him, and it's a great start. And Raja, he's playing after a long time, yeah, World Rapid. In the last year, I don't think he was playing very actively in back-to-back tournaments.
Right, exactly. He's not playing much these days, Temur Rajabov. And there you can see all the players entering in. Guys, the ground is about to start in less than a minute now.
No, I think it is 3 to 4 minutes.
Really?
Because at least on the big screen, they were showing 5 minutes in the countdown. And I don't think we have been talking for 4 minutes.
No, Amruta, I came walking from there and I heard that they said the round will start in 3 minutes. So
Okay.
maybe.
Then maybe. By the way, Sagar, you wanted hot chocolate, but it was not there, so I got coffee. So very sorry.
Oh, I've been drinking this as hot chocolate. I thought it's a little weird, yeah, the hot chocolate here.
I tricked you, basically.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
Okay.
we have another very interesting pairing, which is SL Narayanan versus Alireza Firuza.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. That's incredible. And what about the world champion Gukesh? He takes on
Petrov Nikita with
Nikita.
the black pieces.
Okay.
And Pragnananda takes Rakhmanov with the white pieces.
And Anish Giri takes on Emre Chan. Guys, whose games are you most excited to watch here?
Wait,
Magnus. Okay. Anyone else?
Can I try with test the mic?
Yeah. It's working. It's working. Yeah. So Amin Basim and Salem Saleh. Oh, Amrita, you have to switch this on. Have you switched it on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Gukesh's game. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Anyone else? Yes. Gautam Krishna. Nice. Okay. Pragnananda. Okay. Pragg's game. Nihal Sareen. Okay. Nihal Sareen also. He is on 1.5 out of 2, I think. Vaishali. Oh, nice. Very cool. Okay, we'll try to keep switching between a few games this round and try to go to many more games. Yes. Magnus Carlsen. Okay. What's there on your phone? Oh, the game of Magnus. But you can also watch it here. We'll put it up. Oh, they began the game. Let's go to board 1. The first board will start with Magnus Carlsen versus Ituri Zaga. And Ituri Zaga here, it started off D4. हाँ, but थोड़ा बढ़ा सकते हैं. I think if we can. But can we have the game of Magnus here? So D4. Hmm? Nine. Knight to F6. Pawn to C4. Let's have the board so that we can all look into it. We'll get the board in a second. And Ituri Zaga, who's Magnus's opponent, is a very positional player. So we will, yeah, there we have it. D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight F3, check. Guys, does anyone know the name of this opening? Yes? Bogo Indian. Wow, what's your name? Muhammad. Well done, Muhammad. Bishop B4 check. Magnus blocks with the knight. Castles. Pawn to A3. He goes back and Magnus gains space, Amruta, with E4.
Okay,
Very
Magnus
powerful
with the
move.
white pieces playing very fast, I think, in a great mood and has got the control of the center already. Look at Black's right next move is the opening. Yeah, we all know. What's the move, guys? Black to play here.
Yes, actually there are two moves, Amruta. One is the very, very strong, I mean, a very direct way to play. That is pawn to D5. But the other one is pawn to D6, chosen by Iturizaga. And
Oh,
now,
he doesn't go for D5.
no, he doesn't. Bishop E2.
Got it.
And Magnus comes into the game. He plays his bishop to
Is
E2.
the sound louder? I'm just checking.
No, it's fine, yeah.
Okay.
And knight FD7 played. Now, the main point of this move, knight FD7, is to break in the center with C5 or E5. And you don't want to play your knight to D7 here because this knight could potentially come to C6, Amruta, which is the reason why knight FD7.
Amazing. And then does he intend to push the F pawn? Or that's not the part of the plan? Because
could be, like, for example, think about it. If you play castles, E5, D5, and then later we can go for the F pawn push. So that's a very interesting position here. And
but if you say that Iturizaga is more of a positional player than a close structure with a lot of maneuvers and planning, he would be enjoying that.
Yeah, he could potentially very much enjoy these positions, but Magnus has a lot of space.
Yes, exactly the opposite of what you don't have in life, Sagar. Moving to the next board, can we check Nepomniachtchi?
We can go to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Nicolas Theodoru. A very interesting game. Very interesting opening by Nepo. He has his bishop activated. He's struck in the center, and this looks roundabout equal, Amruta.
It's just after the opening stage, I believe. Black has a beautiful bishop on b7 there. And I think a lot of exchanges are going to happen later with knight e5. Well, I think for Nepo to get initiative or, anything of that sort,
Will be tough.
he has to work
Not easy.
hard.
We then go to the game of Alan Pichot versus MVL on board 3. And we see here, it's a very interesting opening where Alan Pichot has a lot of space in the center. I like this position for white, but it's early days.
Exactly. And this is a typical kind of position which MVL will try to find some dynamic player. Can we look at Arjun's game, which is the next one, I believe?
First, it's Vladislav versus Tabatabai. And Tabatabai has just pushed his pawn to b5. And look at Vladislav's time, Amruta. He has only 11 minutes on the clock.
It's a decision. You want to capture that free pawn on b5 or not?
Well, if you take here, I'll take on the e4 pawn. So that's why maybe the main move here is to push e5.
And after knight d5,
and then
capture the b5 pawn.
Exactly. And then knight b6. This is the main line theory. We won't get into it. But look at this. Going to board 5, we have Arjun Erigaisi, who has already made an opening error.
Are you serious? Bishop c4, but he looks pretty relaxed.
So take, pawn to e4 played by Arjun. Opponent takes here. And now Arjun plays this move, bishop c4.
Wait, how long did he think here?
He thought only 3 seconds, Amruta, but for his previous move, he thought for close to 2 minutes, which means that Arjun is trying to trick his opponent here with maybe some kind of tactics that are possible.
Exactly. Arjun, who is very well known for his opening ideas and novelties, in fact, has so many crushing games because he could just out-prepare his opponent. I am yet, not believing that this is a mistake. It could be his preparation, especially for rapid events.
Could be. That's very smart here. And we'll see how this game turns out to be. And I want to see...
What should black play over here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I love the bishop on c4, eyeing on that f7 pawn over there.
Take here on d4. Pawn takes pawn.
Knight takes e4. Can I go for that?
Yes. And then I bring my knight out.
Knight g5, please. Oh, wait. It's okay. Knight g5.
Knight g5, and I give a check, and next move I castle.
You are in time.
Yeah. So actually, Bai Jinshi has stopped here, and he's thinking, he's like, okay, Arjun, you seem to have made a mistake in the opening. Can I take advantage of it? Is his big question here. And this is a key moment, Amruta. Very quickly, I would like to go to the top board of the women's section, where we have Tan Zhongyi versus Vaishali. And if we can get that, perhaps it would be very cool. And there we have that. Wow. Vaishali playing with the black pieces against Tan Zhongyi, the highest rated player here. I mean, Ju Wenjun is highest, but she has a draw in one of her games.
And she's gone for this g6 line, which is a deviation to the main lines. And white should get better position. Vaishali plays this often, g6. And one thing about her is she doesn't care much if through the opening she is in a bad position or something like that, because she is so tactical and aggressive. She goes all out for the king and every time manages to make a comeback.
Yeah, she's playing like with so much creativity, and she plays f5. Tan Zhongyi takes on d6, and now pawn takes pawn, and then push the f pawn, and the g pawn comes down the board. So very interesting chess here. Amruta, should we go and check the game of Magnus Carlsen?
Absolutely. Let's go to the top board. I'm very curious what's happening there.
Okay, going back to the game of Magnus here. And guys, after knight fd7, Magnus played an incredible move here. You generally want to castle. You want to get your king to safety. But he first moved his knight, because the knight could belong really well on this square. c5, he put his knight there. on g3, takes, knight takes, a6, and now castles.
Oh my God, Sagar, this actually has converted into Sicilian and a
Yes.
very, very weird type of Sicilian.
I have a question here for someone with a small giveaway. What is this structure called where there are pawns on e4 and c4? Can anyone try? Yes. The English, you are close, but that's not right.
He got it, yeah.
Maroczy bind, yes, sir. Would you like to have this? Someone else said it?
They both are sharing like he first, he first. I think
You
both of
said it. Okay. Okay.
I think both of them deserve it, Sagar.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. And these giveaways are given to us by Freedom. So thank you so much for this giveaways. And this was the right move. Amruta will keep asking some questions to our viewers here. Bishop comes out to e3.
Exactly. And it's a Maroxybine, and one of the important plans for against the Maroxybine for black pieces. Most important. Should we ask or should we tell?
Come on,
Sagar?
just tell it.
It is to break in the center, to break that structure with d5. A successful d5 would mean that black is doing perfectly fine.
Absolutely. Pawn to d5 is one of the big ideas in this position, and that is exactly what Iturizaga is going for. He wants to break in the center. He wants to take away Magnus's space advantage, which he has the pawns on e4 and c4.
You know, Sagar, I want to point one thing out, which is very, very weird for this position, is the white knight, which is usually on c3, having a good control on d5, is on g3.
Yes.
Now, whether this is actually a benefit for white or not, that is what we have to find out.
It remains to be seen if the knight on g3 has any value of being here or not. But I like it. I like that knight here. And the big question, Amruta, is after I push my pawn, gaining even more space, if you break in the center, I can take, pawn, knight takes, pawn takes, and now a very good move here is, yes, e5, fantastic. And then when the knight goes back, I will then push my pawn to f4 and Amruta
And it's
now.
pushing.
Look at the knight on g3.
Oh, beautiful. And this is where d5 is not working. That is the assessment we do, and it's unsuccessful d5 break would land black in a complete disaster.
Exactly. But Magnus is taking a lot of time for his move. He is at 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Iturizaga at 11 minutes around on the clock. And can we go, Amruta, to one more game on board 8?
Exactly. I was just going to say that because the beast is playing and chat is also mentioning that. They want to check that out.
Playing against Alexander Grishchuk, and his last move is a mistake. And here's a big question to all of you with a small prize on stake. After pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Let's by the way, Magnus did play b4. Let's have board 8. सुनाई दे रहा है? Try to speak a little softer.
No, we'll reduce the sound of the speaker.
No, I can speak softer. It's much easier for me.
Simple. But can they hear?
Yeah.
The doors were closed. Yesterday's testing, the doors were closed. I think at least one of the door, if we close, it's important. If both the doors are open, it's difficult.
Sure. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
If we can maybe
I'll
close
check
the doors
it
later. Yeah.
next to this thing.
So here's a question now. What is a very good move for black after queen check? You want to win the pawn. I block with the knight. This is what Adhiban wanted. Black to play. Maybe can I give a chance to the young boy there? Black to play. What was your plan? Did you have an idea? Let him try. Yes. Knight takes the pawn. I cannot take with the knight because there's a pin. So knight takes. If queen takes, and then yes, go on. Maybe you want to try? Yes. So take, and now very important is bishop takes the knight with a check, because the knight was defending the queen, and then you win the queen. So very nice tactics. And let's see if Alexander Grishchuk, who is such a accomplished player, spots this. I think he did not, yeah, Amruta? Or was it?
After d5, you mean?
There are many more moves on the board. So maybe, or maybe the move that was played was c5, not d. Okay, maybe the move is incorrect on the board that came. Okay. Anyway, we learned a good tactic that didn't happen in the game. I think we have something like the Benko here. So we will go back to that game later. But for now, let's quickly check the game of Magnus Carlsen and Ituri Zaga on board 1. Amruta, if we can have Magnus there. Okay, Amruta is getting the... You'll have to do transition. B4, yes, B4, Bishop D7 and Rook C1 played by Magnus. He has more space. He has a nice position here. And Iturizaga brings his rook to c8. He's looking at the c4 square and f4 played. Wow. Look at the amount of space that white has captured on the board. Magnus has like 4 pawns in the center. And now Iturizaga needs to figure a way to fight back. I mean, get some space, because his position is nice. You know what this structure is called? It's called the hedgehog, right? It's called the hedgehog, and hedgehog is actually an animal. I don't know if you have seen it. It is like a very small little animal, but has a lot of spines on it. So it doesn't attack anyone, but if you try to attack it, its spines come out and defends itself. So is exactly what Iturizaga is trying. He's saying, Magnus, yes, you have space, but if you come closer to me, I will strike back. So Magnus has to be very, very careful here how he deals with this. 8 minutes, 10 seconds for Iturizaga, 9 minutes, 38 seconds for Magnus. And for black, it's not so easy to find a move on the board. You know, you could potentially play your rook to e8, drop your bishop back. But already Magnus has much better waiting moves, like knight goes back, king h1. E5 here?
No.
Oh, e5 for black. Yeah, that's what he might be thinking, to push e5. But the problem is the knight on g3 then is suddenly very happy. So like take, and knight jumps here.
You know, normally the knight on c3 goes to d5. That's why e5 is difficult to play. But here, in spite of that...
Should I speak louder now? For testing, maybe.
Okay, and
there was a news that the players could hear the commentary. It's nice that I'm using here the engine, but if I didn't use Amruta, I might suggest all the blunders and it wouldn't be very helpful to the players.
But the right players were not able to hear because the top boards were that side.
Mm.
So only the other players, you know, this side,
Right.
they were hearing, which didn't matter much, but it just disturbed.
Yeah, it could disturb them, correct.
Yeah.
So we have to be a bit careful here.
Yes, absolutely. But you know, Sagar, this is a very interesting position with just one piece which has changed its position from c3 to g3. What are the differences which are happening here? And another thing to point out is black usually has the pawn on b6, bishop on b7. But this is a different scenario because the b6 pawn cannot be attacked.
Right. That's a great point, Amruta. And if my feeling is that if I was black, my first reaction is let's trade pieces, because whenever you have less space, you want to get rid of stuff. So I would take the knight here. I mean, his last move was rook e8, but I would take the knight, bishop takes, and then put my bishop here, which is a normal way to play. But you know what happened? He played rook e8, and Magnus was like, sorry, my friend, you don't get an opportunity to trade anymore. And he brings his knight back.
Wow, that was a very timely thing, because now the question is raised to the bishop on d7. What's his plan? Where is he going to stay? And queen on d8 also has not developed yet. Normally it goes to c7 and then keeps itself on b8.
Correct.
Not to have any discourse with knight d5. But one more time over here. You know, this feels like the spot the differences. You know, the puzzles which we used to solve in childhood. Have you done that, Sagar?
No, I did. I tried doing it, Amrita, but I was it was very difficult for me to spot the differences.
That's why I gave you a coffee instead of hot chocolate.
Yeah, I couldn't spot the difference there. Okay, Amrita, some of our viewers here had said they wanted to definitely check in with the world champions game, Gukesh. And just to tell you guys, give you a small update, Gukesh is equal with the black pieces. It's a normal position here, quite a fine one. Nothing out of the ordinary, but we have a big update on board 19 between Jonas Bier and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. If I'm not mistaken, Nodirbek is a queen down. Where's this queen?
Maybe he has sacrificed it, Sagar.
No, Amrita, definitely not. If we can, by the way, director sir.
Or it's a transmission error, because very difficult to believe that Nodirbek will be a queen.
Can we go to that view? The other view. So here, just a small point, Amrita. Queen d7 was played by Nodirbek. So the thing is, there's a mate threatened here. Okay. G6 is a normal move, but Nodirbek blunders. And here's a question for a special prize. White to play. Oh my God, this guy. What? Why are you blundering your bishop?
Wow, this is amazing. You got it so fast. What's your name?
Advait.
Advait. Oh.
Advait, you won one prize already today. What did you win? Notebook. So what will you write with? Here's a pen for you.
Yes, normally 2 prizes we don't give, but this was insanely
That was
fast.
so fast.
Amazing.
Bishop e6, absolutely incredible move, because pawn takes impossible. Queen takes is met with knight to c7, fork. Which is why,
you know, this is a similar thing, which is a trap in the Scotch also. And the same thing, bishop e6 is a winning move.
yes.
Actually, I've got that. I played that.
But Amrita, what
It's
happens
amazing.
to queen e7 now? That's a big question again. You have to calculate.
Nice question.
Calculate
Let's
it
have
true
some
and
new
true.
people answering.
Black to play, white to play here.
And finish. White to play and finish. Yes. What? Oh, the screen is not there. The screen.
Oh, screen.
Okay.
What, did you find bishop e6 without the board?
No.
Okay.
Then definitely we had to give him the third prize also. Yeah, for queen e6, knight c7. And
Queen
right
e7.
now,
What do you do here? Did you say it already? What was the move? Sorry, I just.
If queen takes the bishop, knight c7.
Yes.
yes.
If takes here, knight c7. But what if I play queen e7? What's the best move? Bishop a3.
Who said that?
Knight takes pawn. Check. Queen takes kind of forced. Otherwise, I'll also take this pawn. and then check, king goes here, and there are many ways to win, but the prettiest is bishop a3 attacking the queen, and if you take here, I checkmate you.
Wow, I mean, this is unbelievable that Northern fell into such a trap.
Yeah, Northern is usually the one, Amruta, who traps his opponents like this.
Exactly. I don't think this will hurt him, yeah, because it's a queen blunder.
Yeah, it's a big blunder, and right now I don't think he will make a comeback in this game, and that's how brutal this format is. It doesn't matter whether you are a former world rapid champion, a top player in the world, you make a mistake and you lose the game. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen, if we go to board 1, what's up with him? He's winning his game. So
How did it all happen?
Amruta, we just went to another board and Iturizaga blundered. So bishop
What are you
f8,
trying to say?
we were keeping an eye on him, and the moment we went away, he went wrong. c5 played by Magnus, a beautiful move because he's taking away the d pawn. Later, white can push here. Iturizaga was like, I'm going to push forward. He plays e5 and now takes bishop f4. And the question is, Iturizaga wanted to take here the pawn. Takes and takes. This is what he wanted, I believe. He's thinking, by the way. This is right now the live board position. And you will see he's thinking. He's calculating.
But there's a deadly attack coming if he does that. So knight e4, knight e4,
Rook
rook
e4.
e4. Oh, if I play bishop d3, queen h5 was the whole idea. The problem with that is rook takes f4. So bishop d3 not, so knight c5 simple.
So you want to give up your even rook for this?
Bishop d6. At least I'm, making some comeback after bishop d3.
So the best move here, as Amruta rightly pointed, is just to drop your bishop back. And this pawn on d6 is so strong, Amruta. With the bishop dropping here, the rook coming in, the knight jumping in, and even without winning the material, you are in big trouble.
Wow. Just because of the d6 pawn, which is hindering the tournament or hindering the piece movement for black. But why not knight c5 instead of bishop g3?
Okay, by the way, Amruta, it has happened on the board. Iturizaga takes this. And guys, somehow you are able to spot how even in spite of having equal material, just the placement of the pieces, so incredible.
No, that is very truly said, Sagar. Like, imagine you are doing commentary on the streets over there. Nobody would be there. I know that. So, knight takes c4 marega. I have a question. Can you show me if rook f4 is the idea which works every single time?
So, take, and suppose I jump with my knight here, then maybe taking here doesn't make sense, Amruta, because you don't win this pawn. You need that pawn. That is
it's not about the bishop, it's about that d6 pawn.
Exactly. This pawn is a thorn in black's camp. It needs to be removed. But you cannot remove it. That's the problem. And Magnus is so much better here, Amruta. Meanwhile, a huge news has come in.
What is it?
On board 2, Jan Nepomniachtchi has drawn his game against Nicolas Theodorou.
We were already discussing after the opening. It did seem very difficult. So yeah, with the black pieces, I think it's a fine result.
It's a fine result there and completely okay. What has happened?
Let's have a round up board number 3.
Should we go to board 3? Let's go to
a round up.
MVL. Guys, this position, MVL will convert it, is my feeling. Because he has space, and whenever MVL has a small advantage, he really presses well. Does anyone know the full form of MVL's name? Yes? Very nice. And which country is he from? You don't know? Okay. France. Yes. And is he French number 1? Yes. Number 2, who's number 1? Sorry? Exactly. Alireza Firouzja is French number 1. He is very, very strong and he's playing here. Although Alireza is not on 2 out of 2. He dropped half a point in round 1. So he is trying to catch his way up again. But Amruta, look at Magnus here. What he has done. If we can quickly go back
Oh,
to
they
Magnus.
take quick moves. Maybe we need to stay at that board, Sagar.
Take, it happened. Knight c5, our plan. Rook
Ah.
d4. And now, Iturizaga was like, Magnus, did you just blunder the pawn here? Because now when you move your queen, I'm taking the pawn. But guys, what will you play here with white? Bishop d3, not a bad move at all. That's a very smart. He's so smart, yeah?
Yeah, what is the rating?
He forgot his rating.
1-7 something.
He's calculating because look at the trap he set. Bishop d3, he was like, if you take, I take. Suddenly the window opens up, boom, and you lose your rook, right? That was your trick. Very smart. But the problem here is that I won't take it. And I might go bishop e8, attacking this pawn even further.
Yeah, and somehow the black pieces seem like they're starting to get active.
Maybe there's still...
Rook on d4. I don't like the rook on d4.
There is a better move that Magnus played here. Queen b3, fantastic, because now I'm looking at the f7 pawn.
That was the question. If bishop d6, bishop takes d6, and that's the deadly disco over there.
Yeah.
Yes.
By the way, guys, are you able to watch the board? Is it big enough? Can you see it well? Yeah, there is a small improvement we have done. We have put the bars below. You can see if you can follow some other games, what's happening, but we can keep switching. Okay. Queen b3, bishop goes back to e8 because it was clear if you took here, and then f7 would be hanging. So he defends it. And now Magnus goes and chops off the pawn on b7.
Yeah, and queen d7 is the only move I see. Or queen b6. Oh, wait. There's a disco there.
Queen b6, but Amruta, knight jumps back.
You block it on time. a5. Can we look at that variation?
Oh, but there is another idea. Yeah. Yeah. Knight, exactly. Knight c5, but then I take your pawn.
B6, yeah, actually.
And then take, and then take. And now at the end of it, what is the move here for white? Bishop c4 is a very nice move, but sometimes it's okay to be greedy. And you can take a pawn.
You mean you have to take the a6 pawn?
Yes, sometimes you just forget that there is a very nice juicy pawn hanging there with attack of the rook, and you have two passers here, and white is winning. So Magnus calculating like a beast. It has happened. Knight c5, and he takes on d6 exactly as we planned.
Oh, he's playing exactly what we are analyzing.
Yes. It's bad news for him.
Yeah.
Because this is reaching into a bad position. Magnus is winning here.
But the knight on c5 is amazing.
Yeah,
You just cannot kick that piece away. It's called a beautiful outpost there.
Bishop takes a6. And Amruta, while we are in the fan zone, I can see in the distance there, people are playing against robots. Did you see that?
Where?
Over there.
Why?
Yeah, so guys, if you ever, all of you want to play against robots, right? It is. Have you tried?
Some people have
It
tried
looks very exciting. So you can check it out.
Later we are going to make it work. We will have another camera which will be moving in the breaks, and we will show one thing, whichever is over here, because this is so brilliantly
very well done.
This whole zone over here by FIDE. It's brilliant.
It's a well-made zone. You can also go and check out other things later and tell us what is it that you like. Bishop, okay, he was greedy. He took the pawn. Rook a8 played. It's on the board now. Rook to a8, and Magnus.
Okay, this is a vacation for Magnus, Sagar. 2 pawns up and no counterplay.
I have a question here for everyone. So imagine you are playing white. When you get attacked because your knight is pinned, you definitely, this is a threat. Your first reaction is, I'll save my bishop, which is fine. What should white play instead of saving the bishop? King h1,
Rook C1.
Rook is on C1.
Queen.
Rook CE1. Brilliant answer. Look at this. This is known as a counter attack. Because if he takes your bishop, you will take the bishop with a checkmate.
Wow. And that you have to be very alert for which pieces are saved by whom, and how you can make it more under pressure.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant here. Magnus showing his class. Will he go Rook CE1? By the way, Rook A8 on the board. Magnus has 2 minutes left. No, he's moving his bishop. And you found a better move than Magnus. It's a great move. And bishop C4. But now,
Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication sometimes.
but Amruta, now black has a small chance with knight E5 defending and attacking.
Which chance, Sagar? Where?
I mean, just to get something.
At least he's not losing immediately. So that does make sense. Knight E5.
Exactly.
I'm not going to give that bishop away ever. It's a beautiful one.
He plays it. Oh,
but he's given the bishop. Magnus is...
He's giving up. Maybe he's losing a bit of control. Knight takes bishop, queen takes, and if you take the pawn, E8 is hanging.
No. You can't leave the back rank at all. The rook has an important job there, but I cannot believe that Magnus's advantage has gone so low than what it was.
It has gone down a bit, Amruta, not very much. It's a little bit low. So that's fine. I think it's very difficult for black to play like an engine, all the moves. So that's why I think he will be fine. Meanwhile, Amruta, huge news here, guys. I just want to draw your attention very quickly for a moment. Vincent Keimer, who is world number 4 in classical chess, is currently losing his game to Levan Pansulai of Georgia.
Oh, Vincent has only 32 seconds on the clock and Levon is having 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is a huge, I think it's trouble time here.
Yeah, the double bishop look very, very strong and the king on G3 does not look good. Knight on even a lot of disharmony in white's pieces.
Not at all good position here. And Amruta, a quick check on the classical world champion Gukesh. What is he up to? He is playing.
Yeah, everyone wants to see the game of Gukesh. We don't have cameras. Top 9 boards will have that. And guys, you can check out FIDE's live stream for all the footage of the players.
Yes, you can go to FIDE's YouTube channel and check it out. Or you can come to Qatar here in Doha and come to the fan zone. Not a bad idea though.
But it's easier to watch free at home if you're not in Doha or don't plan to.
Amruta, this entire atmosphere is really, really nice and worth coming to.
Worth an experience, guys.
Rook D8. And that's a very cool move by Gukesh. He's slightly better, maybe equal, because his bishop is falling. So perhaps this could end in a draw with opposite.
But the D3 pawn, I love it. And Gukesh can try to create a lot of tricks. I mean, usually he has done that earlier with one passer, a slight initiative.
Amruta, I want to draw the attention of our viewers to a big game here, which is between Gautam Krishna. Now, this boy is born 2009 or 10. 2010, I think. He's 15 years old. He already beat 2 very strong GMs, Injik and Arvind Chidambaram. And now he's on the verge of beating Temur Rajabov.
This is incredible, Sagar. Gautam has more time than Raja. His position is clearly better with all active pieces, with the rook on A8, pinning that knight on B8.
Yeah, maybe we can go a bigger board here to show our viewers that
F7.
King F7.
Big blunder. I mean, it should be over, but what's the move from white?
Guys, can you finish it? White to play and end the game. Very good. Bishop A7. But continue your analysis.
Yeah.
If I defend it.
Attack the D6 bishop.
Knight C4. Very good. I defend it again. Bishop takes B8. Rook takes. Oh, Gautam won.
Oh, he resigned, it seems, Sagar.
It happened here. King F7, Knight C4, and Raja was like, ooh, I don't want to continue playing this position. This is not so good. So he resigned here, and Gautam Krishna scores his third win.
Oh my
Wow.
God, 3 out of 3. Such a young boy and beating these incredible grandmasters.
Maybe he
over here.
faces
These are
Magnus
young.
Carlsen in next round.
It would be brilliant. But can you show the finish, Sagar? Bishop d6, knight
No,
bishop
no.
c7.
But he resigned, Amruta.
Yeah, but what was the continuation?
You want to see the continuation. Oh, Amruta being very thorough here. So
Yeah.
King
Calculated
f7.
the end.
Actually, we were looking at bishop a7, but Gautam began with knight c4. So now bishop cannot come there at all.
Precise. Okay, that's a brilliant thing, Gautam Krishna. We have to keep a watch on this guy. Let's go to Magnus's game, Sagar, and see the final
what?
comments.
What? Ituri Zaga says to Magnus that, hey, Magnus, your 2 pawns are very dangerous. So I will sack, and queen takes b5. Woo!
No, that's not going to work because, you know, the queen and knight are a brilliant combination. And for sure, Magnus's queen and knight are going to come near that black king to
Yes.
create the chaos.
Well, let's see if there's any scope here, because, you know, sometimes if the queens are traded,
Which
it's
is
not
happening.
so easy to convert this endgame, because you have 2 pawns and here there are 3. And always remember, a rook knight versus rook is a draw.
Yeah, not so easy, guys, for all of you and maybe for us, but not for Magnus.
No, but Amruta, I'm very
Yes.
curious. Actually, this game...
Wait, are we fighting here? Okay, what are you saying? There will be a tougher fight by Ituri Zaga here?
Maybe. I think it might happen.
I think Magnus will do it cleanly. Let's see.
Let's see. Queen a8 happens here. And rook comes to c3. But he didn't trade, Amruta. I'm very surprised.
I think that was his best chance, no? Queen g3.
You know, I've seen some games in this structure and it's very difficult to win. So maybe Iturizaga thought, let's not try to test Magnus here. And he kept the queens on the board. But this doesn't look great. And now rook to c6 played.
You can move the knight. Do you want to enter queen and knight versus queen? Or you would like to keep the rook on the board?
He's playing on the time of Magnus, you think? 45 seconds for Magnus. 1 minute for Iturizaga.
Let's go full screen, actually.
Oh, Magnus makes a mistake. Amruta, look at this. Oh, it's a fortress.
But rook takes c5.
Oh my God. No, I doubt. It's too much.
No, it's possible.
Take, check.
Because
Here,
the rook stays on
take,
e6, Sagar. That's...
put the rook on e6 and it's
Exactly.
a draw or what? No way. Play g6 and h5.
Yeah,
No, it's such a difficult
No,
move.
how difficult? I think it's in Doritsky's, right?
It could be in Doretsky, but can you find it in 1 minute? Doretsky's
Okay,
book
let's
is
see.
very nice to read when you are relaxed, but in 1 minute you forget these things. Oh, he did it.
Oh
He
my
did it.
God.
No, he didn't do it. Sorry. He's still thinking. I was like, what?
Okay,
No
we have
way.
the board over.
No way Iturizaga does this. Oh, he did it. You did it.
Okay, I
I'm
must be
so
wrong then.
curious. I'm so curious now if Magnus can break this fortress. My God.
Okay, but Magnus can do it based on the practical time situation.
Amruta, do you
Yeah,
remember
I
Magnus's
remember.
famous quote? He used to say, I don't believe in fortresses.
But now actually, he won't believe, and that's why he'll be able to convert this.
Let's see. I'm curious, very curious now.
Yeah, because if he would believe, then he knows that opponent can get a draw. Now he's like, okay, I'm winning. Sagar, he would not have entered this.
Okay, look at Magnus there. He's not happy. He's like,
No, from the position which he had and the position now that he has reached, obviously it's not a very happy situation.
Yeah.
Maybe the boards have disappeared, something just happened, but we are getting it back in a moment. Yeah, there you go. And we have a news incoming that Gukesh has won his game with 98% accuracy, which is amazing.
He won his game, Amruta, because that position looked very equal.
Yeah, everyone's saying Gukesh won.
So then he is on 2.5 out of 3. Gukesh, the world champion, on 2.5. And I think, guys, how many of you here think Magnus will win this? Very few.
people,
How many of you think it's a draw? Wow. Wow. Okay.
I think even if matlab, objectively it's a draw, but practically Magnus will convert because of the pressure and the time situation.
Let's see, Amruta. Right
What about
now,
you? What's your guess?
I think Magnus will win.
Uh-huh.
I have seen Magnus convert such positions, but the thing is, look at this move. It might look like a normal move, but if Black was ever given an opportunity, he would love to put the pawns on G6 and H5 to keep only one pawn weak.
This
So
is
G4 is against this idea, I feel.
okay.
H4.
He goes that. he
He's
goes
going
for it.
ahead.
Yeah.
He's moving ahead. Okay, rook comes here.
Magnus manages to give an endgame masterclass every single round in
Yeah.
this rapid tournament.
You know, I have a feeling, Amruta, it's very difficult for Black, especially because he's not getting these moves. White will play H5, clamp these pawns. But then how to win is the
So
question.
basically, he'll try to get his king to E7. He needs to do that.
King.
No, he can also go G.
Can we go from here, Amruta? King E4 like this?
What? Do you think I'm a fool? Yes, I am.
Okay,
yes,
not
rookie
falling
check
for the
is
trick
happening.
here. This would actually lose the game. So don't go from the mind path. Rook B8, Queen E7. Good move. Good move by Magnus. And now you would love to bring your rook here, but the problem is check and you lose the rook.
Yeah. And in other situations also, there's always queen e8 check and queen takes f7. So actually, though that fortress is not happening only, Sagar.
It's not happening. The fortress, Magnus. Oh, but Amruta, now, after pawn takes pawn, can we put our pawn on G6?
Still, I'll get my king to f6 at the right time or e7. That should be good. Because until your rook cannot come to e6, Sagar.
But I can do it, right? Like, for example,
Hmm.
take, and now I'm threatening to come here. And once I get my rook, yes. Queen B7, but what if I come here? And now I want this. So you see,
Yeah.
Magnus has to stop this idea of rook E6 always. Oh, H5? But why? Why did Iturizaga not want to trade? It's a curiosity. I mean, it's so curious here.
No, I think it's very hard to assess, right? Whether you want to exchange the pawns or whether you want to still play G6 and feel a bit safer there because the H file is closed.
Well, he moves in. He gives a check. He's moving in. Magnus goes King D5.
No, don't take on H4.
Okay.
Otherwise,
you can't take this because check
Queen
and you
E8.
lose this important pawn.
Yep. You have to go back, yeah? Rook 8. What else?
Rook to A8.
No,
Yeah.
he gives a check. But King C6, King is going closer to the rook. The side checks will be stopped. 6 seconds for Magnus Carlsen, 18 for Iturizaga.
So King C6, check, King B7. Oh, he's getting.
Rook E6 now.
Finally, he got it. But that's how it works. Yeah, Amruta,
But
when you get...
Queen D check. What were you saying?
When you get something you want, it's no longer great. G6. Timing is important. These pawns here, now it doesn't work. The rook on E6. And also the king will come from behind. Oh, I know what's the problem. I'll go with my rook here and sack my queen for the rook and a winning king and pawn endgame.
Oh, that's the idea.
That's the idea. And Magnus will do this, guys. He's staying true to his quote, I do not believe in fortresses. Now, just this move, rook D, queen D6 and take is a winning king and pawn endgame. Let's see if he does that. He goes queen C3. Rook to E2.
Yeah, the rook is cutting the king off. In the meantime, Arjun is in trouble. That's the news. Pragg is in trouble.
Whoa.
A lot of things are happening. We'll go there, but this is about to finish right now. King G7 there. Sagar, what is the plan? You're not getting the rook to E6. You're not getting the.
He's
you're
attacked the
not
rook.
getting-
Amruta, now look at this. Rook goes here, loses in check. Rook goes here, loses in pin.
Pin and then.
Rook goes here, loses in double attack. So you have to go to E6 when I take it.
Oh,
He's
that's-
just taken away all the squares. What a genius.
And if you give the rook D2 check here,
Rook
I keep
D2
giving
check,
checks?
I go king E8 or E7, and you can't give a check back because
Ooh.
my queen controls it. And what a game.
Resignation.
What a game by Magnus Carlsen. Absolutely stunning. And while we were looking at the game, we have the FIDE president here who's standing here, Arkady Dvorkovich. Maybe we can give a huge round of applause to him. Would you like to join for a bit? Hello. Arkady, thank you so much for being here. And, it's such a pleasure to be here at the World Rapid and Blitz. How do you find the atmosphere here?
Well, it's amazing. Does work? Huh?
Yes, it's working.
Yeah, it's really amazing to see such a big crowd of spectators, fans here in the fan zone of the championship. Yeah. To see such a big crowd of fans in the fan zone of the championship. Not always it's like that. We are trying to do it, but this time the team, Mohammed and others made a miracle with you guys here, managing the whole process and making really lovely comments on what's happening at the board.
Thank you. And, somehow this entire tournament has become such a integral part of everyone's life in Christmas days.
Well, many people are pushing us to shift it a little bit, not to have it between the Christmas and the New Year. But yes, it's like pros and cons. What is the best? But record number of players. That's amazing.
It's 400.
388.
388.
Technically, and it's a huge number with 241 in open and 147 in women's section. And the games are just just a miracle.
It's incredible. And you yourself are so excited about the games and so on. You're watching them.
I am, yes, I am, and so brilliant ideas and so many surprises already. Like in every round, we have results that we could not expect normally.
Amazing. And in general, there are also a lot of young talents here who have got the wild card. And then this turns into a great sort of event for them to become top players. Like we were seeing this young boy from India, Gautam Krishna.
Just now, and Faustina was doing great with Shahriyar in the first round and many others. So yeah, that's a chance for them to show that they're like tough and strong, and they're doing that. But again, Magnus said at the press conference that he came to win, and he is still winning.
Yeah, absolutely. This is amazing. And Arkady, overall, what are the players that you are, looking at in general? There are these top guys, but when you are kind of following these games, is there anyone particular you like to see?
No, I just switching from game to game, and of course Magnus is always on the spot, but switching from game to game. And actually, in the women tournament, a lot is on stake since the last spot on the candidates will be determined here. And Bibisar and Anna Muzachuk as the key contenders for that, but it's not going to be easy for them also. So
wow, that's amazing. And guys, as Arkady was talking about the women's section, I don't know, Vivek, if we can get the board here of the women's section. There happened something truly incredible here in this moment. And Arkady, I just want to show you what happened. It was Vaishali playing against Tan Zhongyi, and we'll get the
two top players. Yeah.
And they will, two of the best players. And in this position, Vaishali played her bishop here, and Tan Zhongyi is totally winning, but she takes this pawn. Can you believe it?
Wow.
Black to play.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Missed the back.
Of course. I heard it. Of course. Yeah.
Queen D1.
And that's it.
Checkmate in 1.
Anyone, yes.
Back
Still
rank
one move
mate.
to, yeah, still one move to make, and that's it, yes, and that's it. But yeah, what was the winning move for white instead?
White had many possibilities, just keeping the queen here,
Okay.
protecting this, but it was not easy when you have seconds left. It's always difficult to play, and you yourself are threatening a mate if the queen goes away.
Yeah,
It's a
then
checkmate.
Yeah, so you need to play like queen, I don't know.
Maybe rook
Or rook
b7,
b7,
very
yeah.
tough moves. And then this game could have been equal or, you know, slightly better for Tan Zhongyi.
No, still you can take, I think.
Oh,
No, you can't. No, you can't.
actually,
you
that's an insanely good move.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. You can.
Okay, Arcady is a strong player, yeah. So, do you ever get tempted to play chess yourself? I've seen you playing at World Rapid and Blitz Team
Yeah, I
Championship.
also played one Blitz in Linz in Austria in May. I think it was -3, I think, but it was a good result for me after not playing for many years. It's fine, yes.
Amazing. And finally, I want to ask you, like, through all these events that you are holding, FIDE has been consistently doing the events back to back, including more events, raising the prize fund. Are you happy with, in general, the direction where things are moving?
I'm happy with the direction of increasing prize funds and big events, but we can see the need to streamline the calendar and make it more consistent with what spectators need, what players need, maybe a bit easier to understand for everyone. But that requires talking to organizers in particular, so we will do that.
Sure, and thank you so much for being here, guys. A huge round of applause to the FIDE president,
Thank you.
Arkady Dvorkovich. And so amazing to have someone who loves chess and is following all the chess action, you know, Amruta.
And also finding some best moves.
Oh,
Queen at 7.
Queen at 7 was insanely good move there. And meanwhile, guys, if we go to any game left, oh, there is one game left or what? I think everything's
Pragg.
done.
I think Pragg is playing, Sagar. Nihal is playing. Nihal is also losing.
Pragg is left.
Pragg is losing.
Okay, let's have a board. I think, Amruta, it's done.
It's done. Maybe you can give a roundup of the results, but unless some game is going on. Is Arjun's game going on?
Yeah, now I think that's also done. Arjun versus Bai Jinshi in this position, if I can show you, has paused a bit over here. There are no updates. Maybe there is some kind of, whenever there is the clocks are stopped, I feel like something has gone wrong in the game. Maybe someone has claimed something or something like that. Oh,
but
yes.
Clocks are not
Oh,
stopped,
clock
right?
has restarted, Amruta.
Oh. Wait, it's black to play right now. The pawn has reached b7. This looks like completely winning for white.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good.
Because we don't have their camera. They are not in top 9 boards.
Yeah, we don't.
Not
Oh, we have
exactly-
board 5. Arbiter sub. Sorry, director sub. Board 5. Can we see if there is still there on the board or it's done?
And also, according to the chat, he already won 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Okay, then we are just
By resigned.
maybe
That's the news.
maybe there's no update of that result.
And is Harshit Raja playing? Because, you know, a lot of our online viewers who love his commentary is asking for it, Sagar.
Yes, Harshit Raja is a very well-known commentator. He many times commentates with us. He was on 1.5 points, Amruta. And I was just trying to find, he actually lost this round to Alexander Motilev. So that was a loss to him. And I was just going through the results. I saw Fabiano Caruana, who was on 1.5 points, drew his game to Denis Lazavic, another young talent. So that's a draw. Levon Aronian, who was also on 1.5, held to a draw by Donchenko. Again, a small, you can say a small upset there. And then, I mean, the biggest upset was 15-year-old Gautam Krishna beating Temur Rajabov, and Gautam is on 3 out of 3.
That is insane. The reason I think he will not play Magnus is because they both were playing with the white pieces.
Also, Amruta, Magnus will get a higher rated player.
So maybe Gautam has to win another round.
Yes.
And he can, the form he is at, 100% score.
But definitely we had 30 players on 2 out of 2. Now we have lesser. In the women's section, I just want to give you an update. We had Vaishali winning her game, Goryachkina winning her game, and one big result, Amruta, Nino Batsiashvili managed to beat Alexandra Koschenyuk. And this is a big result. Why? Because they did play against each other, I think, in the Global Chess League.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And also Kostyanyuk, she has been the winner of World Blitz Championship, I guess.
She's also the world champion classical chess. She's the chess queen. So a good win there for Nino. Harika managed to beat Diana. Zhu Jinner is on 3 out of 3. She beat Danelian. Nana Zagnidze beat Valentina Gunina. And so in the women, we have some very interesting games that are happening. Divya Deshmukh also making her way to the top, 2.5 out of 3. Humpy drew her game against Desi Kori. So she's on 2 out of 3. And I think we will be we'll be back soon with more action in a bit and bring you everything from round 4. Till then, we'll take a very short break. I hope you guys will be back again. Take care. and Blitz 2025. And we are now in round 4. And this is super, super exciting. In round 4, on board number 1, we have Magnus Carlsen taking on David Anton. And you can see all the players are coming in. We have board 2, Vladislav Artemiev taking on Shant Sargsyan. Board 3, Aram Hakobian versus Arjun Erigaisi. Board 4, Sina Mohamed versus Yu Yangi. We have Alexander Grishchuk taking on Gautam Krishna. Very interesting clash of generations. Nepo Bujiangji, MVL Cristobal Henriquez, Sindarov Nicolas Theodoru, Gukesh versus Alan Pichot, and Anish Giri versus Jonas Bier. These are the top 10 boards in the open. In the women's section, we have Goryachkina versus Stefanova, Harika versus Dino, Zagnidze versus Zuzhiner, Vaishali versus Maria Muzichuk, Divya Deshmukh versus Nurgul Salimova, Padmini Raut and Anna Muzichuk. These are the top 6 boards in the women. Let's see. The games are starting off, and right now we have several players on 3 points, several players on 2.5 as well. And in the fan zone, we have people coming in. Guys, are you excited for the 4th round? Let's go. As can we have the video of Magnus here? Is he coming in? And Amruta comes running in. Amruta, are you excited?
Absolutely pumped up, Sagar. And we also have our fans over here in the fan zone, but they are really strong players.
Yeah, they are very, very strong. And by the way, I have
yeah, we have Magnus Carlsen on the board here.
Ooh, the game is about to begin.
And Magnus is so focused on the board, he's already thinking what opening he is going to be playing. I am rooting for another Sicilian defense on the board.
Let's see if it happens. Yes, you have a question?
King's Indian defense is what he is predicting, Sagar. What about
He's just saying it's better opening, Amruta.
Better opening than
Could
what?
be.
Yeah,
Could
Perk.
be.
Better than Perk for sure. Yes.
By the way, I have a question here. It's sent to me by one of my friends, Jaikar, who is a quiz master, and he sent a question, and I have a small prize for it. So the question is, since 2012, how many cities have hosted the World Rapid and Blitz more than once? You have to name them to get a special prize. Yes, you already got a prize. Yes, let's go with you, sir. Only one?
See, he's good.
Only one city? Can you name the years? Sorry? Which years? You are a journalist, my friend. This, you know it, right? Yes, that's right. But, so I'm going to give you this prize for the right answer. Amrita, it's there. Maybe we can pick out a small prize here. His name is Satya. He's from the Kenya Chess Masala, correct? Sure. And you get a special notebook from Freedom. Thank you, Satya, for the answer. And sir, you are very close. So congratulations to you as well. Meanwhile, the game...
It's a very tough question though. And the games have begun. He starts with B3. Beast.
Amruta, did he start with B3? He started with Knight F3, Knight F6, and now B3.
Yeah, because Adiban is playing, I'm constantly thinking it starts with B3 over here.
So B3, and now the bishop comes out on B2. And Magnus is thinking how to place his pawns. And look at his last move, Amruta. He plays his pawn to D6, which is perhaps not the most ambitious move, right? It's not capturing the center.
Absolutely true. But maybe in the future he wants to go something like e5, move the knight away and go for f5, but d4 on the board.
He stops e5 in its tracks here. David Anton Guyaro, a very strong grandmaster from, any guesses which country? Spain, exactly. He's very strong. He's a strong Spanish grandmaster. His rapid rating is 2619, but his classical rating was close to 2700. So very strong. And he plays pawn to d4. And Amruta, let's make a small tour around different boards. Let's go to board number 2. We have Shant Sargsyan versus Vladislav Artemiev here. And Shant from Armenia, Artemiev from Russia. The position is around even.
Yeah, it's still the standard opening preparation over here with
this rookie one, Berlin.
exactly. And now the knight goes to d5, bishop d6. You don't want to give the dark square bishop for sure. The queen wants to jump into h4. So it's all prep.
Right. And by the way, guys, you are all on our live stream on ChessBase India. We put a camera there to show all of you. If you can wave to that camera there, to all the people, guys, this is from Doha, Qatar, that we have everyone here. So much love for chess. Wonderful to see.
Exactly. We have already had 2 rounds, 3 rounds in fact, and you know the fan zone would be full after a point. So we had a lot of fun.
Okay, going to now the game of board 3. Arjun Erigaisi is taking on Aram Hakobian here. And you can see that here Black's last move was to take this pawn with bishop c5. We have a typical IQP. What is the full form of IQP? Do you know? No? Isolated queen's pawn. It's alone. There's no pawn on c7 and e7. It could be a weakness, but it also gives Black a lot of play. So this one around equal.
Absolutely. No, and this is a very dynamic play. Generally, when you have an IQP, your piece activity matters the most. And if it is not well done, then the pawn becomes a weakness. But for now, in the middle game, it's a good pawn. And Arjun, being a dynamic player, Magnus Carlsen right now watching his game, I think it's going to be a lot of fun here.
Okay, going to the next game, we have Sina Mohaved taking on Yu Yangi on board 4. Now, Sina Mohaved, his rating can be very misleading. He's 2400 only with the white pieces, but very strong there. And look at him. He's completely into the game. He's thinking about what to do. He's from Iran, and his opponent Yu Yangi, a world-class blitz player. So this is also another game where we had the e-file open, and it started off with Petrov.
And Petrov, which has been played so much by Nepomniachtchi. He's going to be happy to see this.
Exactly. And now for the 5th board, the clash of generations. Alexander Grishchuk takes on this youngster from India, Gautam Krishna.
Ooh, and they have the French defense on the board. Can we take it from the beginning?
Oh, Amruta's favorite opening. She grew up, but Amruta, look at what Gautam did. He did not start with e6. He played b6. Oh. It's known as the English defense.
English defense?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Or Owen's opening also. There are many names. c5, c3, knight e7. And look at Grishchuk. He's like, my boy, this doesn't seem like a great opening. I'm going to punish you. He plays h4. Queen comes up to d7, h5, and very quickly Gautam tries to trade the bishops because the pawns are hindering it. And Grishchuk has now a weakness to attack on h7.
Absolutely. The h pawn is isolated right now. And you know, unlike the usual French, right now that there is a lot of difference. Black has gone bishop b7 and bishop a6. So there's one move he had to waste. This looks like Grishchuk is playing with his all experience.
Yeah,
know?
I think Grishchuk, guys, he was the world blitz champion on 2 occasions. So he's known for his speed chess. Of late, he hasn't been playing up to his level. He's become a trainer now. He's the coach of the Iranian national team. So I think somewhere deep within, he feels like he needs to make a comeback to top level chess. Maybe also in some people are inspired by Vishy Anand, yeah, who at 56 is still going strong. And here, let's see how Grishuk does in this
But
tournament.
Sagar, he's already down to 12 minutes, 25 seconds, and look at Gautam's time.
Very fast.
Very fast, and generally that is going to put a lot of pressure. Grishuk, who is known to play brilliant under time pressure,
Yes.
can he do that? Because as you start growing older, your reflexes are impacted.
I agree, Amruta. I actually, my reflexes are also getting slower now that I'm growing older. But they were never so good, even when I was younger. So
Yes,
I'm not
I
able
think
to see much difference though.
you were never on top, Sagar, so I think it's not going to matter much.
Should we go to board number 9 now? Because there we have, for the first time, I believe today, the video of the world champion. Domaraju Gukesh is playing with the white pieces. He's on 2.5 points. He's playing against Alan Pichot, who is a very strong grandmaster. He's representing Spain. Knight to d4. Oh, Amruta, this is the same opening that Gukesh played with Vishy Anand at the Global Chess League.
Exactly, I was wondering, I've seen this, but didn't remember. So, well spotted there.
Yeah, and Gukesh.
But actually, Gukesh did have a good position back then. Over here, he's managed to, like, one minor piece is exchanged. There is an imbalance. There is no imbalance of minor pieces. Sorry.
Yeah, there's no imbalance. And Gukesh, guys, what is the break that Gukesh is aiming for with white pieces here? F4 and anything
You mean
else?
and another break or?
And d4. Both these breaks are very much possible in this position. So f4 and d4, these are the two moves that Gukesh is aiming for. Let's see if this works out. Yes. Knight takes. I think you shouldn't take with the bishop. You should win this pawn. It's a free pawn. So maybe d4 is not such a good idea right now.
Not immediately, but he will try to go queen c2, defend the e4 pawn, and later have these ideas.
Okay, Amruta, that's a very cool position.
Sagar, there's another idea where he could go for something like g4, knight g3, knight f5, queen f3. I don't know if that would be interesting.
That's a great attacking idea. Amruta going on the attack on the king side. This is a good position, but the engine says it's very, very fine for Alan Pichot with black. So we'll come back here. Meanwhile, a big result on board 2. Yes, you have a question? It's a draw between Artemiev and Shant Sargsyan. They've drawn already. We go to board 1 very quickly. Magnus with the black pieces against David Anton. And yes. Yes. The question, what's your name? Ilya asks, do you play chess in your free time like both of us? Amruta, you want to take this question?
We do play chess sometimes at night, but it's very, very less. We have been traveling. It's been hectic and yeah, I don't know.
I think whatever little time we get out of chess, we try to talk to each other about, we remember, oh, we are married to each other. We should talk about other things. Yes, we are married.
Oh.
Yes, we are married since 11 years now. Yeah. So
what is the queen doing on d3 there? I mean, white wants to go either c4 or e4. Which one looks more exciting?
I have a feeling, Amruta, that white, as you rightly said, wants to play this, but the engine already gives a small edge for black. I don't understand it. Maybe the engine already thinks that Magnus is playing black, so let me give a small edge. I mean, what's happening? Why is this better? Because as you said, white wants to go e4.
I do think that the queen on d3 may be misplaced because, you know, at some point there is, after c5, you have the bishop on g7. You have to be careful about any discos or pins. And the knight can jump with the tempo. Could that be the reason e5 and c5 ideas in the future?
I agree. That could be the point that, black has much better coordination than this B1 knight who's not getting into the game. So it could be one of the factors that are there.
But honestly, it would be very hard to assess that black is better here.
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot assess that in a practical game. I doubt if Magnus is assessing that today, he has done incredible with his evaluations.
Yeah, he's been playing brilliantly. He castles here. And now, if white plays the move C4, there's a very interesting move you can play with black to dominate this knight on B1. What can you do here? B4, fantastic. And the knight cannot come out. So you may have to go to knight F3, and then it's a playable position.
Right. This one bishop which has been exchanged for black, I think that is the reason, Sagar. The bishop on C8, where normally the space is less, it doesn't have good squares. That exchange has favored black. Now that I look at this carefully.
Absolutely right, Amruta. This is something that Magnus has assessed carefully, and he is in a good position here.
Wow. And I can't believe we have a super chat where Mrinmoy says their marriage anniversary is coming 5th February. He also knows that.
Thank you, Mrinmoy, for reminding. Okay, so this one right now, Magnus looking slightly better. Should we also look quickly at what's happening in the women's tournament? So here we see on board 1, there is Alexandra Goryachkina, who's playing against Antonetta Stefanova. Stefanova, former women's world champion. And right now, her last move was Queen D2. If it was white to play here, what is the move white is aiming for?
F6.
Oh.
I mean, I was already looking, why not F6 earlier? Because you don't want to miss such an idea.
Yes, here also F6 was possible, Amruta. But after Queen D2, it becomes even stronger because you are hitting that pawn. And I think Goryachkina might be looking at her 4th consecutive win.
Yeah.
Going to the second board, we have Harika Dronawali playing against Nino Batsyashvili. Nino in phenomenal form recently. She kind of was playing so well at the Global Chess League.
Absolutely. I think she was the best performing player until some point. And in this position, I love Harika's bishops on B2 and G2, creating a scissor-like situation there. So white would be better.
Yeah, we are trying to get Harika. Director Saab, how many board cameras do we have for women?
3.
3. Okay, let's go to board number 3 if we can get it. Nana Zagnidze versus Zhu Jinner. And here, interesting position here between Nana and Zhu Jinner. I think
hanging pawns for black, so it's very, very dynamic. I think this game is going to go a bit crazy after a while.
Queen B2 played here. Zhu Jinner, what an insane player. Guys, do you know who's the world number 1 in women's chess right now? Yes? Judith Polgar, well, by rating, yes, but she's not active anymore. So she's not number 1. She's inactive, yes. Zhu Wenjun is the world champion, but who's the world number 1 by rating? Yes. Hu Yifan is world number 1 from China. So who's world number 2 then? As per classical rating. If Hu Yifan is world number 1, who's world number 2? Small hint, her name is on the screen. Yes, Zhu Jinner, a name and her video right side. She is very talented. She's very young. I believe she's around, Amruta, I have to check it carefully, but around 19 or 20 years old. Extremely strong. And she's gone ahead of Zhu Wenjun and all the top players, Lei Tingye, Tan Zhongyi, everyone, and is now world number 2.
This is incredible. Yeah, and she's been managed to maintain her form, and I'm sure at some point she is aiming, I mean, she would become a world champion.
I think so.
Very strong.
There's something to be said about China and their women's chess. It's so dominating. They have Zhu Wenjun, Lei Tingye, Tan Zhongyi, Zhu Jinner. It's like How are they managing to create so many amazing players?
We should ask Hari Krishna actually, because he was the second in the world championship.
Of Juventud.
Yes.
Okay, going now to the open section again. We have Magnus's game, and look at what Magnus did. After c4, Magnus played the move e5. He broke in the center.
Oh, that's happening. Exactly. What if d takes e5? First question is, whenever there is a capture, you start calculating with considering the capture.
No, but Amruta, d takes because the knight is defending. So actually, Anton said, thank you, Magnus, for the free pawn here. And Magnus takes on d4. Wow. The game is sharpening up. The plot is thickening. And you see, even in simple positions, Magnus is able to create an imbalance. If you look at it, think about it. In this position, very often we look at moves like b4, b takes c4, but Magnus goes e5. He sees that if you take here, he can take with the knight, and you never want to give up your bishop, right? It's a very powerful bishop. So pawn takes pawn, he now calculates this move. Anton Guyaro can very much feel it that the knight is coming here and here. So for him, the most natural move is bishop takes d4. And then the question is, how should black continue? And this is very interesting moment. What would you do here as black? It's not a winning move, but you have to try to find something to create that energy in the position. Anyone? Yeah? Yes? Rook e8, not a bad move. You're getting the open file. That's wonderful. But you know what the move is? Knight to c5 maybe. Just to think about it. And I attack your queen. You take here. I take here. You take the queen. And many times you don't want to trade queens. But now my rook is active. My bishop is looking here. Suddenly becomes so dangerous. Yes. Knight e4 or knight d5. These are big threats in the position. So let's see if he does that. No, but Magnus doesn't go here with the knight. He takes a takes b5. He takes the pawn. And queen takes b5 taken by Anton. And c5. Wow. Amruta, again Magnus with a pawn sacrifice. In the center of the board, the bishop is attacked. The bishop will drop back. And now, black needs to find compensation. He comes back. Bishop b2.
The very first compensation is the development is not good for white yet.
Yes.
You know, whenever the two rooks connect, we say the development is complete. But even black doesn't care. Look at his central pawn.
Too good. Too good play.
And what is the queen doing on b5? It is misplaced.
Well, it went to capture a pawn. It was a bit greedy, but a pawn is a pawn.
Exactly. That is the compensation so many times, that you give away material so that the opponent's pieces are not very well placed, and to bring them back into the best squares. That time which is required is the compensation.
I many times equate in chess material to real life. In real life, it's like money, and activity to health. So in this position, white has given up a bit on health to make some money. The question is whether the health will be regained, or will the health be, in trouble. So at the right time, white must give back some of the money to get back some of the health.
Which is always a difficult. Maybe not to go after money sounds better at first place.
Yeah, but it's tempting often, Amruta. So here, Anton did get tempted into taking the pawn, and it's not at all a bad position for him, but it all depends on the skill level now. How can black continue? How can white continue? What should white do here is the question. I think bringing the knight out doesn't make sense because
D4,
somehow
and it is kicked, and there is no good square, I think.
I
Here you give up the C4 square, but
I think better,
I'm
Amrita,
afraid
just to
we-
play rook e8, rook b8. All these are great
you
squares.
maintain the tension. I
Mhm.
like that, because otherwise knight A4 would be a bit irritating. Sagar, I would like to have a quick look at Gautam's game, because that guy at 15, I don't even think anybody else on top boards
Yeah.
is so young.
Young fifth board. Let's go. And right now, Gautam Krishna in big trouble against Alexander Grishchuk. You can see that white is clearly better.
Yeah, white is better, but 5 minutes on the clock. Gautam has almost 4 minutes more than his opponent, and everything will be decided in time pressure.
Yeah.
Though it's not very clear why is white better over
I mean,
here.
Amrita, look at the h7 pawn. It's weak.
And the same thing, it has given the G file. If at all black manages to create an harmony where he is able to create some sort of attack on the G file, rook coming to 7th rank, D4 is the base of the pawn chain and always a weakness there. I don't know, anything can happen.
I agree. I agree. Anything can happen in this position. Meanwhile, on board number 3, Aram Hakobian is trying to completely outwit Arjun Erigaisi. White is better. Black's pawn is a bit weak. But Arjun, very tricky. He wants to get to the f4 square, but it's well guarded with the queen and the bishop here.
Yeah, but there are, you have to be a bit careful with the bishop on c5. It's a pin over there. G3 square pay, you have to just be a bit alert. G5, knight f4, I don't know if that sounds exciting, Sagar, or is it weakening?
Did you see what was Arjun's last move?
Rook f8. Why did he do that?
Can anyone explain why did Arjun Erigaisi move his rook from an open file to a closed file? That's so insane. Yes. Sorry, he didn't want, he wanted to move the bishop and he wanted to avoid this. That's a very good point. He has a tactic now, bishop h3 in hand. Earlier, that was not possible because takes here is met with a mate. Or
So
just
it's a pin, yeah, it's a pin over there. So rook f8, and right now white has to guard the h3 pawn or f3 knight.
Amrita, can I ask the viewers if you guys find a completely insane move here for white? I will have a small prize for you. Here, white to play. Find an insane move. Don't find me a normal move.
But only one chance, yeah?
Only one chance.
One chance to one person.
We have a wonderful cap here. White to play. Come on. Think of an insane move. Yes. G4 drops the knight on f3. So maybe it's a little too insane. Yes. Bishop g6. Okay, oh, that's a very cool move actually. Because if I take here, then you will take this. But what if I take with the queen? Little too insane again. Rook e6 is not a bad idea, but I take here. Bishop g6, queen takes. Yeah, somehow everyone feels the queen is on this diagonal for white.
Which
it's
means
not.
Already we have 3 tries and it doesn't seem very easy.
Okay, last try.
No.
Yes. Knight e5. The square is right. Knight e5. Not a bad move, but look at this move. Rook e5. What? I'm attacking your knight. You take it. And who's defending this guy?
No way.
Yes, I get the cap here.
E6.
Sorry.
Yeah, you need to hide your hair also. So maybe that works. But Sagar, G6, queen takes H6. That's the reason, or what?
Yes, G6, queen takes H6. And if you go G5, you weakened yourself terribly. H4. And this is just how computers...
But it's very tough.
Yeah, this is how computers crush human beings.
Not possible to go rook e5.
It's not easy to find these moves. And you can see how bishop c7 was played here by Aram. And that's not a good move. This rook e5 is a beautiful tactic.
But
It's-
very difficult. And it reminds of Petrosian, you know, it's a very Petrosian-like tactic.
Okay, let's Samruta go to board one because Magnus Carlsen is like, guys, I'm totally better because health always triumphs over wealth. He has one pawn less. He did go knight c3, rook b8, queen a4, and now comes the move d4.
Oh, because now you see, Sagar, the queen has taken away the square of the knight. It was meant for the knight.
And what about if I jump with my knight here?
Knight e4. Oh,
Knight
is there no
e4.
pin? Takes knight. Wait a second. Rook e8, simple.
Absolutely right. Rook e8, putting pressure here.
Yeah,
And
it's
once
a
again, we
skewer.
see what a great understanding of chess by Magnus. Have you ever felt this, that few moves are made by strong grandmasters and then in the end Magnus's pieces are on better square than the opponent's pieces? It happens all the time. I don't know why, I don't know how. It's just that he understands chess much better than many of the players.
No, this is extremely beautiful. That queen, the most powerful piece, if it is right now the queen on the rim is dim, that is the feeling over here. And that composition, he's regaining the material back very soon.
I agree. I agree. Magnus is very close to taking this one home. 94, 94. The trades have happened, and now Rook E8 is coming.
Wonderful. So Magnus is doing well, Sagar, as a roundup for all top 10 boards very quickly without even shifting or shift. You decide.
Yeah.
But what is happening?
So Magnus is better against David Anton. Shant Sargsyan and Vladislav Artemiev drew. Aram Hakobian and Arjun Erigaisi is even, maybe complex position. Sina Mohaved and Yu Yangi.
Yeah, he's regaining the piece. It goes into.
Oh, this is going to draw now.
Okay.
Yeah, they will go into a rook endgame with an equal pawns. So a draw very likely here on board 4. Krishchuk versus Gautam Krishna.
What?
Crazy game.
How did it reach here? Actually, Gautam is back.
Krishchuk sacked his rook here.
Always tempting, you know, to play this, especially when you have less time.
It's a very interesting exchange sacrifice, but the engine does not approve of it. However, my feeling is practically this is a very good idea.
See, now the h6 is loose. Knight is jumping to e5, and that's why he played e6.
Yeah.
There. Rook on e1 is threatening. Rook takes e6. Looks so crushing. How is Black going to save himself?
I agree, Amruta. That's a very good assessment of the position. Queen h6 played, and he goes rook c6, and you can already feel it that Krishchuk is better. He's going to get back his exchange.
Yeah, but anything can happen. This is only slightly better, but look at the time Gautam has. He has 6 minutes on the clock, Sagar. In time pressure, I am telling you, this guy looks a bit dangerous based on his 3 out of 3 score.
He is dangerous. He goes queen g7. He's trading knight e5, queen g7, and don't take the rook. It's mate in 1. So, of course, Krishchuk trades the queens, I believe. Takes. And now if knight c6, he can win the pawn on e6. But Amruta, it's not so clear. It's not so clear.
No, in fact, I like the pawn structure for Black. d4 is isolated.
Yeah, he's losing this pawn.
I'm guessing Gautam will beat Krishchuk, Sagar.
Maybe beat is too much. Draw, very likely. We go to board 5, board 6, Nepo.
What about Gukesh on board 5?
No, he's on board 9. We are going Nepo Bujiangji. Looks slightly better for Nepo. He's pressing here with a very nice knight, king coming in.
Oh, king is too powerful here. Clearly better than the Black's king. So that is the advantage for white.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, better. MVL on the next board is crushing Cristobal Henriquez here with a very nice position with white. Look at this, guys. Rook here, bishop here, the other bishop here. Fantastic position. And then we go to Javokir Sindarov.
Oh, his opponent just blundered right now.
What? Why is this a blunder?
Queen c7.
Anyone, guys, wants to figure out why is this a blunder? White to play? Yeah, trapping the knight. How? What about I take your d3 pawn? Is there something? Take, rook takes, queen d6.
And just simply 93, no?
Wow, knight e3. Amruta, how did you even think of this move?
Because now you want to pin, yeah, knight c4. Wow, what a teamwork over here.
Knight c4. Actually, queen has this square, but think about it. If I go queen f6, take, knight d5, this knight is hanging. If you take here, I take with the pawn, rook is hanging. Spicy.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Very spicy
Lot
chess
of
here.
deflections here, removing the defenses.
No,
I think
Chowkir is too good. And maybe he will find, he goes knight e3, which is actually a very strong move. He's preparing c3 next move and going to the game of the world champion next, Gukesh Domaraju against Alan Pichot. It seems like white is very slightly better here. He pushes forward with c5.
now there is a disconnection for the d4
How did you do,
pawn.
Charvi? You won. Wow.
Oh,
Guys, this is
lovely.
Charvi here. She's just 11 years old and she's taking part in this tournament. And is this your first win? First win. Yeah, maybe we can have a round of applause for her. Well done, Charvi. Keep going. So c5 played here. And now queen takes c5, queen takes c5, d takes c5, and rook c1. And maybe Gukesh has something, Amruta, in this position.
Exactly. The knight looks very good for white. Black's bishop and knight both are a bit passive there. Can you activate your rook, Sagar? Oh, that's not happened.
That's not happened. He's just sacked the pawn right now. We are looking at some of the analysis. Gukesh is slightly better. Let's quickly go back to Magnus's game. On board one, you can see after 94 rook e8, we left it off here. Anton played f3, knight b6, queen a5, in came the move c4. Another beautiful move. Pawn takes pawn, knight takes. Aren't you losing material? Queen takes queen. Sorry, rook takes. Knight, bishop hanging. Bishop goes back. f5. And like a machine, Magnus is winning this game. The rook is hanging. e2 is falling.
Yeah, what is like this also looks like space advantage, which normally wouldn't matter much in such a position, but here white's pieces are completely gone with equal material. This is what Magnus is doing again and again.
It's not even equal material. Right now, white is a pawn up.
Oh, it doesn't feel like that at all. But
yeah, knight f2.
Yeah.
Sometimes, it's a sheer joy to see his games. Just the way he's converting them. Rook e2, knight e3 check coming, d3 coming in.
No, the understanding of his for every piece activity over here was extremely amazing. I think today Magnus is in incredible form. Normally in World Rapid, day one, there is at least one or two games he loses like out of nowhere. But today it doesn't seem like it will happen, Sagar.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to give any points away. We have one more round after this, the fifth round, which will be very interesting.
Do we have Pragg's video or he's not in top 9? But what is happening for Pragnananda? Also, Arjun is winning, Guki is winning. Is that all true, Sagar? Is that happening?
Yes, Arjun is better, Gukesh is better. We have on the board also Yan Nepomniachtchi better, MVL better, Sindaro. All the top seeds are doing well.
It's amazing.
And Magnus.
Okay, Magnus takes the pawn on e2 and the rook is on 7th rank. So he's recovered material with such activity. And that is close to winning because the d pawn is unstoppable now.
Yeah, this is completely winning position for Magnus. Rook d1 played.
d3, push karo, khush raho. That's what we say in Hindi. The bishop on g7 will open up with the idea of bishop d4 and winning the piece on f2.
Wow.
Oh, no, you didn't have knight e3 check because bishop e3, d takes e3. No time for that.
Rook is hanging, unfortunately. Otherwise, that was a great tactic, Amruta. D3 played. And I won't be surprised if Anton, look at him playing with his left hand there. He's upset. He's going to resign here.
But how do you know that he didn't play with his left hand all the while?
No, I know he's a right-handed player, Amruta.
Ah,
Yeah, really.
okay, we will see. We will see now. Even if he plays one move with the right hand.
If he had a good position, he would have played with his right hand. You know, many times you will see this happening, that players, when they get a bad position, they play with their other hand just so that, I don't really now think I have any chances. Just play it that way.
Okay, I'll observe, Sagar.
By the way, D2, the pawn is coming in, and Anton Guyaro might resign here, because if the bishop moves away, I mean, where?
Bishop is trapped, Sagar. It's such
Knight e3 coming in, this is hanging.
Elegant trap.
Oh, look, right hand, Amruta.
Oh, you are right.
Yes.
Price. The cap. We will find a way, Sagar.
Oh, by the way,
Difficult
Amruta,
moment
a very important thing that we must tell our viewers is that today women are going to play only 4 games. So this is the last round of the women. So let's look at it a bit. We have right now Goryachkina versus Stefanova, and very crazy position. I like White's position, to be honest, because the king is weak, safer than the black king.
But this is the white king. Exactly, white king is safer, Sagar. But I don't think your rook on e1 is going to reach the black king.
True.
I think Stefanova will hold this for sure.
I have a feeling that Goryachkina will win this.
No, I don't think so. In fact, I think if anyone, then it could even be black if she can create a passer.
Let's see, Amruta. I'm always up for a challenge here. Harika versus
Pragg has got a better position. Wait a second, some blunder happened.
We could look at it in a bit.
Okay, the bar was just.
And meanwhile, just to tell you guys that Pragnananda and Vaishali, these two are siblings and perhaps the only siblings in the world, brother and sister, who are both grandmasters, like GMs. There's no one else, and they are both playing in the candidates this year. So they are actually very unique as 2 siblings, and they are both playing quite well here as well. Yes, they don't fight at home, and actually they fought a lot before, but now they are very strong, so everything's fine. Yes.
Exactly. And you know, they are going to play the candidates for the second time.
Yeah.
It is insane. So tough to qualify already.
And that too, yeah, exactly. 2024 they played, and meanwhile, queen goes to d5.
Okay.
But today, Vaishali Amruta is losing her game to Maria Muzichuk. Maria Muzichuk, very strong player from Ukraine, and she is totally winning her game.
There's not much possibility to hold, yeah?
No.
Because
this is lost. Okay.
No, I think there could be some possibilities, Sagar.
But Amruta, your piece down.
Oh.
Yeah, one piece.
Unless you get into rook bishop versus rook.
Unlikely. And guys, the news from the open section is that Magnus Carlsen has just won his game against Anton Guyaro. A big round of applause to Magnus. I'm hopeful that if he wins his 5th game, we can somehow try and get Magnus here, you know. That would be so nice to get his thoughts on few of the games. If we can try, we can see. But we'll see how his 5th game goes. And just to give you a few more updates, Aram Hakobian lost to Arjun Erigaisi. Sina Mohawat.
So Arjun managed to convert that complex position. Later in the break, we'll see what happened.
We'll see that. And meanwhile, let's go to the World Champions Board. Gukesh is playing against Alan Pichot. We'll keep an eye also on the Goryachkina game here with Stefanova. And you can see that Gukesh is pressing here with the white pieces.
You know, basically the pawn structure h3, g4, f5 is putting a lot of pressure on the black king,
Yeah.
taking away some important squares. Also, yeah, he captured the c6 pawn. Now he is a pawn up, Sagar.
He is a pawn up. That's right. And bishop takes bishop. Knight takes with a check. And you are right. While black has this pawns,
No, but that's
white
an
has
important pawn. Rook pawn, Sagar, and he must stop it if it goes into a knight endgame.
agreed.
So will Alan exchange the bishops or not? No, he goes rook b3.
Oh, what?
Intermezzo he finds here.
Rook to
But
b3. He's trying to trade the rooks. And notice, if you go here, this pawn is about to queen. So you can't play this way.
then what's the move?
The only move here, Amruta, to keep the advantage
Rook
is rook.
c4.
Oh, he goes rook c4.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's a fine move, but rook c5 was perhaps stronger to get the rook to a5.
You know, but what if a3 over here?
That's the best move.
You go rook a4 maybe? For a3, I'm not sure.
No, Amruta, if a3, bishop
Bishop-
takes bishop, knight takes, I go rook here, trying to win a piece. You have to
Ooh,
push.
a2?
I take, you go up here. Now the pawn is queening, so I come here, you
And
take,
it's a draw.
take here, and then rook d3 and a draw. But that's how engines play, but not human beings. Now in this line, which was engine-like, we will see how many errors both players make. That too with just 20 seconds on clock for Gukesh, 30 for Alan.
Yeah, and he's thinking of a3 for sure. What else could he be thinking about? Maybe taking on c6 first? Is that even an idea?
He could
No,
take,
he
he
goes
goes
a3.
a3. Good move by Alan Pichot here. He's playing good chess. a3 on the board.
So a very critical moment with 20 seconds on the clock for Gukesh.
Yeah, very, very critical. He takes on d7. Again, that's the best engine move. The best move now is knight takes d7, but he makes a mistake with a2, and now rook a4 is winning for white.
With rook a for rook a7, you are pinning the knight and also stopping a1.
No, Amruta, the main point here is you keep the knight on the board with knight g6 check, and then take this, and after rook d3, the rook endgame is not there. It's a rook plus knight endgame, and there white is winning, and Gukesh finds it.
But that's not an easy win, yeah?
found
Because
it.
you have the wow, he assesses it well. But
He's
you know,
playing-
I still find this a little difficult to convert.
I'm pretty sure it's not easy, but Gukesh might be able to win this. He might move to 3.5 out of 4, which is quite a good score here. 10 seconds left for Alan Pichot.
He goes king f7 there.
He goes king to f7.
Yeah, now taking on a2.
Rook a2, rook d3 check.
King
King moves to h4.
You know, white king is very well sheltered, and
could
the
get
knight
mated,
and
Amrita.
g6.
It could get mated. Imagine
Your
somehow a
knight
knight
needs
lands
to-
here.
Very difficult,
Very tough.
practically.
Very tough.
And then white knight on g6 with the rook coming to 7th rank. The whole harmony is also giving that advantage, not just the one pawn. Give the check. Oh, hey, wait. This should be done and dusted.
How?
Because, you know, if you get rook on a7, which is attacking g7, and then knight f4, knight h5 check, then you'll win another pawn. Now
That's why he
rook
goes
a7.
here.
Rook a7. Oh,
Rook a7.
The idea
I
of
move the
95
king. Because the rook defends here. Oh, what a
Knight
move.
f4 I
Knight
have.
h8. Knight h8 going into the corner of the board to give a checkmate. I mean, to give a check, sorry.
but how does it make sense? Because king g8. Ah, king g8, rook.
King g8,
Oh my
maybe
God.
rook a8.
Oh my god.
That's a very pretty mate there.
Yeah.
King e7. And now maybe Gukesh has to come back.
Wow, knight h8, amazing. He gains some time there and gives a scare. But now he has to change, yeah? He goes knight f4, Sagar.
Yeah, knight to f4, a mistake.
What?
Black is back in the game.
Maybe he had to go rook a7 or what?
Rook a7 or rook a8 to
And-
tie up the knight so that there is a
Yeah.
checkmate here. But this move, knight f4, not the best. And all of a sudden, Alan Pichot is back in the game.
Still practically very difficult for black to play this. Go back to e6 maybe.
Amruta, you were saying it's practically very difficult for white to win.
Okay, now I've changed.
Rook f3. But you are right in a way, because you see Gukesh is struggling to win this.
Yeah, no, the rook a7 is important. I don't know why.
He played it.
And then king h5, h4, g5.
Oh, look at this
some
next
these
move
ideas.
that black can play. If he finds it, it's an insane move. Can anyone find it? Try to mate. Yes. Very well done. G5, you deserve a small prize here, because FG, you lose the knight. And if king moves ahead, then mate. Wow. You spotted that so quickly. Did he play G5? He found it.
Yeah, you get that one opportunity. You don't miss it. Oh, knight g5. Wow.
Knight G5.
Okay, this is an amazing
Well done,
practical
well
decision by Gukesh.
But
Because 3 pawns against a knight, and we have seen so many times going in the favor of rook and 3 pawns.
I agree, Amruta. This one truly is a difficult position to hold, as black and engine would hold it. But let's see if Alan Pichot can do it. Rook d4.
Also, pawns are placed very well. I think Gukesh will win this, Sagar.
You think so? Okay. Okay.
Okay, he goes h4, and luckily there is no knight e5 business.
Yeah.
So he needs to go back with the king.
He needs to go
Oh,
back
he goes.
to create knight e5 ideas to attack the g4 pawn.
Now go king h5.
But king h5 check.
Oh,
When you lose the pawn.
But then knight e5 is happening.
Yes.
a5 is the only move.
Check. He repeats to get 10 more seconds. So check here.
Yeah, they repeat once. Rook a7, king f7. And now rook a5, I think.
And guys, how does it feel to see yourself on the screen? You can see yourself. Rook a7. Gukesh gains 20 seconds and now stops the knight from coming ahead with rook a5. Now the knight doesn't come here.
But now the king will again go to f7, threatening knight f6. So you can't stop knight e5 and knight f6 both at the same time.
I agree. I agree. It's not easy now.
And worst problem is after king h5, knight f6 is
Oh,
a
he
check.
goes rook e4. He wants to play knight e5 at all costs.
Even that should work.
And somehow Gukesh is not able to make much Oh, he goes here, but isn't knight f6 check?
Yeah. I think what else?
Oh,
could
look
he
at
have
his
done?
tricky idea, Amruta. Knight f6, king here. And if you take this pawn, yes. Well done. Rook a8 is a checkmate. Nothing less.
Okay, he played king g6, but wait a second, a lot of moves happening.
Oh, he went back. He went back after giving the check, because g5, you lose this pawn.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah, no way to support again. So it
Check.
goes check.
Oh, and a counter check. A check met with a check is quite rare. King g5. Maybe we can
The pawns
board
are
is
not able. The pawns are not able to advance actually. So though practically it is winning, but this is a scenario where the rook is very well placed, attacking that, pinpointing that g4 pawn.
So the rook is the MVP for black here. Doing such good job. King f7 played.
Wow, we have almost 4,000 people watching the online commentary.
Wow.
So guys, like the stream.
And rook a7 check. The king goes back. And now h5 pushed. Okay. Slowly and steadily, the white pawns are coming ahead. The engine says, no, nothing to worry here. Black is fine. I don't know if that feeling is there with both the players.
Oh yeah,
Always
how
very
would they be
stressful.
assessing? It's a big question with 7 seconds on the clock.
I mean, Alan Pichot definitely feeling the pressure for now. And look at that move. Knight h7, king here. And now you must take the pawn. There's no other move.
Yeah, but why will he not take? Yeah, it's
I mean,
pawn.
he's losing a knight. He has to
No,
take.
he takes.
and he has to play the rook rook and f and h pawn versus rook, which is not easy.
Which is a theoretical draw in the books, but often practically again white has converted this.
He
most of the
blunders. He
games.
blunders there. He needed to keep his
Ooh.
rook on the g file. He goes rook f4 and Gukesh instantly finds the right move. Check, king f8, and now rook g5. Beautiful, not beautiful. He had to play rook b7. But how do you...
No, you can't do
Ah,
that.
this... And then you start check and you win with your h pawn, but that's so tough.
In time pressure, you often, how much ever you've studied this position, you mess it up.
Draw. Gukesh makes an error and king f6. Alan Pichot is going to get a draw or easy.
No, there's still some possibility because the
Don't take this. Check and you lose. So king f7. Rook check. King f6.
Can I go at 6? That's the best try at the end of it, yeah?
Stressful.
Yes, I
Yes.
got 6. Rook f5, king g8. That should
Can
be
we
okay.
look at it after the game ends so that we don't miss the last moment? Yeah.
I think right now, Sagar, at 6. Rook f5 and king g8. What's your
h6, rook f5, king g8. That's a great try, Amrita.
b5?
How
and
about rook
f7?
f5? Can you go h7 here?
No. Rook 8 mate. Rook f7.
Tricky. And by the way, king h7, this is what we are at right now. And Gukesh has 30 seconds, but the position is a draw. What a game this has been by Alan Pichot. Fantastic chess. Oh, king g8 he plays. Final try, Amrita. What's the only move to draw, guys?
Rook
Can you
takes
find
f5.
it before Alan Pichot does?
No, but rook
Well
takes...
done. Rook h4.
Not rook f5.
Rook f5 is a blunder.
Oh, rook f7 check. Oh.
Yeah, check and you trade. So rook h4, only move. Alan Pichot has 15 seconds. Gukesh thinks he's winning,
No,
but he's
Gukesh
not.
doesn't think he's winning.
No,
but
look
it's
at him. He
just...
just went back like this. He was like, yeah, done. It's done. Oh, he
blunder.
blunders.
Or is it not?
It's a blunder, Amrita. Rook a4, check now. And the game is over.
6 and then at 6. That is the F and H pawns for us. A lot of ups and downs.
It's tough, guys. You spend your entire life learning F and H pawns or rook bishop versus rook, and then under crunch situation, you blunder.
Yeah.
I don't know how to learn it though. King g5, f6, and white is completely winning.
Yeah. You have to practice with that with 10 seconds on the clock and play a lot of practice games because this is the moment where you make mistakes.
Yeah, I agree. And king takes pawn. He takes the final
But
pawn.
then you say, Sagar, rook g7, you want to cut the king.
Rook g7. I guess even rook e7. Yes. Rook h7
King
might just
G6.
run into king g6. Don't let the king come back.
The best way is to just cut the king.
Rook
it's
d7.
always simple.
It's a fantastic move because now if king here, f7 and f8.
Yeah, rook 8 check. You have the... Wow.
And he goes check. And Gukesh gets the rook here and resignation.
What an endgame, and the smile on Alan's face there. He knows there was a draw which he missed, but I think Gukesh's decision to give that knight for 3 pawns was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh played very well. Alan defended beautifully, but that last minute, he couldn't find it. And that ends the game. And we have...
If Alan had a cat, then what would be his favorite opening?
Oh, Amrita. That's a very good question. Anyone wants to answer this?
He answered. But I think not other people heard.
Very old joke. You knew this.
Oh,
Wow.
it's a joke. Array, nice.
Yes, Amrita already said it before. Today
But
she
it's
simplified
different.
it a
Yeah.
bit.
Exactly.
It's called the Catalan for all those who didn't get it.
Nice. Okay, so was this the last game or are there any more games happening? Because Sindarov's game, is it going on?
Well, right now, Amrita, there is this game between Abhimanyu Puranik and Wesley So, which is going on. And Wesley So is winning. Something happened though. The clock has, I mean, it's not moving, the board. In the women's section, I must give it to you, Amruta. You were right. The game between Stefanova and Goryachkina ended in a draw. Congrats.
Why?
You were right.
Oh, so let's then keep a count of who is, winning here.
No, that's fine. Harika Nino drew. Nana Zagnidze lost to Zhu Jinner. In a way, I think Zhu Jinner becomes the sole leader of the tournament. 4 out of 4. Is she? Yeah, she's the sole leader. Incredible, yeah. And Vaishali lost to Maria Muzichuk. Oh, she's still playing, though I think it's totally losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, finished. And look at the beautiful playing hall there. The last round will start in a bit. Yes, you had a question. Yes, we should check that out now. What's your question?
And also Arjun's game we have to check out later after his question.
You mean in Gukesh's game? Okay, let's go back to Gukesh's game. We have the youngster here. I forgot your name. What's your name? Adam. Adam here is saying, in which position? Do you remember, Adam? Maybe we can have this board here. We'll get the board. And then you can tell us.
Alana? Okay, over here.
So Alan has a question for us. Alan, yeah, your name? Adam, sorry. Yeah. Suddenly I was like, okay, we're looking at Alan's
We
game.
looked at Alan, yeah, for a long time.
So here? Here, check. Before. This way? Here? Takes rook f4. Instead of this, should have played rook g3. And it's a draw, this f and h, although it's not a trivial draw. So rook h7, rook f4, then he gave a check, king f8, and now rook g5, a mistake. Maybe I remember you were trying, maybe when we did this move. King g8 and now rook h4 was the only move.
Yeah, before that he was saying something, I think. Instead of king.
What if instead like one thing, rook g6 check.
Here?
Yeah. Rook g6 check.
Check, king f7. This was what was happening. He was going back and forth. Okay. I think it's so complicated, even you forgot your question, yes? It's tough, I think. It's not easy to remember such positions. But yeah, king g8 here. Thank you, Adam. King g5, f6, and now, yeah, it was a nice finish.
Yeah, F and H pawn, Sagar. I think how many ever times you study, it's like a revision is a must every few days.
Oh, by the way, big news, Amruta. Gautam Krishna managed to hold Alexander Grishchuk to a draw.
Oh, that's amazing. This guy, how did he make a comeback though?
He made this perpetual, a very weird perpetual.
Yeah, what happens for G takes F3?
No. The king was here. Check.
G1. Okay.
And to E2, you lose G2. That's why he went here and it was a draw. Very weird.
And look at Gautam's time in the end of the position. He has 7 minutes and Grishchuk has 1 minute 46 seconds. I think maybe this guy for a rapid format is very, very good.
It's good.
And very underrated maybe.
Definitely a very strong player to watch out for. And then we had Jahokir Sindaro winning his game against Nicolas Theodoru. Anish Giri Amruta beat Jonas Baer. And
doing well, yeah.
Anish is doing very well.
Convert that, Sagar.
Arjun, yeah, we have to look at board 3 because Arjun maybe, okay, correct me if I'm wrong now. MVL is on 3.5. So Magnus is the only one on 4 and Arjun is the only one on 4. There is no one else on 4 out of 4. So it's Magnus versus Arjun.
Wow. That's
That
a
would be a big,
feast.
big encounter, guys.
It's a feast because both are beasts.
Two people. And so let's hope that whoever wins the next round, we can bring them here. Okay. We wanted to see how Arjun won his game. Sorry. 12 players on 3.5 points.
I think in that there is also Pragnananda, maybe Gukesh, because Pragg won.
Yeah, there are many. Javokir Sindarov. There is
So Gautam,
yeah,
Vrishchuk.
many cool players here. And by the way in which he won the game, Bishop D6.
Yeah.
Wow, crazy stuff happened here, Amruta.
Oh, Hakobian is actually a very entertaining player. He is aggressive. He gives a lot of sacrifices. So, like both madmen playing against each other. Knight at 6 happened, yeah?
I'm actually thinking the best move is to take here. But what happens if I take Bishop D5, just Knight D5? And if you take here, then maybe there is an intermezzo with a check. So
What? No. How? Bishop D5, Knight D5, Bishop H2.
yeah, check.
Knight Queen E7.
No, there's a
I'm sorry, so Rook on E1. Okay.
So that's the reason why he made Knight H6, GH, Rook H5, Queen H5, and he just, I think, was hoping
Knight F3
for
got.
take here also is fine. I think something went wrong with Aram's calculation here. And whoa, Rook D6, fantastic move. And now, guys, for one giveaway for this round, what do you play here as black? Black to play. Come on, go for it. Amrita, we can have one prize from there. Anyone? Did you calculate it? Your instinct is absolutely amazing, sir. This is a fantastic move. Knight to F3. What a move.
Wow, G takes F3, Queen takes F3, and it's a checkmate.
It's a checkmate. And otherwise, I'm just threatening Amrita to move the bishop and checkmate.
Too good.
And Aram went Bishop G6. He took, check. And after the queen trade, it was game over.
Wow.
Oh, that was also a very cute move, Bishop G2, because it's something else. You are losing a piece. Like if you took Knight E1, I have Knight E7, Knight C8, but even that is winning. Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. Arjun was very clinical.
And what happened to Nihal Sareen Sagar?
By the way, a big news, Amruta, is that Levon Aronian lost to Sandipan Chanda.
Wow, that is, I mean, for Sandipan, it's an amazing result.
Yeah.
I think they are of similar age group. They must have played each other before also. But Levon, normally, like, I think he was in a form, so him losing was not expected.
Yeah. And Nihal Sarin won his game with Samir Sahidi of Slovakia. So that means that Nihal is on 3 points. Temur Rajabov lost to Denis Maknev. So Temur having a tough time here. Woo.
And what about Harshit Raja? Our dost, guys, what happened to him? Also, guys, next round, Magnus versus Arjun, I think, pairing of this day, I would say. We are going to look at it. Before that, we are going to show the whole environment here. Oh. I will take the mobile and all after the break. Yeah, we'll start 5 minutes before.
Do you want to do it now or we take
we'll
a
do
short
it afterwards so that more people will join in.
Okay, so maybe it's time for us to take a short break. And on the other side, guys, we'll be back with the 5th round. Please do come back and we'll enjoy it together. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
25. On your screen, you can see Arjun Erigaisi. He is here. He's going to take on Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. This is like a dream for all the Indian fans. Arjun versus Magnus. And you know, Arjun has been so good in his rapid format since ages now. And we all have been waiting for him to beat Magnus Carlsen in such a prestigious tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you that this is actually a very, very exciting clash because Magnus, of course, the best in the world, the GOAT, and Arjun is considered as one of the finest players in the present era, not just in India, but in the world. He is perhaps, he's the only youngster, apart from, I think, Ali Reza Firuja, who has crossed the barrier of 2800 ELO in classical chess.
Wow, and that's a
So,
huge feat actually. Also, Sagar, 4 out of 4, they both are on joint leaders, I would say. One of them is going to take a sole lead.
yes.
Arjun playing with the black pieces, and just today we were talking about Magnus is in such great form that it seems that he could even be unstoppable right away. But
And he has white pieces. So
yes,
Magnus has the white pieces in this game against Arjun Erigaisi. We also want to tell you about which are the other important games, Amruta, of this round.
yeah, maybe we can have this video because we want to see Magnus coming here. But what are the pairings, Sagar?
Yeah, we can get the other boards is Grishchuk versus MVL on board 2. So two very strong players there as well. Then we have Artemiev versus Mamedov, another very strong player in shorter formats, Rauf Mamedov from Azerbaijan. We have Javokir Sindarov against Shant Sargsyan. We have Gukesh taking on Sina Mohaved from Iran. Gautam
Gukesh is playing a
Krishna.
youngster, yeah?
Yeah, and see, I'm actually not sure how old Sina Mohaved is. Maybe we can check it out. Sina Mohaved is born in 2010. Wow, yeah. He's 4 years younger than Gukesh. Gautam Krishna is taking on Anish Giri.
Wow, that's another youngster. You know, I think Anish will be very, very careful. I think it's a great matchup there also. We will look at all the games.
Yu Yangi is taking on LDR Orozbayev, a very interesting player. He's an IM from Kyrgyzstan and he has reached 3.5 points. That's amazing. We have Daniel Darda versus Yan Nepomniachtchi. And then we have Fabiano Caruana versus Arvind Chidambaram.
Okay, these are the top 9 boards which we have, and we'll look at all of them. And for now, Arjun is waiting for Magnus. Magnus, who had called him a madman, the way he plays chess. I am very excited to have such a game, Sagar.
Right. I'm also looking forward to it. And has the game begun?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Because I doubt if Magnus is not on the board, if Arjun will start a clock or not. But let's
I don't
see.
think Arjun needs to start. The arbiter will start it.
Right.
Because here you have to be on time for your games. Otherwise, the rounds cannot start on time, right, Amrita? So the arbiters are very alert. The moment the game starts, they start the clocks.
Yeah, I think for arbiters also it's a very important tournament because so many cases happen in this tournament where a lot of new rules are made because many times the case is not really what is in handbook or recorded. It's all unique cases happening.
True. And by the way, guys, what is your take on this game between Magnus and Arjun? What do you think will happen? Draw. Ooh. Unlikely.
Draw, yeah, even I feel that.
My guess is Amruta Magnus is a heavy favorite in this one, having the white pieces. This is my guess.
It's your guess.
Yeah.
But do you have a favorite or you're guessing in general for people?
Well, I'm just predicting. I don't have a favorite. My prediction is that Magnus might be able to press here and maybe win the game.
And
But
even
then
the
again,
chat is thinking of a draw.
draw could be possible.
Draw हुआ तो crazy है, but Not sure.
And can
I
we,
think Arjun can beat Magnus.
you think so? Let's see. Let's
I
see
mean,
with
this is his opportunity. I remember something similar where Northerbek beat Magnus. We were talking about that. This is Arjun's chance.
for sure. And I think after the classical world champion, the world rapid and world blitz champion are the two most important titles in the world of chess. And so you definitely want to. And there you see Arjun was asked by the arbiter to start the clock. And guys, the question to you, how many minutes would he have to wait before Magnus comes?
A few seconds
Yes.
or minutes?
Only 30 seconds, you think? Wow. Let's see if you are right.
Yeah, anyone else has anything?
4 minutes? 3 minutes?
Oh, 30 seconds, he was right.
Wow. Did you
No,
see
15.
Magnus?
Actually, it was 15 seconds.
Ah, he already saw the future and came. Because you know we are at a 5-minute
Smart.
delay, so he saw it already. Smart.
And Magnus is adjusting the pawns very calmly. And let's not forget, Arjun was in the team right now with Gukesh at Global Chess League, and they played. They started very badly, but then they made a comeback and finished third. Knight f3 on the board.
Knight f3, knight f6. Arjun plays it in a way that whatever Magnus does, he can respond pawn to c4 by Magnus.
Arjun will go for e6.
He can play e6, he can play g6, he can play c5, he can play b6. So lot of options. It's a flexible opening here.
Yeah, things are still not very clear, but e6 there on the board. Will Magnus go for d4 and enter into the main lines, or will he first play b3, knight c3? Lot of ideas.
G3. G3 is perhaps one of the main moves here. Magnus is thinking.
And you know, Arjun's opening preparation has been excellent. So yeah, Magnus, I don't think he'll go into the extreme main lines with Arjun.
Oh, Amruta, we have the Queen's Gambit declined on the board. Knight b d7 played.
Wow,
Bishop.
we actually have the main line on the board, Sagar. I was so wrong.
But Amruta, this was... Oh, and he plays the Ragozin with bishop b4. Because if you remember, guys, in round 1, Magnus's opponent played bishop e7. And that was Lorenzo Lodici. But here, bishop b4.
Wow, and you are pinning the c3 knight. It gives the very similar to Nimzo Indian. And guys, if you want to watch the footage, check out FIDE's live stream there. This has been an amazing zone over here with lots of stuff. Lots of people visited today. And I think right now, a lot of people will go outside to get autographs of the players.
Yeah, for sure. And how many of you will come back tomorrow? Oh, nice. Thank you. But today is actually a holiday here, right? But
yeah,
isn't
Friday.
tomorrow also holiday? Oh, tomorrow's also Friday, Saturday. But Sunday is working. Right. Okay. By the way, guys, I want to show you one opening between Pragnananda and Sandeepan Chanda. Just a board here, because this is insane. I've never seen this in my life. E4, knight c6, okay, knight f3, e5. Now we transpose to e4, e5.
But can we go to the big board?
Yeah, we can go to the big board
so
if
that
possible.
It doesn't create confusion.
Yeah, otherwise people might think this was played between Arjun and Magnus.
Yep.
But this is the move that I've never seen before. You know what Sandeepan played here? Knight a5. That's incredible.
But you are giving the e5 pawn right now.
He gave a free pawn. Take, d5, take, queen takes d5.
Okay, g2 is attacked, c4 is attacked. It's a double attack.
But I can...
double defense.
Yes, exactly. I defend and I attack, and Pragnananda is a pawn up. Okay, but I just wanted to show this very crazy line.
It's nice. You know, also there is a compensation for the pawn for black. So I think Sandeepan is prepared. It's, you know, that one-time use and throw line in which you play in rapid formats.
Yeah, it's one-time use and throw, but Amruta, I think it is not something you try against Pragnananda, perhaps.
Look at his time. He has 16 minutes on the clock, and Pragg is down to 12 minutes, 28 seconds. It does have this psychological impact of shocking your opponent.
Could be. Let's see if it works out or not. Going back to the top board. Magnus versus Arjun. And after bishop b4, e3,
Mhm.
pawn came up to c5. This kind of standoff between the pawns is super confusing. But pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. He took here, and now Arjun quickly brought his queen out, coming out of the pin and threatening takes with a check, and then maybe attacking here.
So you have to go queen c2 and support the c3 knight there.
And I have a big threat as well because my knight is jumping in, attacking the knight and your bishop.
Wow, it does look very nice for black. Magnus is in fact got into thinking with 12 minutes 25 seconds, whereas Arjun is has proved that he is better prepared than Magnus.
So one of the things, Amrita, I feel that in the present generation, why these youngsters are so dangerous is because they work so continuously on their openings that they are able to even surprise someone like Magnus, who may have studied this position, but may have done it few years ago and doesn't remember all the analysis now. While Arjun is working on it continuously, so that does
Yeah.
make a difference, which is also why perhaps Magnus feels more at home when he plays freestyle chess than.
Because you don't have to remember stuff. Yeah, memory does play a huge part nowadays, much more than previously, because of the grown opening preparation.
Yes.
Okay,
And
he
very
goes.
cool move here, knight to d2. And this is something nicely done by Magnus. He breaks the pin. He's ready to give up a pawn. But here the question is whether you should take this pawn or this pawn. Because if you take on c3, I can go rook c1 and save my c5 pawn.
But if queen a5 and c5 and a2 both are attacked.
Ah, yes.
Don't. But I would like to start with queen c5
Yeah,
capture
I also like this move.
because there is a very nice threat, I thought. If black to play,
Amruta, I know what you want.
there is an intermezzo,
If
but I'm
bishop
still very
d3,
excited.
you want to play d4 and attack
Exactly.
this, right?
I was looking at bishop f6, d takes c3, but I think with bishop on d3, this is not working, yeah?
It's not working, Amruta, because take here,
D takes
takes
e3,
e3, and now I have knight
knight
e3.
e4,
Yeah, or knight e4.
ef2, ef2 check,
king f1.
and yeah,
And I'll
no
save my
time.
bishop.
Okay, he takes the c3 knight.
He takes it, pawn takes, and now queen takes pawn or queen takes pawn? Big question to
Yeah,
Arjun.
c3 or c5? What do you guys think Arjun will capture?
Not easy. Yes.
c5, he thinks.
c5, right. Looks very logical. Okay, can anyone tell me what are the major imbalances in a position? You know, when you look at the imbalances, you are able to then make a plan for yourself. So what do you think? Imbalance is basically differences. What is the major differences in white and black position? Isolated pawn, very good. Black has an isolated pawn here. Yes. Very good. White has the bishop pair. Arjun has only a bishop. Which means that Magnus would love to open the position with the bishop pair. Yes. You wanted to say something? Aha.
And Arjun about to make his move, he takes the c3 pawn,
Oh, he takes the c3 pawn.
calls for rook c1, wants to win more pawns.
I think definitely rook c1 coming in.
But also, I don't see any stress on Magnus's face there.
Yeah, he's looking calm. He's looking calm here. Although his clock, he has 2 minutes less as compared to Arjun.
He covers it up. He knows that very, very well. Sagar, I have a question later at the right time for Pragnananda winning that pawn. Is he able to keep that advantage, or Sandipan Chanda has found a way to create more compensation?
Oh, that's a good question, Amruta.
Yeah, because that was exciting opening.
I think Pragg is better, but it's a crazy position nonetheless, because if you look at this, the pawn on h5, the queen here, the bishop here, This is all very good. So
Oh, so that's a big imbalance because both sides have castled on the opposite side, and black can create a lot of play there. So maybe a good opening for Rapid, yeah?
maybe.
And because it is Pragnananda, he is still playing the best, but many times your opponent is not going to be Pragnananda, so why
Yeah,
not?
we'll come back to this game. Can we go to board 2? Grishchuk versus MVL. And we see that Grishchuk here has a light squared bishop. Black has a dark squared bishop. And a
And-
very complicated position. I like white although, because knight can jump here.
I don't know if ever black gets this e4 successful, then knight will jump to e5 and everything looks beautiful, but white is never going to allow that. Okay, so this one complex, two legends playing against each other. They have had a lot of history, lot of games. Artime versus
Yes.
Mamedov over here.
We have
Going
a
on slow and simple.
very simple position on board 3 between Artemiev and Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, looks like Karo-Kan exchange variation.
Yeah, maybe if we can have their video here, could be nice for all our viewers in the fan zone.
Until, yeah, do we have?
There we have Artemiev versus Rauf. And then we have Javokir Sindarov versus Shant Sargisyan. Another position that is quite crazy with the tripled pawns here.
Oh my God, that is funny with opposite colored bishops and tripled pawns. In fact, white is the pawn up, but looking at those triple pawns, it does look a bit useless.
Yeah, white. I don't know if white has very good compensation. Shant looks really calm.
Yeah, Shant in Hindi is basically calm. So Shant looks Shant.
And then we have Gukesh versus Sina Mohaved. And Amruta, here it does feel like white is slightly better with the white pieces because of the knight here.
Yeah, normally they say take the knight with the bishop. So if bishop takes d5, e takes d5 happens.
No, but it's white to play.
Okay.
He plays his knight here,
That's
controlling the d4 square. And if you take here, a question to everyone here, do you take with the pawn or with the rook? Pawn. Why? Attacking the knight. Yes. Why? To centralize the rook, but your rook is in center already. Yes. Very nice. I think your move pawn takes is not bad, by the way. It's a very good move. But rook takes keeps the weak square on d5 occupied by a piece, and the d6 pawn is a weakness. So as our friend said there, this is a good move. So maybe
like as a principle, general principle, you try to capture back with the piece whenever you have the knight on the outpost. That is how you do it. But yeah, there are always exceptions.
Okay, Amruta. Gautam Krishna versus Anish Giri. If we go to board 6, complex game between Gautam and Anish. Again, I think the Gautam likes to play b3. He plays b3 in almost all his games.
I don't know if Adiban is training him or not. But the one thing which Anish has done well against Gautam is keeping an equal time, because we have been seeing that Gautam had a huge time advantage previous rounds.
Yeah, it looks very even, but maybe a small edge for white here because the b6 pawn is weak. Okay, so again, a nice, interesting game. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana has got a huge advantage against Arvind Chidambaram on 9th board. So
Ooh,
this
because,
one,
you know, black cannot short castle because h5 is tied down to the rook. It is dependent on the rook. And that is one of the key reasons that the king stays in the center.
oh, he castled, Amruta. Just as you said, he
No,
cannot.
because white went queen a4 and let go of the pressure on h5.
Correct. So Fabi looking strong here against Arvind, and Fabi might move to 4 out of 5. Should we go back
Yes.
to Carlsen versus
Let's
Arjun?
go to the top board and the most exciting pairing of the day.
Okay, knight takes d7 is on. Where did all the pieces go? Bishop c3, bc3, queen
Maybe
c3.
our people over here and also in the chat were suggesting a draw for both of them.
They
Maybe
might
they
be
heard
right.
it.
They might be right here. Although queen a5, Magnus has a small edge. And when Magnus has a small edge, it's always dangerous. How do you stop black from castling here? White to play. Anyone? Sorry? How do you stop black from castling here? Yes. Queen to g4. Although Magnus was not in the mood to do that, queen g4 might have been interesting attacking here and the knight. But Arjun might have taken here, take, check. It all gets very messy here. But Magnus was like, let's not calculate all this.
Yeah,
Let's
maybe
simply
Magnus
castle.
is not in a mood to, make it very, very dynamic. And, he will see if he gets the subtle opportunity, he will go for it. Otherwise, he might want to keep it a bit shant.
Oh, Amrita, it's going towards a draw, clearly. Knight b3, knight takes b3, queen takes b3, and now black will most likely castle. You have queen takes pawn, queen takes pawn.
It's also tiring, no, for the people over here.
Sorry?
This one.
Yeah, he's down a pawn, but the problem is that, let's say, for example, here, I mean, if you push the pawn to preserve it, I attack it. And if you try to defend it further, maybe I can go here. It's interesting, actually, if Arjun will try to keep his pawn, or he will just say, I don't care, I'll just castle and draw. And he castles. He gives up the pawn on b7. Magnus is going to take this. And we might see a draw very soon. Yeah, he takes it. He gives up a2, maybe rook a1, then take this one. Should be a draw. So a draw very likely in this game. After a lot of fireworks today in the games of Magnus, we now see a very calm game. There's one game where we can see that white in the top 9 boards, the videos that we have, Gukesh is having a close to decisive advantage against Sina Mohaved. And by the way, he's just taken here. Can we, yeah, we have the camera here of Gukesh. He has a knight here. And if Gukesh wins today and Magnus draws, we might start tomorrow with Gukesh versus Magnus, which could be a very cool game. b4 played. And white has a lot of space in the position with a knight here. Black is a bit passive. Okay. What is Sinat going to do here? Well, he doesn't make a move yet. Alexander Grishchuk versus MVL on board 2. MVL is slightly better with the black pieces. Well, he's very dangerous here because now this is hanging. I think, Amrita, you can't trade queens when you are a pawn down. So you need to actually, if we can get MVL, board 2, bishop here, queen e2. And this would be a very complicated game.
Yeah, with the black king in the center, white king on b1, the pawns, the central pawn structure is all blocked as of now. That's why the black king is doing fine. The moment it is opened, then black would be lost. But of course, MVL knows that, not allowing that at all. Grishuk keeps the queens on the board
G2.
because he hopes that I want to open up the position, the
He wants to
center.
take the pawn.
Yeah, some sacrifice also could happen at any point of time with ideas of, knight f3, knight d4, creating chaos.
It's not easy though.
Not
It's
easy at all.
definitely not easy for white to create something here, and MVL is better.
And also he has 6 minutes more on the clock, but that is not a surprise when you're playing against Grishuk, who is always low on time and still plays brilliantly.
I agree, Amrita. And by the way, guys, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi has reached this position after queen takes b7, queen a2, rook a1,
Do
take.
we have Magnus? Like, is this the screen, or maybe we can try to zoom in?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, there. Just wanted to see whether Magnus wants to try.
Yeah, rook d1, but it's black to play. Maybe h5 with the idea of creating some play.
But Sagar, if these people draw, if they both, then they will go on 4.5. And out of the other 12 people, maybe we will have 3-4, 2-3, not too many.
A lot of them will join them.
But all of them are not going to win. So actually, there won't be many, maybe just 4 to 6 people on 4.5.
True.
Max.
I think for Arjun, this is a good result to draw with black against Magnus.
Yeah, that's a very far-fetched thing, but very critical and important. Maybe we can shift the board in the center.
Amrita, we seem to have a tactic on the game of Jose Martinez versus Robert Hovhannissian. I mean, not tactic, but completely losing position here for white after just few moves in the opening. This also happens in the games of top players, guys. That's just surprising.
Oh, because black has a clear center over here. He has long castled very comfortably, and white king looks quite weak without the light square bishop, which should have been on g2.
I agree. And another such game that we can see is between Lorenzo Lodici and David Anton. The white king is almost checkmated. Amrita is a piece down.
Oh,
look at this.
God.
He's sacked here. Takes GF, check, and with C4 defending here. But now, what should black play? Not easy. Anyone? How can you continue the attack? Rook e4, brilliant. I attack the knight, and let's say I defend it somehow. I can't go here, you just lose the pawn. I don't know where to go. Maybe knight c2. And now just rook h4 with a clear mating attack.
A very good understanding that the rook on a1 is completely out of the game, along with the knight on b1. So the piece sack worked.
So we are seeing many miniatures like this happening in the 5th round, where players are exhausted. By playing 4.5 hours today, already chess with the breaks and all. It's not easy.
Yeah, and a break for a player is not really a break, because they're often wondering who they will play next. They're thinking of what to play. They are analyzing their previous game. So it's a continuous day for them. Okay, coming back to Gukesh's game here. Gukesh doing it very well right now. Knight d5 was the last move, yeah, Sagar?
Yeah, he's brought his knight to d5. He's going to bring his other knight to e4. This is a light squared strategy by Gukesh. The bishop on f8 is passive. The rooks are passive. The knight is passive. Sina goes back, queen f7.
Wait a second. If I go knight e4,
Yeah.
Is there anything like knight
Oh.
d4?
Amrita, look at this. Take, take. And now, if you try to play a tactic here, black to play, very good. Knight f4 is a huge mistake.
Oh.
Because when I take your knight and you take my rook, what happens?
Oh, nice.
It's beautiful because what you did to me here was you discovered attacked my rook. And when you took here, I discovered attacked your queen.
Oh, tit for tat.
So perhaps it's very useful to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, that was such a trap. I mean, knight f4 is the first instinct move. Yeah, there is a
Yes.
disco, there is a fork. You go for it, and a typical way to lose. Very cool. Okay, so for Gukesh Sagar, one more thing works, which is the bishop on f8. Many times in Sicilian, the knight on d5 is more powerful, but only until it is passive. Otherwise, it's equal. But you know, having double bishop for black, still white is better here. It's a great position.
Yeah, it is. It is a great position here for Gukesh. And meanwhile, Amrita, we go to top board, Magnus versus Arjun. And this one is, well, I don't know who's trying here between Magnus and Arjun.
And also, I don't know what the rule is, how many moves they cannot go for a draw. Like they cannot offer a draw. Sometimes it's 30 moves, sometimes it's 40 moves. So we'll check the rules out properly.
I think
and come
generally
back
it's 30
tomorrow.
moves, Amrita. But here, Arjun is going pawn to g6. And it's important to play this move g6 because if he went rook c2 here, trying to mate on f2, there is this move. Okay, I was thinking you queen e8 and queen f7, but there is d1 hanging. So I have to go rook f1. Which is not a very happy move to make. Anyway, queen a4, g6.
And you know, it's always nice to go g6, h5 in general, because even suppose you enter a rook endgame without the d5 pawn, it helps black.
Yes.
Theoretically, because white's pawn wants to reach h5.
I agree. And now Magnus mustn't take the pawn here. Oops, sorry.
It's a bit advanced what we discussed just, but
check. And this is hanging. Sorry. Queen g4. Ah, that's a good move to just draw the game.
Magnus goes rook a1. Do you think Magnus, he's playing against the isolated pawn? He is the one will, if at all anyone has to think it's white.
He's trying a bit. I think he just wants to play a few more moves and test Arjun a bit.
But Arjun has 5 minutes more on the clock, which does make a statement in some way. Because they might play against each other again in blitz.
Yeah, they might just draw Amrita by queen b2. Now rook d1, queen e2, and rook a1, queen b2. So threefold repetition could come in here.
And if we look at the bars below, then only one game which looks very clearly winning is Pragnananda against Sandipan Chanda, where the opening did not work for Sandipan. But he tried. He tried something new.
Yeah.
And also Gukesh still keeping his advantage there. Yeah, rest of the games, they're all going a little complex.
By the way, Amrita, Magnus has only 2 minutes on hand. He plays what did he play? Rook d1, right?
Rook
What?
f1.
What a move. Rook f1.
But do you want to go rook d8 and go for d4, which will be the plain, simple draw, or do you want to go rook c2?
But rook d8 feels passive, Amrita. Somehow it doesn't feel right because now I go rook d1 and you lost a move somehow.
That's true.
So maybe Arjun will try to be more
no, rook
active.
d1, then rook c8 again.
Yeah, but now it's white to play.
You know, sometimes such games happen where it feels like it will be a draw, and suddenly one blunder And then it's
I agree with you.
completely abruptly changing situation.
Yeah, for sure. We have to be alert at all times in such games. As we go to the board number 2 between Grishchuk and MVL, MVL with black pieces is better, but he's taking so much risk. His queen is here in the opponent's territory. White's queen could try to enter on c4. There are many
Yeah, there is knight d4, knight d5 as the first instinct moves, but queen takes
Which
c4.
one?
You just
Ah,
knight
yeah,
takes
yeah, yeah.
c5 or knight d4, but there is queen takes c4.
Also, taking here doesn't look good because queen e4 and suddenly the king is weak. So, complicated position, although clearly better for black, not easy for MVL. Rook g4.
Rook d4. Rook takes d4.
Ooh, but it's black to play. It's a very good idea. This is a threat.
Okay, let's move to the third board
Oh,
also.
Amruta, there's a tactic here. Maybe we can ask our viewers here. Black to play. Maybe our final prize for today. What would you play? And we have 2 prizes. Black to play.
Though I'm sure there are going to be more prizes, Sagar.
Yes, there are tomorrow, but go for this one. Yes. You got one already, right? Let's try later if no one gets it. Anyone black to play? Try it. Try for something tactical. Go for it. Sorry? D3. Oh, that's a nice move. It's just that after pawn takes D3, I don't know if you gained something. Try for something very interesting. By the way, black found the move. Can you believe it? You saw it. You already got a prize. Anyone else here?
You also got
Did
it
you get
right.
one? Not yet. Yes, go for it.
Whoa.
Bishop E3. Brilliant move. What a nice move. Congratulations.
Wow, that was great. Disconnecting the bishop and the queen over there.
And these prizes, by the way, are by one of the sponsors of this event, Freedom. And they have sponsored because if you take here, Amruta, I take the queen and then I pick up the bishop. And there's no time to win this because I have knight g3 and even f5 or e4 is coming. So
no, it's a beautiful move actually, bishop e3, and not easy. He found it so good in
MVL is
having
so
20
good.
seconds on. Yeah, for rapid formats, MVL is amazing.
I mean, for all formats, he's so strong. He's just so good.
We also have a very little guy over there who's wearing a ChessBase India t-shirt. It's nice to see him.
Yes.
Shlok, yeah?
Shlok. Hello, Shlok. And Amruta, let's quickly go to board 1 because Magnus has somehow reorganized his pieces to attack the pawn on d5 for Arjun.
Can I go rook c5?
I think you should. You should go. If you go rook d8, that would not be a good move because that's passive defense and you should always try to be active. So rook c5, good move. Okay, while Arjun is thinking what to do. Oh, Arjun is so confident, Amruta, that he's saying, I'm even ready to give up a pawn and defend this endgame 4 versus 3.
But then Magnus loves to grind, I think.
But not theoretically drawn endgames.
Yeah. No, I mean, but Arjun didn't have to do that, right? Why to give a pawn?
This is actually a very good way to defend. If you have studied an endgame, 3 versus 4, and you know it's a draw, many times you would think that I shouldn't go into it voluntarily. But some players think, why not?
Like yeah, that shows their confidence on that endgame. Yes.
So many times rook bishop versus rook is a draw. And when opponent has one pawn, they often sacrifice their piece for the pawn and go into it and then draw it because they've studied it. But some people think, why should they do it? So it's just a difference of approach.
But look at what Magnus did. He says, I don't want the pawn. I trust you. You have studied the endgames.
Magnus is like, I'll do it later. I give you another chance to go passive.
Because Magnus takes the pawn, then he has to keep on playing again because it feels like you're a pawn up. You want to try till the end. And right now, you're right. They may not have that much energy.
Meanwhile, Amruta, a very interesting thing has happened. Yes, yes, Adam, you have a question. Ah, Adam is taking the microphone. Very nice.
You have to on it. You have to switch it on. Wait, I'll give you this. Take this.
There's another way to win the pawn. Queen b2 check, and then queen c3 blocked. Queen takes, rook takes.
And then take the pawn.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, well thought. Well thought. Nice. That was a well explained variation. Well done, Adam. Amruta, and you see Gukesh, who was clearly better, is now no longer so much better because Sina Mohaved is now putting pressure on him by playing the move. Whoa, Gukesh went g4.
Oh, he went very rash, you know, like he went like a rapid kind of a format play, not caring about his king. Like
I
he,
can't believe that Gukesh actually did this to his. Look at this, guys. There's a knight which is waiting here on e6 for the f4 square. It wants to get here. The pawn is protecting it, and he goes g4.
but you know, there is also this bishop and queen looking at the g6 pawn. So you can get tempted with this opening of the g file here. Practically, I'm still yet to understand what is happening. Why is black better?
Well, it's actually even this king is weak, and it may not be easy.
Yeah, you'll attack the h4. Maybe the bishop needs to get out from f8. The rook needs to come to h8. I don't know, many ideas there, but the position is super complex.
Yeah, king h1 played. And by the way, we can come back to this game, Amruta, because there is. Okay, we'll stay here for a bit, or
Yeah, we can stay here, or we can, because it's an important moment. These next 2-3 moves. If Magnus or anyone finishes the game, maybe Vivek can.
by the way, guys, a very important move here, rook g1, trying to attack g6. Why does it not work?
Queen h3.
It's mate in one.
Wow,
Boom.
you need to be very careful. So queen e6, he's looking at the space which is created because the pawns have been pushed, and generally white should have had some pieces over there which are missing. So queen e6, what do you do? King h2 again? After king h1, you don't like to make such a move though, Sagar.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good move which is found by Sina. f3 played,
Whoa.
allowing queen h3 and queen exchange. But what if knight g3 check?
Knight g3 also a very good move, very much possible. And there is bishop h6. All of a sudden, Sina Mohaved is pressing against the world champion.
Ooh, and Sina has 3 minutes on the clock. Gukesh is down to 31 minutes. This can go either way.
Right.
Can we also have a look at Pragnananda's game, Sagar? Because that was the one which started with a crazy opening. And is he winning there?
He's totally winning here. White is clearly better against, but okay, it's complicated still. We'll come back to this one. We also have the game between Yu Yangi and Eldar Orozabayev. And this one, Yu Yangi is clearly trying to press maybe with the queen and the knight. That's my feeling, but maybe it's tough.
Yeah. I think we still have the video of Gukesh. There are a lot of moves happening. Maybe we should quickly go back to that game.
Right. The move that happened was check, king g2, and now knight takes bishop. Might happen here.
Yeah, he took knight e4, queen e4.
And also played bishop h6. Very nice chess.
So we have absolute imbalance of double bishop versus double knight. And in a long-term sense, I don't know if the double bishops will be favored, but they say when you are playing under seconds, knights are more strong.
Yeah, they're trickier. They're trickier because they jump here and there. And also, if you see, Gukesh did lose squares, but he also gained them. Meanwhile, a big result, MVL has just won his game against Alexander Grishchuk. He resigned here 1 pawn down because the white king is cut off. And then the F pawn just runs down the board.
And is Magnus versus Arjun still going on?
Magnus versus Arjun, we are at 4 versus 3. So it's a very interesting endgame.
And he has this rook placed nicely on the 7th rank because, you know, the white king cannot advance. He has to worry about the F2 guy.
I would be very surprised if Magnus wins this, because this is
Oh, yeah.
quite a well-known draw.
No, but Arjun will not go into this endgame if he had any slightest doubt, because it was just not needed. So he is super confident of this. Yeah. And look at Arjun's time with 3 minutes 30 seconds. Magnus down to 45 seconds. So seems unlikely.
Yeah, meanwhile, going back to the game of Gukesh, because it's most exciting game right now on the top boards. We have King G7. He takes with the queen, takes.
King takes G.
Maybe this one also heading towards equality.
No, I'm not sure, Sagar. Let's not trust the bar because a lot of imbalances still exist here.
Yes.
Oh, Pragg blundered big time. That is the most shocking blunder, Sagar. What happened?
Unbelievable. Pragnananda was totally winning, but now he's totally losing. You know what he made a blunder? He was winning here. He played rook c1, c3, and then he gave a check. King went back, and now he took the rook.
Okay,
He
but
shouldn't
takes
have
then
taken.
rook c4. What's the problem?
Just rook c6 was winning. I mean, rook c4, king came up.
No, he can still lose this. Oh, rook c8.
King e4, king d3, c2, king d2, queen.
You cannot stop the pawn. And you know, finally that a7 pawn and the bishop, right color square.
Huge turnaround.
That is very sad for Pragg, who was winning the whole time, and this one blunder, you know, he still had drawing chances, but this was unbelievable what happened. Also, Nihal blundered, I think. Even Nihal's opponent blundered.
Oh, by the way, Pragg has resigned in this game because in this position, bishop check is threatened, and he's going to not just lose completely. I mean, he's just losing it totally. He resigned. What a flip we saw.
Yeah, and you know, Sandeepan, who has been helping Vaishali for her tournaments and right now beating Pragnananda.
Yeah. And what a day for Sandeepan Chanda, beating Levon Aronian and Pragnananda on the same day. That's big. Meanwhile, Anish Giri on board number 6 is getting the slight advantage against Gautam Krishna, because Anish's 2 knights might be superior than this bishop, which has nothing much to do.
But it is incredible that this guy Gautam is fighting at an equal level against all these legendary players.
Amruta, and look at this. Vladislav Artemiev is totally winning on board number 3 against Rauf Mamedov.
I mean, how many pawns do you want over here? So the rook pawn, always an enemy of the knight. Okay, he's
Totally
doing well.
winning. Totally winning. And I am getting a bit worried for Arjun Erigaisi on board 1, because Magnus Carlsen, well, he's pressing.
Yes, but Sagar, I want to quickly take your attention to Gukesh's game because his opponent has made a big mistake. Whereas I think Arjun is going to hold this.
Okay. Let's go to the Gukesh game, because after King G6, we are in this position. Once again, white is pressing.
Yeah, white's knights are doing wonderful job over there. And, you know, once he gets the king to the center, maybe black king is going to be very weak. Also, if he gets b5.
Oh,
Sagar.
he got a bit greedy there. He took the pawn, check, king f1. Not so sure.
But f3 is defended. What's
Rook
happening?
g3. If king e2, check.
And if king e3, check.
He goes bd7. Sina
But a
Mohaved is
passive
going
move.
for an attack, Amruta, against the white king with 2 rooks and 2 bishops.
And Gukesh makes his move.
10 seconds. He goes knight e4, check. This can go in any direction. King
Yeah,
up.
because both the kings are weak. The one who makes the last mistake.
Check on g2, king e3. Wow. Very complex.
Very important was the g5 square is covered, so no bishop g5 checks possible.
Take here, yeah.
Yeah, you can just take. And the rook on a3 is doing a nice job defending the f3 pawn.
Amruta, the best move according to the engines is rook h2. I have big doubts that that is going to be played. I don't even understand why that is a good move.
Bishop g2, but then rook c2 or rook b2 would be more natural, you know, here to
Yes.
go for with the idea of bishop g2.
I think he'll do that.
Oh,
He goes rook b2. Amruta, your move is on the board. Intense game. Intense bishop g2.
okay, but how do
Threatening
you
to take
stop
on
the
f3.
rook g1, bishop g2? He simply goes rook d2, exchanging the most active piece in black's position. But it's not the best idea.
The incredible move here for black. Anyone wants to try. It's not to take the rook. It's not to take the pawn. The knight defends it. But it is to sacrifice this rook by playing this move bishop g2. He
Oh,
doesn't find it.
because he had only 40 seconds.
Because
It's-
take, and Amruta, you lose this rook.
Wow.
What a
it's
tough move that was.
LPDO, loose pieces drop off.
And
often
now after
happens
this
in that.
trade, white is totally winning.
Man, but look at the way the engine completely changed sides over here because that rook was so important.
It was an active rook and it was traded off. And this is all over. Gukesh is completely winning now against Sina Mohaved. And I doubt if there will be any more flips here.
Yeah,
Which
I mean,
means-
this is a one of the kind of position where double bishops
Whoa,
are
Amruta!
sense.
Unbelievable flip. Magnus versus. Okay.
No,
not a
flip
flip.
is like the mistake, but it's still a draw.
I was thinking that maybe what happened here that the engine was giving an advantage to Arjun? No way. King g5, it's equal.
No, Arjun will not. But you know, still Arjun does feel some pressure. He didn't have to enter into this maybe.
Yeah.
He's confident, but I would love to understand from Arjun that why did he not defend a pawn?
Yeah, but Amruta, now only two moves draw. Rook h3 and rook g2. Everything else is losing. So Arjun with 1 minute 10 seconds. Because if he goes rook e2, f4, white is winning here. Because now if you go rook e3, I go king h6, you take here, I go king g7 and you lose these pawns.
Oh, okay. He finds it. Rook g2 played by Arjun.
He
in
finds the
f3.
best move.
And now king has to go back to f4 because
But why
now
not?
it's king h6.
But why not king h6?
I take on g3.
And now king g7. And
Uh,
now
G5.
the only move to draw. Anyone wants to try here? Black
Did I
to
say
play.
it already?
What did you play?
G5 I said.
Wow, Amruta, you are very strong. G5 move.
I don't get a gift, no? Nice.
King. And he goes king h6. Magnus is going. And the way he has been trying to press here is really incredible. Such. And his intensity has increased. You know, Amruta, you can see Magnus.
Yep.
Earlier he was relaxed.
Absolutely right. Even this slight chance for Magnus means like a lot. He is generally able to convert
Oh,
this
he
with
plays
people.
f4 first. Very important. He stops g5. And now only move king f8, which is very tough because e6
E6.
could come in. And then you have to come. No, what?
Okay, this is a tough position for sure. Practically, you know, when you have
No,
an
no, let's
extra...
stay with. Oh, by the way, Gukesh won his game with Sina Mohaved. A good win for the world champion. He moves to 4.5 out of 5.
Very
A
nice.
good day.
Yeah, very complex game. Sina, by the way, we must watch for this guy.
Yeah. Let's go to
move
Arjun game.
Magnus's game.
Arjun Magnus. And after f4, Arjun hasn't made his move yet. He finds king f8. Wow. And what about e6?
It was played by Magnus.
King e7. Take, go back. So it's like you come up, give the pawn, go back.
Oh, this was amazing calculation by Arjun with
Amruta, he
some
did it.
seconds.
He did it. He did king f8, e6, king e7, take king f8. And now it's a draw. Although this does remind us of Alan Pichot versus Gukesh Endgame, two F and H pawns.
Oh,
Oh, he
good
makes a...
game.
I wanted to say blunder. There was a very strong move, rook g4 here, which would have drawn perhaps more easier. He goes rook h3, and Magnus now can take king takes h5. No, he goes king g5.
Okay, he wants to go rook h6 and take the pawn with the rook.
He
it
takes
seems.
here. Oh
Or
my.
maybe even f5. No, Sagar, practically I find this very difficult for Arjun.
Check, king f5, and another f and h pawn incoming, guys, which is so difficult. So my suggestion to everyone here is, today, if you are not too tired after going home, please study the f and h pawns. It comes more often than you would imagine.
And my suggestion is, how much ever you study, you will lose against it.
Check. And by the way, a very good rule of thumb is keep the rook on this square as a defender so that it can check from here, also from here. Rook c1. Magnus, what a player. He is from a completely equal position. He has come into an endgame where Arjun is forced to find set of only moves to defend.
But also Arjun allowed that. Yeah, Arjun could have defended the d5 pawn. I think if Arjun doesn't hold this, I think it is going to hurt him a lot, because it was just a plain simple draw. And it's a lesson learned here.
Well, what lesson can you learn from such games? I mean, you are right now drawing.
You're drawing, but with some pressure. I don't think Arjun had to get into this pressure at all. And that too, when the pawns start rolling, Sagar, to f5 and f6, and there are always the only moves which you need to find. And Magnus does that beautifully. Look at his time now, 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. So he must have done this a million times before, but not against Arjun.
So rook e6 played.
He'll try to go. If king g5, then there's always rook g1 check, right? That's what you mentioned.
Yeah, rook g1, king h5.
Rook f1, then the rook will come to the 5th rank. f5 will be pushed.
Ooh.
Yeah, this
Both
end
players, by the way, gained a lot of time, Amruta, by making a few moves. So it's 1 minute 10 seconds for Arjun, 1 minute 20 seconds for Magnus.
And the best part is, if they keep playing a long game, everybody else can go home because it's the last round.
Ah, yes.
Nobody has to wait for the pairing.
True. Rook h1, it's still okay. Arjun is doing it well. He's attacking this pawn.
You have to go king g5.
But Amrita, king g5, you just saw it. Check. You push it and again come back.
No, king h5 I need to go at the end of it.
But if you go king h5, I again attack you here.
Yeah, now rook
Oh,
stays
it's
put.
losing.
Yeah.
Because check, king g8 and king g5 here.
Oh, wait.
King f5. And when you do this, h5. Wow.
Oh, rook h5. What a nice tactic.
King g6. And you mate or win the rook.
Okay, it's too tactical. He's
It's
gone rook
very
h6
subtle. Check. King h6. Now only move. He finds it, of course. Rook e8. Come back. Because if you take the pawn, rook check, and you lose the rook.
You know,
He
even
comes
if
back.
you've studied and you are aware of the tricks, many times in the panic mode or in time pressure, you can forget it with the tiredness and all. But Arjun knows that he has to be super alert. I would be impressed if Arjun manages a draw over here.
Yeah.
Because practically...
I agree, Amruta. It's not easy. Check to the king. King h6 again played, and rook e6 check. Okay, you can go back either of the squares. Just don't go up here, because then the f pawn wins. So you have to stay back.
That's why the Lucena, the Philidor, all these positions, it can give you that one critical point in a tournament like World Championship, World Rapid Championship. So
King h7 found a good move. And I think Amruta, he will try this idea now, Magnus, which we were thinking. King G5, check, go to the H file. And if you attack the F pawn, I'll give you a check and push you back.
Yeah, that's the only way. They say normally keep on playing.
He plays it. He plays this idea, King G5, the final attempt, perhaps.
But it's a good attempt, right?
It's a very good attempt.
B2.
Another check forced for Arjun.
Yeah. Luckily, Arjun still has good enough time
He
because if
plays it.
come on 5 seconds here, then such a position would be a big problem.
And now King H5, if played, the only move to draw is... Guys, what's the only move to draw? Black to play. Yes? Very good. King G7, excellent move. The only move to draw.
So rook E7 check, you want to go King F6, yeah?
No, even King F8 should be fine. So here, King G7, check, King F6. Okay, by the way, or King F8. Yeah, King F6 is a good move. Correct. King H5 played and Arjun goes King G7. He finds the only move to hold. Both players showing incredible endgame skills here. Rook A6. And now, wait. This is where I think Alan Pichot had gone wrong, Amruta. He tried to attack perhaps the F pawn. And Arjun knows it. He waits here, cutting the king off. Very nice play.
Really knows his end games, yeah?
I think very nice move because Rook F1 was also a draw here, but somehow Rook G2 looks more to the point.
Yeah, cutting the king off.
And Magnus down to what was 4 seconds on the clock. And he's threatening Rook G5 check with a win. This time now goes Rook
F2.
F2 is not sure. He leaves the Rook.
And it's a decent move.
It's a good
Attacking
move.
the F4 pawn. The king will go to G5 again. Oh,
Magnus
G4.
comes back, King G4.
Now you give a check, no? Or King F6. Can you go King F6?
What a guy. I think I would be exhausted by this time if I was playing with the black pieces.
You wouldn't have survived until your Sagar.
That's also true. Rook H2, King G3. And now Rook B2. Okay. I guess it's time to push at least one of the pawns now. No, he goes Rook A6.
No, you know what he's going to do? He'll bring Arjun very low on time and then do that.
Arjun stops the pawn push. And Amruta, if King G4, you again come down here to the ideal position where you can check from the bottom and the side.
Wow. Long distance, basically.
So he goes Rook A3. And Arjun comes in Rook B1. King F6.
The only good thing which Arjun is doing, Sagar, when you were defending, you go low on time, but Arjun is keeping more time in hand.
Yes.
Which is very
smart.
critical for him for an important moment.
Very smart. Very smart.
Yeah. Because normally the defender needs more energy than the attacker.
Also, sometimes, you know, Amruta, when the attacker finds some move, you need to find the only defensive move and there you need time. So it's a very good idea to keep some extra time on the clock.
Finally, the pawn is pushed after a long time. Rook G1, king goes to F5.
Yeah.
Now you don't have a side check, and you know, when the pawns are pushed, I think these are the moments where black has to find these only moves. I think these are the scary moments for black.
He finds it, Rook B1.
Check, given by Magnus.
Check.
Where do you go with the king?
King F7
or
feels
F7?
safe. Both are actually draw, but King F7 definitely feels safer.
Which is easier, according to you? King F7?
Not sure, Amruta. Actually,
easier is King F7.
I guess King H7 is easier. Because you can then start checking on the long side to the king. He goes King F7 maybe. It's also completely fine. He brings his king here.
I don't know if this is the last game going on or are there more games going on?
Gautam Krishna is still playing against Anish Giri.
And what's
equal? It's equal. And I guess these are the only two games in the room. There's one more. Dimitri Alexakis versus Praveen Balakrishnan. King G5. Okay.
Okay, now what do? Do you give a
Only
check?
move to
But-
give a check.
But rook G1 or rook B5?
Rook B5 loses to F5.
Yeah, then you give a shelter to him. So
Finds it.
this is
The
yeah.
number of only moves that Arjun has found is insane.
No, and we have seen people not being able to defend this. So until now, Arjun has done a very good job. Can he continue? Because it's till the end. Another, I think, 10 to 15 moves, Sagar.
Yeah.
He'll need to keep up his energy.
Rook G1, King H6, and he goes Rook F1, attacking the pawn. And this time, I think he's got it. A
Yeah,
draw.
now you can't push the F pawn. If king goes back, then there is a check. If rook G4.
Yeah,
Played.
he played Rook G4, but the problem with this is
King
that
F-
now the king can come up.
Oh, but king F6, king H7, Sagar.
Yeah.
And you remember that is the same way Gukesh won, king went to G8.
But it was a draw there as well. So it's not over.
It was a draw, but with practical
Yes, please
chances.
don't tell the result. He's come from the future here. He knows the result.
We do not want to know the future.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. He plays Rook H1.
But what if now F5? Rook F1, rook G5, king F6. Okay, you will lose the pawn.
F5.
You
No,
lose
he
the
didn't
pawn.
play F5, Amruta. He played Rook to G5.
Yeah, with the idea of F5 maybe.
Only move
Or
King
king.
F6. Again, the only move for Arjun.
What if rook H4? I think that was the mistake.
The idea is a check, Amruta. Rook H4, check, king here, and he finds it.
Man, too good. So now if king H7, Sagar,
You deserve a draw if you find so many only moves, but you know, chess is often quite brutal.
yeah, you can make 99.99% best moves and at 0.1%. Oh, king H7. Look at Magnus's time. He had
Magnus?
3 seconds.
Wow,
6
Magnus
seconds.
could have lost on time there almost. Rook H4, and this time King G8.
It's giving me
And
the
needs to-
Gukesh's game vibes.
No, but this is the pawn is a little bit too further down. Rook F4 attacks the rook, and Arjun takes it. And Magnus, is he going for a check? He goes for a check. King F5, King E7, both draw.
King E7 looks better. But maybe Arjun will play King F5.
Yeah, King F5, maybe the rook swings over to cut on the rank. So King E7, you may want to play. He goes King F5. And what about Rook A6 now? Ah, you have King G5, but H6. Not sure. Not sure.
You mean there are still tricks in this position?
Yeah, I feel it.
Magnus down to 4
Yeah, he
seconds.
plays it. Rook A6 on the board. Threatening H6, H7.
Rook H4. No?
Oh, he takes the long side to give checks from here. What a smart guy. What a
I
smart
mean,
guy.
any doubts about him?
Rook B4. And now
Wow.
draw.
Wow, what a play by Arjun Erigisi.
You are right.
Perfect chess.
You did. Yes, you
Yes,
deserve
you
a
deserve
prize.
prize. We
Where?
have it.
You were the one who said it's a draw very
Yes.
confidently. And maybe. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, this
Also, you were
I'll make agency for forecasting.
you were on the edge though. Very much on the edge, but you were right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. Wow, that was amazing. You know, I am impressed with Arjun Erigisi. He proved that he not just learned these endgames, but he can apply it even with few seconds on the clock.
It's a huge result for Arjun. And here a draw with Magnus. You can see how hard you have to work to even get half a point from Magnus
And
Carlsen.
you know, one of the thing I must point out that Magnus Carlsen was in his amazing element today, and he could not beat Arjun Erigisi with the black pieces. So Arjun, I think we'll be
No,
watching out for
he
him.
played well. We have now many players on 4.5. Arjun and Magnus, MVL. We have Artemiev. We have Gukesh. We have yeah, these are the ones.
Let's go to Gautam's game because Anish and Gautam, what happened?
True. They drew.
Draw, huh?
Yeah.
Wow,
They
that is
drew.
a great result for Gautam.
Gautam has played very well today. He has shown that he is not 2-3-9-2
Levy will be very happy, I think.
because IM played well.
No, because Levy, Gautam chess. And
Oh,
many
Gautam
people in India
chess.
call him Gautam.
Nice, nice. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And guys, thank you all for being here. Before we end this stream, we want to give a small, maybe we can have our video here. Why? ये वाला भी. इसमें.
We can have a.
नहीं ये वाले में. हमारा.
Yes.
Because I think that's the end of the day. And we just want to acknowledge here the efforts of one special person here. It is our director here. It is his birthday today. Vivek was here working through 2 streams, one here and one online. And I think we have a very small cake for you, Vivek.
Yeah, later at the hotel, we'll have a bigger one. But over
He's just
here,
32 years old. Yeah, very young. Vivek,
happy birthday. I did not get a candle, but you can still make a wish.
thank you. Thank you, Vivek.
Happy
Bye.
birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, today was a very challenging day. In fact, I made a very big blunder that I got my laptop, which had to be used for the stream, but I forgot the charger in the room. And then I reached at 2:15, and then Vivek was under big pressure celebrating his birthday.
But Amruta, just like Arjun saved a draw by the skin of his teeth, we also
Yeah,
got
I
the
think-
laptop on time, the charger.
Yeah.
And I think tomorrow we'll have much more exciting games. There will be 4 rapid games tomorrow, not 5, because there are 13 rounds, so 4 and 4 in the remaining 2 days.
And also, we'll try to get some more players tomorrow. Generally, between the rounds, the players do not want to come here, but we will
Try to find a way today. We were hoping that either Arjun or Magnus would come, but I think they both would be so exhausted after this game. So we will try to find some players who can join us here. Thank you all for staying back and see you tomorrow.
Strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
In 2025, we mark the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on, together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.